Night, deep in moonlight. Drifting clouds covered the moonlight, but Baijiang City inside was still brightly lit. The neon lights of the towering buildings flashed like a dazzling ribbon. The pedestrians in the undulating small alleys had just begun with the night market, presenting a scene of bustling activity. The bright light wasn't able to cover the entire city, nor its vivacity. At one corner of the city's edge, the street light was flickering inconsistently. Its dim yellow light, leaking through a half-closed window, painted a long hazy shadow on one of the second-floor bedrooms, casting a clear reflection of the unevenly cracked ceiling. Under the dim yellow light, in front of the flickering computer screen, Mu Yuan sat with a serious posture. His agile fingers tapped the keyboard, producing a crispy sound. He was staring at the computer, the intermittent light shimmering on his sharp side profile, painting a picture of solemnity on his face. This world, something's a bit off. Mu Yuan, a denizen of Baijiang City in Zan country, was a cross-world traveler who carried the typical baggage of a cross-world traveler. His name, his looks, and his history didn't differ much from his old world. The cultural climate and the scientific advancement in Zan country also bore similarity to his last world, making his transition relatively effortless. Mu Yuan thought so anyway. However, shocking, man mysteriously dies late in the night. Body found with scores of bite marks. Who could have been behind this? Elderly woman of 80 brutally murdered in her home. Turns out she, in reality, was a young maiden. A man in North Yang's skin and muscles fall off causing death. Experts claim it to be a new disease and suggest naming it after the man's name. 2-meter-tall giant wolf sighted in Jilin country, proof attached. Images, bold and uncensored, that weren't for the faint-hearted were cropping up in front of Mu Yuan. He pensively wrinkled his brows. The online information can be true or false, as making forged pictures like these isn't a big ask. But, I am convinced these just sensations aren't a fabrication, not completely at least. Because, a couple of days ago, on the first day post his crossing over, he had witnessed a supernatural death incident. A bulkily built man unexpectedly opened his eyes wide, a gush of blood gushed from his waist, and the man was sliced in two at the waist. Overwhelmingly abrupt. Right from that instance, Mu Yuan started hunting for more such inexplicable information, and true to his expectations, he came upon more and more bizarre death cases. It wasn't isolated to one gender, but a common occurrence among the young people mostly. From a particular forum, he came across a rumor. Those people who died were playing a game. They were lucky enough to qualify for the game, but unfortunately they couldn't survive the dangers in the game. When you die in the game, you die in real life. The replies below were all ridiculing. If you're so good at telling stories, why not write a novel? Not many people believed these rumors about the game or how those people died. Very few got out, and real and fake news mixed together. Even if Mu Yuan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd probably have just shrugged it off as another urban legend after coming across it in online video. Who believes this stuff nowadays anyway? This explanation matches with the cases of numerous mysterious deaths. At a glance, it does seem far-fetched, but I've traveled between worlds. The existence of a mysterious game in this world also sounds plausible. With this shred of information, Mu Yuan began his search anew. The moonlight in the night sky was even more dim now, and the sporadic lights in the residential buildings had gradually gone dark. Only in Mu Yuan's room was there still light shining. Until late in the night, Mu Yuan made himself a cup of instant noodles, adding in a couple of sausages. He took the noodles to his computer, contemplating as he slurped the noodles and looked at the interface of this secretive forum. This mysterious game might be real. Rumors say, this mysterious game is connected to a vast world. Within that world, players can control their characters, command thousands of troops. What truly drives people mad is that the rare treasures players acquire while exploring within the game could manifest in the real world. The game world, it's completely real. What's more, through this game, players could control supernatural power, able to move mountains and overturn seas. This mysterious game was the key to the supernatural world. Aspiring, certainly aspiring. The secret forum that Mu Yuan found was filled with information about the supernatural game. Some players told their stories, But many more were ordinary people frustrated at their inability to play. Some tycoons offered astronomical sums in hopes of securing a spot in the game. But still to no avail. It seemed that the chance to play the game was entirely random. Only a handful of people got it by chance. They were the chosen ones of the world, the destined lords, the born Huang. But is being chosen by the game really a good fortune? If you look beyond the lure of supernatural powers, what lies beneath is a dire world where death could strike at any moment. The game world granted treasures and supernatural powers, while the corresponding price was the death of one's character in the game was mirrored by death in real life. Surviving in the game was extremely hard. When players first entered the game, they would appear in an abandoned village, which became their own territory. Players would also have a small number of initial soldiers, like long spear soldiers, crossbow archers, bandits, goblins, or other ordinary soldiers. Players needed to defend their territory, all the while ensuring their own survival. However, their territorial surroundings were fraught with danger, with frequent disturbances and attacks by monsters. Some players failed at the beginning. Some initially could fend off the invaders, but with the passage of time, players' soldiers got injured, their combat power was continuously reduced, and eventually they couldn't hold out. The game world was too dangerous. Being chosen by the game, it was hard to say whether it was good fortune or misfortune. Miu Yuan was naturally longing for the supernatural power, and initially, he too had hoped that he could get selected to play the game. But when he thought about the players who had died tragically, their bloodied bodies, the undeniable fear in their eyes, he got hesitant again. If after getting selected to play the game, one lives in constant fear, it had better not to get selected at all. At least in Zon country of this world, it was peaceful and ordinary folks could also live comfortably if they had money. Rather than pursuing something as unreliable and rare as a GameSpot, it's better to find ways to make money. Making money is the most important thing. Ding! The sound exploded in his ears like a heavenly melody. A gust of wind blew away the drifting fog, revealing the vast landscape. There were ancient trees standing tall, huge birds flying past, settling on the trees. Towering cities where solemn soldiers guarded the city walls, their swords pointing at the faraway tides. There were also withered trees, parched lands, and ominous red fog drifting around. The vast world suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Words as hot as fire appeared one by one, mysterious yet ancient. Shrouded in white mist, filth overflows, the epic legions tread across the sky, the immortal heroic spirits resonate eternally. The chosen young man, you have entered the eternal continent, now, please fight to save the world. The ancient characters slowly faded, and the view in front of him zoomed swiftly from far to near, finally focusing on a small village of only a few wooden houses. Miu Yuan woke up abruptly. The vast world shattered like the moon's reflection in the water. He seemed to wake from a dream, drenched in sweat. But looking at the game that was running somehow, and the ruined village on the game screen, all Miu Yuan could do was to ask aloud. What? Deep in the night, inside an old cabin. Miu Yuan sat in front of the computer, looking at the game scene that was eerily familiar but not quite as realistic, lost in thought for a long time. This seems to be just a game. Indeed, what showed before his eyes was nothing more than an ordinary game scene. But both the clues he dug up earlier and the illusion he'd just experienced told Miu Yuan that he was in trouble. Good news, he'd obtained a key to the supernatural world. Bad news, his life might soon be over. Don't panic, panicking won't help. Since a supernatural power exists in this world, the real world might not be safer. It's a good thing that I now have a chance to touch the supernatural. If you think optimistically, maybe in the future I can physically enter this vast world, become a great lord, live in a magnificent palace, and enjoy a life of luxury. Miu Yuan forced himself to remain calm. After he finished daydreaming, he looked again into the game. The whole village was very broken down, and it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There were some robust trees scattered around, and further off, there seemed to be a forest, but it was covered in a dull gray fog, making it hard to see clearly. When Miu Yuan dragged the map to a further location, all he saw was pitch black. The unknown, dangerous darkness. In the center of the broken village, suddenly, tiny star-like lights began to fall. These lights, like meteors or paintbrushes, sketched, intertwined, and condensed, slowly forming and manifesting an altar. An altar marked with mysterious array patterns, about 2.5 meters in diameter. Above the altar, the remaining starlight gathered into a human figure. Even though it was seen from a top-down perspective and it was a game character, Mu Yuan immediately recognized that it was him. It was his presence in the game world, on the Eternal Continent, a tether that, once snuffed out, would mean his own demise. At this point, the game screen lit up with scorching hot fonts, appearing one after another. Randomizing. Notice. You have received a batch of initial troops, little skeletons times 10. Little skeleton, unnamed, grade. Ordinary, level. Level 1 of stage 0. Skills. None. Talents. None. Introduction. A common type of undead. Although weak, it's cost-effective and adept at evil mob fighting tactics. As the prompt faded, the mysterious array patterns on the altar began to glow. The space started to ripple, and one after another, skeletons holding rusty knives walked out from the altar. They crowded together, even pushing off the figure that represented Mu Yuan from the altar. The appearance of the little skeletons was just as Mu Yuan had imagined. Their bones were gray-black, their bodies thin, and their walk had a slight stoop. Apart from a worn weapon, they didn't have any other equipment, only a ragged garment that barely covered their bodies. Typical cannon fodder soldier type, small skeletons. At the corner of Mu Yuan's mouth twitched. Ignoring their terrifying appearance, he thought he could take on 2 of these little skeletons himself. Starting with a broken village and a couple of crippled level soldiers, no wonder they say this game is tough. You could die at any time. Anyone would easily die under these conditions. Apparently, the initial troops that other players randomly get aren't much better either. There are militia, goblins, even slimes. Compared to those, little skeletons aren't that bad. Apart from being slow, badly equipped, lacking intelligence, and having poor offense and defense, little skeletons actually had many advantages, like this and that. As for these 10 little skeletons, Mu Yuan couldn't make out any differences for now. He looked outside the village at the area shrouded in thick fog, but for the time being, he didn't dare send his skeletons out. He only had 10 initial troops, he couldn't afford to lose a single one. But if they didn't venture out and take a chance, sooner or later, the game would end. This game doesn't provide any guiding tips, but since it's a game, or rather a world possessing supernatural power, there must be ways to level up. The grade of the little skeletons is ordinary, just like goblins and slimes. According to gaming logic, the grade might not be able to be improved, but the troop level should be easy enough to level up, right? I need to figure out how to level up the skeletons or how to recruit more of them. Both of these methods could effectively boost the defensive power of my territory. The problem was that Mu Yuan didn't know anything about all this. No matter, he might be able to find answers on the secret forum where he gathered a lot of the information moments ago. After giving the little skeletons the command to hold steady and clean up the village, he switched back to the secret forum and began browsing more carefully. By now, it was certain that many game players were on this forum sharing their own experience and knowledge. Even the help-seeking posts contained numerous details. This was the game guide. Of course, there were also countless fabricated stories. I've already entered the game and have the real examples to compare, so of course, I can distinguish whether these posts are useful or made up. There was one post, where the poster claimed he got the dragon soldier type in his random selection and was easily killing monsters and leveling up. However, he didn't write the process of entering the game correctly, outing his post as a fake. The majority of players randomly received 1-star troops which were worthless, and only a handful received 2-star troops like spearmen, archers or half-orcs. Moreover, those with stronger troop types had fewer initial soldiers. One player who randomly got spearmen commented that he only started with 6 soldiers, while players who began with little skeletons or goblins all started with 10 troops. But even so, after looking at some screenshots and video clips, Mu Yuan couldn't help but envy. The spearmen were fierce, lightly armored, with one jab they could nearly kill a wolf, It certainly was beyond the likes of goblins and little skeletons. Even if their numbers were smaller, their overall strength was far superior. He was sour with jealousy. If the 2-star troops were already so powerful, how formidable would the 3-star troops be? Unfortunately, he discovered no player who lucked into a random roll of 3-star troops. He didn't know if it was because Oh Huang was being low-key or there simply didn't exist such a player. Compared with the flamboyant start of the spearman player, other players were extremely miserable, and all the shared experiences were tragedies. Even a 2-star half-orc player, full of enthusiasm, was ambushed by a group of cave people while out exploring his territory and barely escaped at the cost of his troops. It was quite dreadful. Even if the starting troops are slightly stronger, it's just a small advantage, there is still no capital to be arrogant. The waters of the Eternal Continent are very deep. With a grave expression, Mu Yuan quickly found a genuinely useful guidepost. It was real and detailed, filled with valuable information. The dangers in the Eternal Continent are everywhere. How you can establish footing initially determines a player's survival and future development. On this note, I offer the following suggestions. Don't rush to explore the outside world. Try to utilize the resources within your own territory to create a favorable battle environment. We have to understand, this isn't just any game, therefore, as long as you have a will, there will be numerous achievable operations. After making full use of the resources, players can gradually probe the outside world. At this time, you should not venture too far from your territory. If conditions permit, try to lure the monsters into the initial village, relying on the previously arranged traps and fortifications to kill, so as to minimize losses. The Eternal Continent embodies some game mechanics. Once you kill a monster, there's a chance to drop soul sand. This is a common resource, which can be used for troop cultivation, level ups, and recovery. Also, killing enemies can also result in a lower probability drop of remnant souls of troop type. Players can consume these materials and a certain amount of soul sand to recruit additional troop types. Blind exploration will put you in danger, but always sticking to the birthplace will also lead to slow death. Therefore, players need to take the initiative to go out and avoid powerful monsters, hunt weaker enemies. In this way they can keep strengthening themselves and resist the increasingly fierce enemy attacks. As time passes, players will face increasingly powerful enemies. Only by passing the novice trial can they overcome the initial dilemma. I wish all players a victorious start, and if there are any questions, feel free to leave a comment below. Indeed, it's chock full of useful information. If it weren't for this guide, I'd have to pay a heavy price to explore this information. Thanks to the poster, may you have a peaceful life. Now, even if the situation is still not great, but following the guide to defend and explore, maybe I can see some opportunities. If he just found the reward function, he would generously reward. Oh, no money? Never mind. Mu Yuan sincerely admired the person who wrote the guide, he benefited immensely from it. He contemplated, first, I need to create some traps based on the limited conditions in the broken village, such as pit traps and ground spike traps, at worst, some places to hide and ambush. I can look up the methods online, but those dull little skeletons, can they understand my instructions? Mu Yuan switched back to the game. If the little skeletons had a redeeming quality, it was that they would faithfully execute the orders of the Lord. This was so much better compared to thieves, thugs, and goblins. Indeed, as soon as he switched back to the game, he saw the little skeletons picking and dismantling. Wait, what did you dismantle? Bang! Smoke and dust filled the air. A dilapidated cabin was completely knocked down under the effort of a skeleton. This skeleton picked up a beam and scurried to his character, making a face as if seeking approval. Mu Yuan. So, this is what the skeleton's understanding of cleaning. I shouldn't expect intelligence from the little skeletons, they don't even have a brain after all. But it must be acknowledged, considering the cabin was leveled, the strength of the little skeletons could not be ignored. Mu Yuan's previous thought about him being able to take on two was simply rash. I underestimated you, skeletons. It even seeks approval, in some ways. The intelligence of this little skeleton isn't that bad, comparable to pets like cats and dogs. Alright, these wooden huts were dangerous buildings, and they needed to be demolished sooner or later. Now they're demolished and we get some material that can be used to set up traps. As for the problem of not having a house to live in, skeletons don't need to live in a house, so it's perfectly reasonable to demolish these. Mu Yuan took personal command, micromanaging the operation, for fear that the small skeletons would ruin some reusable waste. He also looked at the not-so-spacious village ruins, sweeping inch by inch with his eyes, pondering what kind of traps should be set. Setting traps is also an art. He must make maximum use of the traps and environmental advantages, to lower future losses as much as possible. Mu Yuan moved his mouse while observing and thinking. Suddenly, he paused his mouse, his gaze fixed on a small skeleton's head, suspecting he was hallucinating. A faint, small, and inconspicuous, plus 0.01, appeared above the skeleton's head, and disappeared after a while. What's going on? He looked at the other skeletons and found that this was not an anomaly. Every once in a while, the plus 0.01 symbol would appear above these skeletons, as if some mechanism was triggered. But this wasn't the case with other players, right? As he was thinking, a line of special characters jumped out from the middle of the screen. Skeleton evolution point. 0.13 feet, a kind of indescribable great power, which can be applied to a certain type of troop, causing it to evolve. The current evolution points can only be applied to skeleton troops. Evolution. Why is the Eternal Continent so dangerous, if not because the power possessed by the players is too weak? If they can get a bunch of 3-star level or even stronger troops, the situation would naturally not be difficult. And now, it seems like my little skeletons can constantly evolve. Even cannon fodder soldiers could possess the stature of a great emperor. There's hope for the future. Come to think of it, I have already been selected by the supernatural game and even crossed over. It's not excessive for me to possess just a bit more special ability. One who does not start knows nothing of starting. At 4 in the morning, Mu Yuan was getting more and more energetic, his spirit invigorated. The power to evolve his troops was undoubtedly the key to breaking free from his current predicament, but there were still many aspects of this power he didn't understand yet. Mu Yuan started to delve into the matter. Evolution points could help a skeleton transform through a kind of baptism, but his initial attempts had failed. He simply didn't have enough evolution points. He gleaned a vague hint from his intuition, a sense that he needed to accumulate 1 evolution point to trigger the evolution. And the source of these evolution points was the activities of the little skeleton itself. Perhaps, as long as the little skeleton existed, it would eventually yield evolution points. However, through some observation and experimentation, Mu Yuan discovered that skeletons working produced noticeably more evolution points than idle ones. 007 produced even more value. He wanted to continue studying, but unfortunately, it was getting dawn. Mu Yuan only realized then that he had been fighting through the night and couldn't hold on anymore. He was in a daze, seeing double even as he stared at his computer screen. If he didn't sleep now, he was afraid he would drop dead right in front of his computer. In the supernatural game, my character is a lord, tasked with defending my homeland and expanding my territory, and can also embody some special treasures into reality. This is a war of attrition. Pulling all-nighters won't help me. Keeping my energy levels up is the best way to deal with sudden developments. Besides, my little skeletons can evolve. There's no need to rush them to venture out of the village to explore the outside world right now. Instead, defending our territory based on the ruins of the village is the wise course of action. Mu Yuan was still somewhat worried, because the supernatural game doesn't stop when he logs out. It's a real world that operates according to predetermined rules, even if he's not actively playing. In other words, his territory could potentially be attacked while he's resting or away. This is the worst fear for new players. But fortunately, when the territory is invaded by enemies, even if the player doesn't log in, they will still receive a warning, and the troops will automatically defend. Before going to bed, Mu Yuan wanted to assign the skeleton some training tasks or something to accumulate more evolution points, but for safety's sake, he snuffed out the idea. These little skeletons were a bit stupid. He feared that if he gave them a task, they would somehow mess things up. He also worried that training would affect the state of the little skeletons, which could subsequently jeopardize the security of the whole territory. It was better to play it safe, there was no need to rush. He'd try again tomorrow. Ordering the skeletons to guard him and the territory altar, he closed his computer, skipped washing up, and went straight to bed. Once under the covers and with his eyes shut, he slept soundly. But that night, this day, Mu Yuan's rest wasn't as peaceful as he'd hoped. He was preoccupied with the supernatural game, and in his dreams, he was back in the ruined village. He dreamed of a giant dragon flying out of the mist, diving down and decimating the entire village with its dragon breath. Mu Yuan woke up in a cold sweat after that. Looking at the time, he realized he had only slept for 6 hours. 6 hours was enough, it was time to get up and get back to it. Mu Yuan quickly went over to his computer, opening the game as fast as he could until he saw that the ruined village was unharmed. Only then did he wipe the crud from his eyes. Such an uneasy game experience. Until my territory has a robust defense system, I fear that I won't be able to fully enjoy playing. When Mu Yuan logged back into the game, his character awakened in a drafty wooden cabin. Several little skeletons surrounded him, their jaws chattering. One of the little skeletons was even holding up a piece of a door. No, not a door. A shield made from a door. The day before, Mu Yuan had taught the little skeleton to make full use of resources and set several simple pit traps and rope traps. Now, they had taken his teachings to heart and made things on their own. Good students. Mu Yuan, controlling his own character, gently touched the smooth skull of the little skeleton in approval and turned his attention to the others. They too seemed to be eagerly waiting for some praise. Well, one little skeleton had several sticks stuck between its ribs, very artsy. Another had found a black cloth bag and put it over its head, looking very spirited. Another was actively hammering on its bones, pulling one out with a snap. Mu Yuan. He certainly shouldn't have high hopes for the little skeleton, which is already stronger than he anticipated, seriously. Mu Yuan silently recites evolution points and the special codes pop up in the game. Skeleton evolution points. 0.71 feet, only letting the little skeleton stay alert, without squeezing out their entire potential, indeed resulted in fewer evolution points. As he is watching today, he will first test the method of efficient point production. As for going out to explore, Mu Yuan is not in a hurry. Other players indeed need to start exploring at this time. If they don't take this step, they would never become stronger and they must take risks. But he is different. He is accumulating evolution points all the time, and as long as he accumulates enough for one unit to evolve into an advanced soldier, then he will look for resources to kill monsters and level up outside. Wouldn't that be much safer? There is no need to desperately fight at this moment. Survival is the victory. Little skeleton does not need to eat. The status of the game character is closely related to his own. In other words, if he fills his stomach in reality, the game character will not starve to death, so there's no need to worry about food. From this point of view, the opening journey of the little skeleton is quite good. The 007 work system fits well with little skeleton too. Mu Yuan opens the official panel for players to check the details. Mu Yuan. Identity. Pre-selected Lord. Territory. Unnamed. Will be able to possess true Lord powers and controlled territory after passing the novice trials. Troops under command. Little skeleton times 10. Click to view details. Mark space capacity. 0/3. The players. The chosen lords can store their troops in the mark space and summon them in the real world. This is the basic representation of the player's supernatural power. However, the tutorial clearly states that there is a cost in cross-terrestrial withdrawal of resources, and summoning troops across terrains is even more difficult. Especially under the player's weak situation, it is not recommended to try. Of course, Mu Yuan will not try. The summoning of troops across terrains requires soul sand as a medium, and he doesn't have a droplet. If he tried forcibly, either his troops would run into trouble or he himself would go bankrupt. Not worth it, not worth it. He dares not weaken his already weak territorial defenses when he is weak himself. He needs to be patient and steady. Mu Yuan controls each skeleton one by one. assigning them different training or work tasks to accumulate evolution points. The process is dreary, but he doesn't consider it tiring. Those slowly but steadily growing evolution points are his greatest source of joy. Mu Yuan plans to lie low until the little skeleton has evolved before starting to explore the outside world. But things don't always go as planned. The Eternal Continent is not that safe, and it is common for players' territories to be harassed and attacked. Mysterious runes suddenly light up on the back of Mu Yuan's hand, emitting a faint heat and a slight pain. He seems to see gray wolves with dirty fur but fierce faces coming out of the thick fog, vigilantly and steadfastly marching towards the village ruins. The timing couldn't be worse. The strategy guides on the covert forums, as well as the tragic experiences of countless players, all speak volumes about the dangers of the Eternal Continent. Going out to explore and risking your life might hasten your death, but hiding in your own territory all the time won't guarantee safety either. Half a day, 2 days. New territories will eventually be discovered by wild beasts, resulting in endless harassment and invasion. Mu Yuan is well aware that his ruined village will be invaded sooner or later, but couldn't it take a bit longer? He's amassed 0.88 evolution points. He's so close, damn it. He's worried that his skeletons, who have the form of great emperors, will all fall here before they can grow. Unfortunately, all his worrying was in vain as the enemy forces are 30 seconds away from the battlefield and he has no choice but to face them. Prepare. He issued a command to all his little skeletons and took a hard look at each of them. Sure enough, some silly skeletons, holding their scythes, were ready to rush out of the village and confront the invaders. Mu Yuan quickly grabbed his mouse and pulled them back. He had already taught them this before. Damn it. The little skeletons tilted their skulls. Their hollow eye sockets were filled with confusion and ignorance. Mu Yuan. Fine, I expected as much. There are a lot of places to hide in the ruined village. However, expecting these skeletons to hide in shadows and ambush enemies to deliver killing blows just wasn't realistic. After all, the only direct commands he could give included move, attack, and defense. Any other action would require the soldier's ability to understand and act independently. The door panel skeleton, the one who had the aura of a great emperor and was much more intelligent than his counterparts, held a knife in one hand and a door shield in the other, standing steadfastly in front of the trap area. Not bad, he's rather perceptive. Mu Yuan arranged the troops in a simple formation and also controlled his own character to hide in a secluded place. It's survival, there's no shame in it. By this time, the pack of wolves had entered the village. Their brutal eyes roamed around and soon landed on the most conspicuous door panel skeleton. 13 gray wolves, this is not good. Mu Yuan's face was solemn. Gray wolf, normal star. A common beast at the bottom of the food chain in the Eternal Continent. True, these gray wolves looked malnourished and the description portrayed them as worthless. But the little skeletons in his domain were just cannon fodder level troops, and they were outnumbered. The fight was going to be tough. The gray wolves, now with the advantage in numbers, were ferociously charging and soon shifted from walking slowly to sprinting and pouncing. Here they come. They fell into the trap. A hole collapsed and one of the gray wolves fell into it. The sharp wooden spikes pierced its flesh, causing fresh blood to flow. However, the other gray wolves quickly swerved to avoid the hole and the ones who were too slow to break simply leapt out, stepping on the body of the gray wolf below and causing it to yelp in pain. The rest of the rudimentary traps played a minimal role, and soon enough, the gray wolves clashed with the little skeletons. These gray wolves had sharp teeth and claws and agile movements. They could have capitalized on their speed advantage to suppress the little skeletons if they were in an open space. Thankfully, the village environment was complex, and Mu Yuan had cleverly positioned the little skeletons in several pits, backed against huge trees or houses, ready to meet the gray wolves with the advantage of the terrain. The two forces clashed, and the scene was a pecking match between lame ducks. The little skeletons fought with no strategy. They wildly hacked and slashed with their rusty scythes. The gray wolves weren't any smarter. They lunged at the skeletons and bit hard onto the bones. Even if they broke a rib or two, it didn't affect the pain-immune skeletons, who retaliated with a swift slash of their blades. The wild wolves were reduced to bloody messes, their bodies adorned with ghastly wounds. But it's not enough. Even if the little skeletons had a slight advantage by trading blows, their bodies were gradually getting damaged, and the gray wolves outnumbered them. This battle would inevitably lead to losses. These are his hard-working point production machines. How could Mu Yuan stand to see them get damaged? We must focus our firepower, take out some of the gray wolves first. At this point, the door panel skeleton was impressively holding off 4 gray wolves alone by using the defense structures, even managing to instill fear in the wolves. Not bad. But Mu Yuan didn't move the rest of the skeletons for reinforcements. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the other battlefields, where the little skeletons were fighting the gray wolves indecisively in groups of 2s and 3s. In a battle, we need to outsmart and outmuscle our enemies. Only by concentrating firepower to break through an enemy point can we accumulate a snowballing advantage. Mu Yuan started to micromanage. There weren't many commands he could give, but he could order the little skeletons with higher hate values to switch battlefields. Those with high aggro values would go into defense mode, holding their grounds against the backdrop of obstacles. In the meanwhile, Mu Yuan quickly grouped the 3 or 4 freed skeletons into a team and directed them to take out the nearby gray wolves. The hasty swings of their blades soon took down the first unfortunate wolf. It whimpered as it fell to the ground, blood seeping from its mangled body. Then came the second, the third. At the same time, more skeleton warriors were unleashed. Mu Yuan instructed them swiftly towards the next battlefield. His eyes moved continuously, fingers tapping on the commands, rapidly changing between different instructions, organizing them into squads, sending out a couple of little skeletons to assist the comrades who were almost unable to stand on their own. Soon, more than half of the gray wolves fell in battle. Apart from 2 with injured legs, none of his skeletons had died yet. The battle was going favorably. What surprised Mu Yuan, however, was that these wolves, despite facing desolation, were not running away. Their eyes grew more reddish, radiating an intense ferocity that seemed eager to throw their lives away. They had truly given up on survival. A gray wolf struck the door panel skeleton like it was completely giving up its life. Its cold, sharp claws tore through the already injured thick door panel, causing it to shatter in an instant. The door panel skeleton froze. Although it did possess some intelligence, the present situation had exceeded its processing capabilities. Seeing the gray wolf pouncing towards it, it lifted its knife and charged forward too. Such incredible bravery, but it's a bit too ferocious. The encounter showed that, leaving aside its intelligence, it was just at the average level of a little skeleton. It was still a long way from being able to face 4 enemies at once. It was soon overpowered and pinned to the ground by the gray wolf, constantly getting bitten. Dangerous. By the time Mu Yuan directed the other skeletons for reinforcements, the door panel skeleton had already lost part of its arm. If the gray wolves weren't so unintelligent, not attacking towards the head, this slightly intelligent skeleton would have been toast. You need to survive. Only by surviving can you counterattack, understand? You don't have to follow any code of ethics when dealing with enemies. You need to learn how to use all resources. You should dig trenches when you need to, scatter lime when you need to, even use gang beatings if you have to. The only surviving one is the victor. This is his main force. If the door panel skeleton had survived, and even if the panel had been broken, it wouldn't fall into a life and death situation in just a few seconds. No matter if the skeletons can understand or not, Mu Yuan started educating them, discussing survival, all the way to the value of an old silver coin and how to bury the enemy. It was only after taking a drink that he stopped. In the Eternal Continent, the door panel skeleton scratched its skull in deep thought after seeing its lord leaving off to survey the landscape, some sparkle of wisdom appearing in its eyes. Compared to the initial encounters shared by most players in the forum, Mu Yuan's battle was much more deadly, having encountered an attack by 13 gray wolves at once. But he achieved excellent results. All the little skeletons survived. This was attributed to the initial position and the bravery of the door panel skeleton. Of course, it also depended largely on his micromanagement command. Had it just been the little skeletons squabbling with the gray wolves, Even if they were victorious, only a few could have been left alive. However, many of the little skeletons had also been seriously injured, some were even at the brink of death, their heads almost fell off. Don't panic, as long as you're not dead, there's nothing to worry about. The injured troops can slowly regain strength with the help of the soul sand and soul sand. 9 out of the 13 dead gray wolves had released a faint light. Mu Yuan took control of his character. Under the protection of 2 intact little skeletons, he went up front and picked it up. Gained 1.5 grams of soul sand. Gained 0.8 grams of soul sand. Gained 1.1 grams of soul sand. Gained, crystals that looked like sand and sparkled with a beautiful light appeared one after the other. Mu Yuan distributed the soul sand among the injured skeletons for them to consume. As for how to use it, it seemed like it was an instinct of the troop type. He couldn't and didn't need to teach that. Mu Yuan could only urge them to recover as fast as possible. Low-level troops recover faster, but it still takes a few hours at a minimum. Those heavily injured need half to a whole day. If you want to decrease this time, you would need troops with healing abilities. But those kinds of troops are even more rare and hard to find. During this recovery period, the player's combat power will lessen, making it even more dangerous if attacked by monsters. Even worse, some players lose troops in battles, which is a permanent loss. If the gains are less than the losses, the player will go on a downward spiral, falling into a vicious cycle, which leads to ultimate defeat. In this battle, they defeated quite a number of gray wolves. Their loot was considerable. After deducting a portion used in the recovery, the remaining soul sand wouldn't be too little. Mu Yuan speculated that he could cultivate 1 or 2 level 2 skeletons from them. Some players in the forum have cultivated little skeletons up to level 2. They moved less shakily, their physique had also grown slightly, their bones had become glossier, and their combat power had obviously increased. Obviously, even if it is a little skeleton, as long as it keeps leveling up, it could possess considerable combat power. But absorbing soul sand to level up also needed time. Right now what he is most lacking is time. Then what about evolution points? Show me your limits. Skeleton evolution point 1.26. The battle against the Grey Wolf also yielded considerable evolution points, skyrocketing from 0.88 to 1.26 in a short time. This suggested that points were generated rapidly during combat, perhaps due, too, to the little skeleton being pushed to its limit in this fight. Regardless, it was a good thing. Mu Yuan summoned the door panel skeleton. Its one arm had already shattered, but the soul flame in its skull was still leaping healthily. It was an optimistic skeleton. At this point, the evolution points were faintly glowing. Mu Yuan pulled and harnessed this special power onto the door panel skeleton. This time, there was no failure. Instead, a prompt appeared. Skeleton evolution point -1. The next moment, a miraculous force showered the little skeleton. It was just beginning to show a stunned expression when its entire figure, the whole skeleton, turned into light. Wrapped in a white light, the little skeleton's figure began to extend higher and wider, seemingly becoming more muscular. Soon, the glow of evolution started to recede, and the transformed skeleton in its new form appeared before Mu Yuan. It was a large skeleton, about 1.8 or 1.9 meters tall, standing taller than Mu Yuan's game character, let alone compared to the small, feeble skeletons that were probably under 1.6 meters tall with hunched postures. Not only had it become taller and more muscular, the newly born skeleton was also clad in a complete set of armor, including a helmet, breastplate, and war skirt. The rusty chopper it held was now shiny and sleek, and a round shield was held in its left hand. Though this set of equipment couldn't be considered luxurious, it was still a major upgrade from the skeleton's previous beggar-like appearance. Notification. Little skeleton, normal, has evolved into skeleton soldier, normal. Notification. Skeleton soldier has acquired the skill, cleave. Having just finished evolving, this skeleton, whose expressions were much richer than the others, was stunned as it looked over its entire body. It reached out a hand to pat its gray-black armor, causing a resonating thwack. Good armor indeed. A 2-star spearman was already much braver than the little skeleton. Mu Yuan was looking forward to seeing how a 3-star skeleton soldier would perform. Aside from anything else, he was very satisfied with this set of armor. The other little skeletons would find it hard to breach the armor with their rusty choppers. The gap in equipment was quite large. The enhancement of the skeleton soldier compared to the little skeleton was evident in many ways. "Come, let's test your strength and speed." Mu Yuan called another clueless little skeleton as a test subject. However, when the two stood together, the difference in height and size was rather large. If the large skeleton used a bit more force, the little skeleton might be sent flying. So, the skeleton soldier came to a large tree and swung out a powerful punch. Boom! The tree branches shook violently, and leaves showered down. And then the skeleton soldier continued with punch after punch, seemingly not knowing pain. Oh, skeletons didn't feel pain, but this one was particularly unflinching. Mu Yuan hurriedly halted it. "Now try your speed, start with a full speed sprint." Even though Mu Yuan could only watch from in front of his computer, he could still see that the skeleton soldier was running like the wind, several times faster than the little skeleton. Comparing them was completely out of the question. So, Mu Yuan called upon himself, commanding himself to perform a 100-meter sprint and compared it with the skeleton soldier's speed. He quickly discovered the little skeleton's speed is definitely its weak point. It wobbles when it walks, and even at full speed is only comparable to a human's brisk walk. Its agility is even worse. Setting aside its advantage of not fearing injury, the little skeleton's overall quality is no better than a human's. But the skeleton soldier is different. When it runs at full speed, it's like a national-level athlete, and it won't get tired. Even before leveling up and just being a normal 3-star troop, it was already so fierce? No wonder it was said that top-level troops could turn the tide of battle. Compared to running at full speed, skeleton soldier was somewhat stiff in moving and dodging in a small range. After all, it wasn't an agile type of troop. Even though it became faster, its best form of combat was still more or less the same as before, gradually building an advantage by trading injury for injury. Mu Yuan found that with the strength of a single skeleton, the skeleton soldier could still steadily win in one-on-one combat against multiple little skeletons after conducting some tests. A true general's demeanor. What's more, he did not forget that in this evolution, the skeleton soldier had also learned a new skill. Cleave. Let's try this skill. Understood, skeleton. There was even a dialogue bubble above the skeleton soldier's head, which made him pause for a moment. Soon, the skeleton soldier was ready. At first, it seemed a little confused, frequently looking at Mu Yuan for guidance, appearing wanted to ask for advice but hesitating. You need to believe in yourself. As a leading skeleton, you must learn to explore and improve on your own, to set an example for the other little buddies, you understand, right? The skeleton soldier nodded repeatedly. Mu Yuan watched the skeleton soldier learn on its own. After all, he himself didn't know how either. Don't ask him how to use the skill. He wasn't even clear about what the skill was. The guide didn't mention it, so he guessed it was advanced content. Using a skill was not easy, as it involved the use of energy. After pondering for about 10 minutes, the skeleton with the demeanor of a great emperor gradually figured out the knack. It raised its sword high, black mist gradually gathered on the blade of the sword. The black energy covered it, and the skeleton soldier, after charging for 7 or 8 seconds, finally made a swift cut at the gray wolf corpse in front of it, using it as a target. Boom! Like a hot knife through butter, the tough fur and bone of the gray wolf could not resist at all. It was cut open, and the blade with black energy even left some traces in the ground. So strong, my skeleton, truly a general. Not only that, after releasing this cleave, the skeleton soldier started to contemplate on the spot. It was thinking, considering, improving. Its intelligence was always higher than other skeletons. After the evolution, it had a significant improvement. After a while, the second cleave it used had a noticeably shorter charge time. Good. Mu Yuan was very satisfied. Of course, his excellent guidance as a lord was also inseparable from this. If he didn't fully utilize the subjective initiative of the skeleton soldier and let it learn to explore on its own, how could it improve so quickly? After 2 cleaves, most of the energy in the skeleton soldier's body was consumed, and it was difficult for it to use a third one. After all, it was still a level 1 baby, Mu Yuan understood very well. Looking at the hard-working and promising skeleton soldier who was still thinking and practicing, he thought of giving it a name. It couldn't always be called door panel skeleton or skeleton a soldier. After all, it was destined to be one of the generals in the territory in the future. A dignified general couldn't be nameless. Stand up straight. I'm going to give you your real name. Since you're from the undead and also a skeleton, how about I call you Dead Bone? The future General Dead Bone, after undergoing evolutionary baptism, had fully recovered from his injuries and his missing left arm was restored. His condition had returned to its peak. However, the conditions of the other little skeletons were still quite poor. Mu Yuan did not dare to take the General Dead Bone out for exploration. Safety first. While he ordered Dead Bone to contemplate on his skills, the previous tasks continued. That is to set traps to enhance the defensive power of their territory. Dead Bone. The territory was in a mess. Not only did the scattered bodies of gray wolves need to be cleared and cleaned, but he also needed to build a house that didn't have any leaks. Mu Yuan pondered over the next development plan. If I could gather the wolfskin and meat, there'd be a lot of value. However, he glanced at his skeletons and considered this to be a tall order. Even if General Dead Bone tried, the best he could do would be to tear off a few torn and bloody wolfskins. It would be meaningless. Moreover, General Dead Bone was already burdened with heavy tasks. His self-improvement and setting up traps took precedence. Next, he planned to evolve the second skeleton soldier as a home guard. Then he would lead Dead Bone to explore the surroundings. Exploring was not just for gathering more resources, but also to understand the area. If he didn't know what big enemy was hiding in the darkness surrounding his territory, Mu Yuan wouldn't feel secure. As for the crucial evolution points, there was no use in being impatient. He could only let each skeleton work around the clock, making the injured skeletons do some manual labor. It didn't matter if they did it well or not, all that mattered was that they didn't stop. This was the only way to efficiently generate evolution points. The number of evolution points produced by an individual skeleton after evolution was slightly higher than before, but the increase was limited. To significantly boost the production of evolution points, he needed to increase their numbers. He needed more little skeletons. Having arranged all the tasks, Mu Yuan was left with free hands. But it was not time to rest yet. Before his territory became strong and secure, how could he possibly rest? Was he playing a game? This was a matter of life and death? I know too little about supernatural game and eternal world. Whether other people's troops can evolve, how to grade troops, what are the main enemies in the early stages, is there any other way to strengthen the troops apart from leveling up and numerous other things? I am utterly ignorant. He didn't even know the skills. He also wanted to show off his knowledge in front of Dead Bone, effortlessly pointing out key techniques, but he didn't know any. He also wasn't sure what he would face in the future. When could players finally settle down without constantly facing a threat of death and truly wield supernatural power? Even if it was just spitting fire or gushing water. He was a greenhand who didn't understand anything. He was a pure novice, in the game for less than 12 hours. Mu Yuan opened the forum. In just half a day, a few new faces had appeared in the forum, those with clear player identities. Shovel General. Damn. My initial troops are weak goblins. They are weak and chaotic, not listening to commands at all. Should I just dig my own grave now? Dazzling silly hair. Bro, goblins are not weak at all. There seems to be a goblin settlement outside my territory, and they harass me every day. These creatures even know tactics and are driving me to death. A goo-goo bird. Grass, an element. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days because of this damn game. It's not just that, but I've not been able to keep up with updates. Can't we just not play this damn game? Can't I just admit that I can't handle it? Crooked Mouth God. Haha, no one really believes this game exists, right? It can't be true, right? It's made to look so realistic. Mu Yuan browsed through the posts one by one, and naturally, there were more onlookers in the forum. Many people didn't believe in the existence of supernatural game. but there were quite a few real players. Looking back and forth, he discovered dozens of players. Some players communicated with each other, but most of them were in worse situations than him, and some were almost wiped out by the pack of Grey Wolves. Could Grey Wolves actually wipe out a player's units? That must mean they're very weak. Are there no strong players who can provide me with some high-level information? Besides the top strategy post, Mu Yuan didn't find anything else useful. Rushing to plan the next stage is risky. If I choose the wrong path, I'll waste a lot of time. Besides, the novice trial seems to be a huge crisis. I need to figure out what to prepare in advance, and all these. There might still be a way to find the answers. For instance, the player who wrote the top strategy post. Regarding the background of the forum, Mu Yuan had some speculations. Probably it was run by Zan country's authority, otherwise they wouldn't be generous enough to provide such comprehensive and effective strategies. The supernatural game has been around for a long time. Till now, only rumors are being spread, and the societal climate remains calm. This shows that the authority has strong control. If his guess was right, maybe he was already on the authorities' radar when he entered this forum. Ding ding ding, the forum administrator has initiated a chat with you, would you like to accept? Is it finally happening? Mu Yuan scratched his chin, slightly surprised, and after a short pause, he clicked accept. A chat window popped up immediately. The other user's forum name was Not a Daughter Fan, complete with an avatar of a cute little girl carved out of ivory. Mu Yuan. He had expected many things, but not a forum administrator that didn't seem too serious. Is this person really an official staff? As for him, he hadn't had the chance to choose an interesting username yet. Currently, he was still 20,230,716,669. Ahem. Sorry to bother you. I believe you must have many confusions and uncertainties right now. Oh, forgot to introduce myself. I'm the administrator of this forum, a supernatural game player just like you, and also a staff member of the relevant department in Zan country's authority. You can call me Yang Kong. Oh, and have you seen my avatar? My daughter is very cute. Mu Yuan. What was he supposed to say? After hesitating for a while, all he could muster was agreeing with Yang Kong and cautiously continued to probe. Yang Kong continued, that's right, this secretive forum was established by the country as a guidance forum. There are a few other forums like this. Their purpose is simple, to guide rookie players who have obtained game eligibility but are still cluelessly adjusting, in order to reduce the death rate of new players. After gaining player eligibility and establishing contact with the Eternal Continent, I suppose you must have started looking for related information online, am I right? Most novices tend to do so once the initial excitement wears off. As long as someone searches for such information, they're bound to find these types of forums, which is not by chance, it is an inevitability. Mu Yuan nodded slightly, leaving everything aside. Without that strategy post, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Grey Wolf Pack without suffering losses. He indisputably benefited from it. You might ask why the existence of the supernatural world isn't officially disclosed. I think you understand already. The granting of player status is completely random and limited in quantity. Currently, only the young population seems to have a higher chance of obtaining it. Furthermore, it is rumored that there are much deeper and more important reasons involved. Hence the authorities can only guide players in this manner. The second purpose is that the authorities need to keep a record of players. This is to maintain social order, and it will not restrict your life or game freedom, as long as you don't commit any illegal activities. Mu Yuan was not surprised by this. Players are individuals who have the opportunity to wield a supernatural power, and not everyone can have high moral standards like him. Control was inevitable, just as with weaponry such as guns and swords. Nevertheless, he tried to express a mixture of surprise, fear, and hesitation in his messages. Before he could say anything more, Yang Kong said, of course, players who have officially registered with the authorities receive preferential treatment. Not only will the authority purchase a high-coverage accident insurance policy for players, but they also provide a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan. Zan country has always strongly supported its supernatural players. Although players might be resistant, the officials are offering too much. You get a subsidy just for signing up. I see. If you're not short on money, not many people would break the law. The authorities are using the power of money to nip any potential problems in the bud. But do players need money? Mu Yuan could confidently say, he does. Supernatural game could provide him with a large amount of wealth and social status in the future, but for now, at least, he can't find a way to cash in, making him rather poor. Besides, Mu Yuan has a noble character, so he would never resist something like registering his identity and following the law, right? This has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that his identity has probably been officially confirmed by the game officials. The official staff, judging by the situation, are quite certain he is a real player. He also genuinely desires to obtain more information from the officials, and it would be even better if he could receive it for free. Mu Yuan didn't completely believe them, but who cares when it's free, he thought. He was harboring a lot of confusion in his mind, so he picked out one question among them and asked cautiously. I heard that top-level troops possess earth-shattering power. What exactly are top-level troops, and how much development do they need in order to possess such power? About that question. Just as Yang Kong was about to answer, he realized that this question involved a wide range of knowledge. That single question hit at least 3 or 4 points, astonishing. Some areas even touched on his knowledge blind spots. But he took control of the situation, thinking to himself that this young man is just a greenhand. He could just gloss over the parts he's not clear on. Greenhands can't tell the difference anyway. He hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, the vast majority of his players have a hard time acquiring advanced troops. Let alone top-level ones. But ordinary troops can acquire formidable power if cultivated to high levels. Well, let me first explain to you the hierarchy of troops. You probably noticed on your interface that newly recruited troops are labeled as level 1 of 0 order. We also refer to the 0 order as the apprentice level, and troops at this level are relatively ordinary, still within the mortal realm. Once the troops level up to 9, they can start advancing to the profession level, also known as the soldier level. At this point, the troops can shatter large stones and blast through walls. They might even be able to dodge or deflect bullets, possessing all sorts of inconceivable abilities. The main troops of most veteran players are at this level. Above this, there are the second-order elite level, third-order warlord level, fourth-order leader level. And the leader level could already be considered a powerhouse. But as for how strong the leader level actually is, Yang Kong hasn't seen it before. He's just a non-combat staff member after all. Of course, it's not easy for troops to break through to a higher level. It not only requires cultivation experience to be fully achieved but also consumes a lot of rare materials to aid in the breakthrough. You understand that, right? Of course, Mu Yuan understood. This is the standard operation in games. Soul Sand is equivalent to an experience book. And the rare treasures are the breakthrough materials. He was all too familiar with this system. He didn't expect that after traveling to another world and entering supernatural game, he would have to painstakingly grind for materials all over again. Not only that, but there's also a chance of failure when troops attempt to break through to a higher level. And this failure rate is closely related to the rank of the troops. So everyone pursues high-level troops. It's just that high-level troops are hard to come by. So, do ordinary troops not stand a chance to advance to a higher rank? Mu Yuan asked. Yang Kong. Of course there's a chance. Anything is possible in the Eternal Continent. Some treasures even possess effects like purification, metamorphosis, evolution. But these kinds of treasures are so rare that they're no easier to get than recruiting rare troops. From Yang Kong's explanation, Mu Yuan also understood the rank division of troops. Ordinary, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical. Each major rank is further broken down into 1-star to 3-star. So, the skeleton soldiers can be considered top-tier ordinary rank troops _. If a player randomly gets a high-ranking troop at the start of the game, doesn't that mean they can ascend to high stature just like that? That kind of situation is impossible. It's hard enough for veteran players to recruit rare troops, let alone greenhands. Besides, Yang Kong paused for a moment. Even if a player randomly got a high-ranking troop or a top-tier troop, a greenhand player wouldn't be able to control it. This is because many high-ranking troops have a certain level of spiritual wisdom right from the start. A few of the gifted ones can even awaken their own consciousness, allowing them to speak human language, learn and progress on their own. But these strong troops would never submit to a new player like you. Nevertheless, high-ranking troops are indeed powerful. For instance, troops of the rare rank often possess skills, whether it's energy manipulation even before breaking into the professional level, or the possession of natural abilities in higher-ranking troops. Fighting against lower-level troops is like a father fighting a son to them. So that's how it is, but Mu Yuan switched back to the game interface, glanced at the skills displayed on the Dead Bones panel, then at the skeleton who was currently practicing and continuously improving, and who could even speak. He fell into deep thought. Ah yeah. High-ranking troops, they're indeed amazing, I'm so envious. Mu Yuan continued to ask a few more questions, until he could see that Yang Kong was getting a little tired from all the questioning, and only then reluctantly stopped. An opportunity like this to get free information might not come again in the future.
Ahem, don't worry too much about the problem with the information. Right now, this forum is just a guiding forum, the information isn't ample and is jumbled. For real game players, our Zon country has also set up an exchange platform, the Taizon Forum. I will send you the invitation code later. You can find most of the information on the Taizon Forum.
Mu Yuan had guessed that Zon country possessed a massive platform for information exchange, but freeloading was more enjoyable. Yang Kong quickly switched topics. Next, we need to discuss a somewhat important problem, concerning the safety and future of you newcomers. You should have already experienced it, the predicaments faced by the players during their early stages in the Eternal Continent. As time goes by, the existence of players' territories will be more prominent, drawing the attention of more and more enemies, and survival will get more difficult. Indeed, he himself not mentioning, many players on the forum posted for help. They suffered heavy losses on the second and third day. Continuing like this, the probability of survival can't be described as high but rather absolute. New players have fewer troops, and their rank is commonly 1 star. With no experience, even if they get some opportunities during the exploration process, it is very difficult to get through the novice trial. You should know that during the trial, players will face even fiercer attacks. Territories can't be defended, but that doesn't mean losing your life if you couldn't defend your territory. Therefore, our suggestion for most new players is to give up the territory and relocate your game character to a safer place. Hence, there won't be any concern about life or death anymore. It seemed like it would work, it was a clever tactic. However, the loss of territory should have a significant impact on players, right? Besides, individual players can't find safe spots across the wilderness on their own. The impact is indeed significant. Without a territory, the player's identity will drop from quasi-chosen lord to chosen one. They will also be limited in controlling their troops, unable to possess troop buildings, etc. in future prospects. I said too much. Lord players, of course, have more advantages than non-lord players, but there is a premise: we have to ensure survival first. For newcomers without supernatural backgrounds or extreme luck, my suggestion here is survival first. Yang Kong continued, as for the relocation, if you accept our suggestion, officials will send an elite team and escort you to the large city built by our big shots in Zon country. Sending an elite team to escort you past the many obstacles is costly and, frankly, that cost will be paid by the dismantled Lord's Altar. The self-demolished Lord's Altar still retains much value. So not only do you not need to worry about moving to a safe place, but you could also gain some soul sand. Of course, locating your game territory will take time and require your cooperation. The official team may not always be available, so you will need to hold out for a few days until the escort team arrives. According to Yang Kong's narration, the player's landing spot isn't entirely random, and players from Zon country are likely to land on the outer periphery of the territories that Zon country has already developed. He, Mu Yuan, being from Baijiang City, would land in the corresponding area of Baiyun State, Baijiang City. The deviation wouldn't be large. Major cities have already been set up in Baiyun State by the officials. They hold considerable power and influence in the Eternal Continent. This is also the premise of rescue operations. Otherwise, considering the vastness of the Eternal Continent, trying to send an elite team to save players from far away would be too late, and the risk would be much greater. In the process of this rescue operation, although the officials can profit, the players are also very willing. After all, the vast majority of players do not have a choice. If there's no official rescue, they wouldn't survive, but with the intervention of official powers, the players can escape life-threatening situations whilst remaining eligible. It's an overall win. Mu Yuan pondered. You got a point, but I still want to give it a try. Yang Kong. Since you agree, I'll report it for you. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? Yang Kong. Did he forget to describe the danger of the Eternal Continent, or is this kid just stubborn? Dude, this is a matter of life and death. Wait, Yang Kong thought of a third possibility. This young man seems calm. If his initial troops aren't any bad either, he would be pretty confident. However, often those who can swim are more likely to drown. During his tenure as a guide, he had seen players who were full of confidence but ended up being severely beaten. Of course, he had also encountered real geniuses who managed to clear the novice trial with personal abilities and developed an independent territory. This path is covered with thorns. Those who comfortably enjoy the game early on actually live quite well. Just like him. But Yang Kong is well aware that for such confident or hard-headed gamers, persuasion from him alone is unlikely to change their mind. He also admires them. Zon Country also hopes there could be more players that can get through the novice trial, to continually expand Zon Country's territory and influence in the Eternal Continent. He emphasized the danger of the novice trial and warned him, no matter what, you need to be careful when exploring the surrounding areas in the early stage. At this time, you can't afford any mistakes. If you have any changes of mind, you can always contact me. Remember, don't insist on it if you can't, otherwise it might be too late. The officials also provide substantial support, including remnant souls of troop type, soul sand, equipment and so on, to lords who are determined to pass the novice trial. But if you want to get these benefits, new players need to prove their potential, i.e. pass the assessment. For detailed information, you can consult your local players association. Lastly, brother, I just want to nag you a little more. Don't forget to register at your local association. We gamers may have competition, but more often it's about cooperation and win-win. You can trade resources, exchange information with other players, or team up to fight against monster camps and so on. And the most important thing is to pay attention to safety. Only by being alive can you have a future. This brother Yang is just like an old mom, but it has to be said that aside from being a bit of a daughter con, he's pretty decent indeed, dutifully providing him with lots of information. He certainly needs to exchange resources and information. Although there's absolutely nothing in his pockets now, he can prepare in advance, right? As for migrating to a safe city, that's absolutely unnecessary. Relocating to a safe city would only mean living at the mercy of others. Perhaps Brother Yang thinks it's very safe, but he feels that a place where powerful figures are rampant is far from safe for weaklings. The Eternal Continent is a dog-eat-dog world. Compared to that, staying in his own territory, within the scope of his control, is more reassuring. But, you never know. If there's a monster near his territory that's too powerful to resist, he definitely won't be able to pass the novice trial. Then, strategic withdrawal is necessary. Brother Yang also mentioned that Zon Country provides certain resource support for newcomers who are determined to break through the novice trial. That won't bother me. He, Mu Yuan, loves freebies the most, however, it isn't time yet. With just General Deadbone, a single skeleton soldier, the potential he's showing definitely isn't enough. He's indeed too weak. Moreover, he isn't clear about the situation in the Players Association, but since it's said to be established in the city center, he'll have time to take a look. After taking another glance at the game status and giving Deadbone a few pep talks, Mu Yuan used the invitation code given by Yang Kong. Countless pixel blocks sprung from the screen, finally outlining a forum interface. Quite something. Ding dong, verification has been passed. Ding dong, player identity detected, automatically redirected to the newbie section. Ding dong, as you haven't registered yet, you won't be able to post, purchase information, etc., on the forum. and the trial access will only last for 72 hours. Please register at the local association as soon as possible. Mu Yuan. He was thinking, what if a player doesn't give a damn about the official staff and doesn't register? Turns out the bait is here. Having experienced the convenience of forum information, who can afford to lose it? A player who doesn't troll in forums isn't a real player. He currently only has trial access, and the only section he can enter is the newbie area. Surprisingly, the players here are very active, with the public chat channel being flooded with messages non-stop. By rights, there shouldn't be many people who got the game qualification. Even if this forum gathers all the newbies from Zon country, the number of newbies in 1 year isn't that many. The activity level seems like every newbie is trolling in the forum. Oh, playing supernatural game and trolling in the official forum don't seem to conflict with each other? Then it's fine. Just like him now, glancing at the game from time to time. If nothing major happens, he just swaps back to the forum, without any interruptions. No need to worry about computer lag either. The operation of supernatural game doesn't take up any computer CPU, it only needs a medium or carrier. As for the Tai Zon forum, well, it doesn't seem to take up any memory either. This forum appears to be quite metaphysical too. Thankfully it's metaphysical. Otherwise, his old tortoise-shell notebook might not be able to handle it. First, Mu Yuan looked at the featured posts. Compared to other forums, the information provided here is undoubtedly more comprehensive and detailed. Everything he can think of, and everything he can't think of, is here. The best cultivation methods and combat strategies for skeleton troops. How to conquer a goblin camp in the wild. Speculation about the eternal continent and corruption. 18 key details about the novice trial. Mu Yuan slowly looked at the fourth one and lightly clicked with his mouse. Ding! Your balance is insufficient, please recharge, now redirecting to the recharge interface. Ding! You have not registered your identity yet, so you cannot recharge. Please register your identity as soon as possible. Mu Yuan. He wanted to flip the table. But Mu Yuan didn't want to register yet. Don't be mistaken, he just didn't want to go out. Moreover, it was already 6 p.m. The government workers would have already left work. Before I got this game, I felt the real world was safe. But now I see the tip of the iceberg underneath reality. Anyway, it's better to be careful and try not to go out at night. After all, with the large base of players, some people will inevitably take risks. There are definitely some wanted criminal players out there. Plus, occasionally, monsters cross the world gap into Langsing, and these monsters from the Eternal Continent often show more interest in players. Monsters don't have a highly keen sense of smell, but if there are dozens of people in front of a monster, and one of them is a player, then these irrational creatures will surely pounce on the player first. For monsters, players are naturally like bait. The odds of this happening are low, but it's better to guard against it. I need to strengthen my troops as soon as possible. Once my lord's territory has enough power, I'll incorporate a few skeleton soldiers into my lord's seal so I can call them out when it's critical. Since he couldn't mooch off the premium posts, Mu Yuan could only turn to other posts, hoping to dig out some valuable clues from the discussions of these foolish players. Especially those related to the novice trial. The clues were more abundant than he had expected. 8 out of 10 of these newbies were talking about the trial, and 2 were asking questions. Mu Yuan noticed that there were many green hands like him, all of them seeming to have emerged around this time. Someone asked the same question as he did. Don't you know? The supernatural game selection period for newbies happens in batches, about every half a year. Some areas might be early or late by a few days. So the timing of the novice trials in different areas isn't exactly the same. It will occur about a month after you obtain your gaming qualifications. During the novice trial, the world enters the phase of red mist frenzy moon, making the monsters exceptionally crazy, constantly assaulting your territory. This is the most dangerous moment for rookie lords. Of course, the rewards will be proportional to the danger. After passing the novice trial, players will receive gifts from the world, including a large amount of soul sand, troop upgrades, random recruitment of a group of troops, etc. Excellent players can also earn special buildings, special blueprints, and even troop buildings. But hey, there are a limited number of special rewards. If you want to get them, it's not enough to just survive the trial. You also need to kill a large number of enemies. In simpler terms, you need to outperform the other newbies in your area to win the favor of Eternal World's will. The player, known as One-Hand Information Dealer, no middleman Margan, didn't seem like a green hand. He seemed more like an old player who had sneaked into the green hand area. The motive, well, goes without saying. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. So the novice trial involves a ranking? While most players dare not face the trial and can only strategically retreat, some newbies are actually preparing to compete for the ranking. Indeed, the gap between people is astonishingly enormous. But are the other newbies this amazing? Isn't it said that newbies can only summon a maximum of ordinary 2-star, ordinary 3 stars level troops? A player not rich second generation said, "It's true that newbies can initially only recruit up to 3-star troops, but the troops' star level isn't everything. The player's command ability, micromanagement level, control over the troops, personal talent, luck, etc. are also important. For example, I only randomly got a 1-star hedgehog, but within 3 days of joining the game, I've killed more than 10 3-stars level monsters." Hiss. Many players below expressed their amazement and asked this expert for his strategy. Not Rich second generation said, "It's really simple. As long as we buy a large number of remnant souls in the real world that can recruit 3 stars level troops, then use the link between reality and the eternal continent to reverse manifest in the game world, it's easy to surround and kill the same grade monsters. Unfortunately, we newbies can't reverse manifest war souls that can recruit rare rank troops yet. And having people in our homes transport war souls across the eternal continent, we're worried that influencing the game world might affect the scoring of the trial, so it's better not to for now." Player A. Player B. A whale has infiltrated among us. Any player who has been active in the forum for a while would not find troop types, treasure grades, etc. foreign. Remnant soul, random, description. Using this item can randomly recruit a type of soldier. There is a 90% probability of recruiting a regular 1-star troop, 9% probability of recruiting a regular 2-star troop, and 1% probability of recruiting a regular 3-star troop. This is the most common remnant soul of a troop type, also called gambling dog remnants. Although the majority of players using this type of remnant soul can only recruit crippled level troops, many still choose to gamble heavily. There exist the random remnant souls, and there also exist remnant souls that will certainly recruit a certain type of troop. Like, remnant soul, little skeleton, remnant soul, little fairy, remnant soul, militia. The price of random remnant souls is higher than that of goblin, little skeletons and other remnant souls, but it is far less than remnant soul, skeleton soldier, remnant soul, archer, remnant soul, guardian, remnant soul, centaur, and other 2-star or 3-star remnant souls. The price of 3-star remnant souls is not only high, but they are also extremely scarce. An experienced player complained, "I was wondering why the price of 3-star remnant souls has been rising recently, even higher than the rare war souls. Turns out you guys drove it up." The power of whales is truly terrifying. As a poor person like me, I cannot keep up, and can only depend on my diligence and effort. Mu Yuan sighed. He, too, wanted to compete in the trial ranking. The second-generation players had their eyes on the trial ranking rewards, not to mention an ordinary person like him. He must seize every opportunity he can get. However, these second-generation players must have already owned dozens of 3-star troops, and I only have General Dead Bone and a skeleton soldier. The gap is still relatively large right now. He is still too weak and powerless, although Dead Bone and regular 3-star troops are not the same thing. Mu Yuan switched back to the game. Notice, your skeleton soldier, Dead Bone, has been upgraded to level 2 of the Zero Order. While he was browsing the forum, while he was diligently collecting information, Dead Bone was also incredibly diligent, not only pondering how to use skills, but also continuously absorbing soul sand. At this moment, he was finally able to upgrade to LV2. Dead Bone's strength, speed, and energy reserve have all been enhanced at level 2, however, the increase in combat power is not as dramatic as that brought by evolution. It has approximately consumed 3 grams of soul sand. He had previously harvested 8.8 grams of soul sand, half of which was used for Little Skeleton's recovery, and the rest was concentrated on dead bone. It did not disappoint and leveled up quickly. It is said that the speed of a troop absorbing soul sand varies, and dead bone, taking roughly 6 hours, undoubtedly belongs to a faster category. This is a hidden talent of the troop. Mu Yuan wasn't surprised. He had to mention again, "My son Dead Bone has the demeanor of a great emperor." Going forward, the amount of soul sand required for leveling up and time will increase exponentially, so it isn't easy to train the troops up to Zero Order level 9, and then break through to professional level. After all, professional level is almost the domain of experienced players. However, he had been browsing the forum for so long and had come across a few players who are filled with confidence and want to make a name in the novice trials. These players seem confident that they will advance to the professional level of troops before the trials arrive, that is, within a month. In other words, if I also want to get additional rich gifts from heaven and earth, I must cultivate professional level troops at the minimum. To be safe about it, I have to cultivate 3 to 9 of them. It's time to set out into the vast world. Mu Yuan chanted the evolution points, and a pale box appeared before him. Skeleton evolution point. 1.03 feet. He estimated that 10 little skeletons could produce 1 unit of evolution point in 6 hours, meaning they could evolve 4 3-star skeleton soldiers in a day. This speed isn't slow. However, this is the maximum speed, when the workload on the little skeletons is at its full capacity. Previously, many little skeletons got injured. Those who lost arms and legs would naturally accumulate the evolution points slower. From noon until now, they just accumulated enough resources for evolution. Soon, Mu Yuan evolved a battered, highly accomplished little skeleton into a skeleton soldier, and named it Bone 2. Bone 2 also learned the skill cleave during evolution, proving that this is not an exception, but one of the effects that comes with evolutionary power. Both are regular 3-star troops, but there is a world of difference between having a skill and not having a skill. However, Bone 2's intelligence is far less than Dead Bone, and it's still a stupid skeleton. Even though it has learned cleave, it couldn't use it for the time being. Noob. But Noob can train more. Mu Yuan's command was not understood by Bone 2, but that's okay. When Dead Bone took over communication, Bone 2 began to understand. With Dead Bone's guidance, even an idiot like Bone 2 will eventually get the hang of using skills. Mu Yuan did not let Dead Bone continue tutoring. Now that he has evolved his second skeleton soldier and the remaining little skeletons have all recovered, it is time for him to take his first step into the vast universe of war. He looked out. The sky over Baizhang City had completely darkened. In reality, it was precisely 8 p.m. The day on Eternal Continent was also 24 hours long. The game zone he was in had similar time zone to Zon Country. However, the daytime on Eternal Continent was longer. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still bright. This was the basis for going out. After all, he was still a total greenhand. If the night has already fallen, it's better to go to bed early. The area covered by the novice territory was approximately 100 to 200 meters in diameter. Everything within this area was clearly visible to Mu Yuan, who was sitting in front of the computer. But this God's eye view angle, the ability to get an overview, was only available within the territory. The further places were covered by a slow-moving white fog, rendering the map pitch black. Mu Yuan started to call up his troops. He would definitely bring General Dead Bone. In addition to him, he also personally selected 3 unremarkable little skeletons. Yes, the primary function of these little skeletons is to protect him, the weak lord. He didn't want to go out either. But once a military unit steps out of the territory, the lord can no longer control it from a distance. He can only let the unit act according to the previous commands. Therefore, leading troops out to fight is common for new players. Dead Bone already has self-awareness and the basics of independent action, but if it goes out all by itself, Mu Yuan, as a parent, is still worried. He really worries over his own skeletons. Soon, a human and 4 skeletons came to the edge of the territory, facing a dense white fog. As Mu Yuan moved forward, the drifting fog began to disperse, and the scene outside the territory gradually became clear. But at the same time, Mu Yuan's view was dropping. He went from overlooking the whole scene from a high place to a third-person view. Reminder: you have stepped out of the territory. The white fog was billowing around robust trees, each over 10 meters high. Falling leaves piled up and the road was rugged. Occasionally, you could see some huge paw prints of wild beasts, adding a few shades of terror to the quiet forest. Mu Yuan had already figured out the details of going out, and wasn't surprised about the change of perspective. But this view that had shrunk countless times still made him feel uncomfortable and unsafe. No wonder guides recommend players who have no confidence to simply stay in their territories and not go out. There is a massive difference between fighting inside and outside the territory. He became even more cautious. Dead Bone was walking in the front, pushing the thicket aside. Mu Yuan stayed firmly in the middle of the three little skeletons. Yes, this position was more conducive to commanding. It's just a pity that the little skeletons were still too short. Their skeletal structures were still not solid. If there were 3 skeleton soldiers, it would be better. The bushes suddenly started shaking, and sparse noises could be heard. The soul flame in Dead Bone's eyes flickered, staring straight at the bush. Wild gray wolves appeared. He hadn't even walked a few steps, and he had already run into wild monsters. From the looks of it, these wolves were probably heading to his territory to stage an attack. They have a death wish. There weren't as many wolves as the previous group, only 7, but the leading wolf had glistening fur and was noticeably more robust than the other wolves. Gray Wolf, normal star, level 4 of 0 order. It was a level 4 Wolf King. The Wolf King had fierce eyes and was already pouncing. Without fear, Dead Bone drew his battle blade, and it started to glow with wisps of black light. Bang! The force of cleave gushed out, crushing the Wolf King's sharp claws before striking on its fierce head. It sliced through the fur, flesh, and bone. The overpowering force squashed the entire wolf's body. From high above, Dead Bone landed heavily on the ground. The remaining force diffused out. The ground cracked. In the center of the cracked ground was a shapeless corpse. It was the deceased Wolf King. The Wolf King pounced on them. The Wolf King was beaten until it frothed at the mouth. Soon, Dead Bone killed 2 more howling gray wolves. Even before the other 3 little skeletons could reach the battlefield, it had achieved a commendable hat trick. Perhaps Dead Bone was too fierce. This time, the gray wolves didn't fight to the death. The bloodthirsty scarlet in their eyes was replaced by fear before it could fully flare up. They howled in fear and scattered in all directions. One unlucky beast was caught by Dead Bone and slaughtered in just a few strokes. Notification. Acquired 2.3 grams of soul sand. Notification. Acquired 0.9 grams of soul sand. Notification. Acquired a random remnant soul of troop type. Notification. They struck the loot. This was the contribution of the Wolf King. Ah, Wolf King, my friend. Compared to the last time, this battle had no losses, only gains. Oh, not entirely. Dead Bone did suffer some losses. Its armor had been scratched by wolf claws in a few places, and it had used a cleave. It must be known, even at its peak, Dead Bone's energy reserves could only support 2 consecutive cleaves. Wolf King had used up one of these. The Wolf King is indeed terrifying. After defeating the wolf pack, Mu Yuan quickly packed up the spoils and left, so as not to attract other beasts with the smell of blood. After walking a certain distance, he checked and saw that his evolution points had increased to 0.33. Indeed, more evolution points can be squeezed out from battles. The collection of soul sand was also considerable, at 4.2 grams, enough to evolve another level 2 skeleton. He took out and inspected the remnant soul again. It was a semi-transparent light ball about the size of a basketball. A blurred figure that didn't really look like a man or beast was projected on it, making it completely unclear what it was. If it's unclear, then it's a random remnant soul. If you can clearly see the form, then it specifically points to a certain troop type. But the usage of remnant soul must be done at the Lord's altar, where soul sand is consumed to connect with the heaven and earth, resurrecting and completing it into a troop type. I'll deal with it when I get back. Mu Yuan continued on his way, controlling his game character to embark on a difficult journey through the rugged mountains and forests, with the three little skeletons wobbly following him. He was very careful, his gaze constantly sweeping the surroundings. Occasionally, he would switch his view back to his territory. He currently had two views, one was the character's view, and the other was the territory's view. Thus, he was not worried about getting lost. As long as his territory existed, he had a clear coordinate guidance. This seems to be some kind of berry. Some fruits he did not recognize were growing among the bushes not far away. Light tapping with the mouse didn't provide any clear information. Mu Yuan then realized that these were just ordinary fruits. Ordinary fruits and wolf meat are the same. They are unranked items that can't be realized into the real world. Even if they could be, no player would do so, as the value of these items was far less than the consumption of soul sand during the realization process. But this orchard can provide a lot of food. Although my current skeleton soldiers don't need food, it doesn't mean that it will be the same in the future. Finding food near my territory is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Mu Yuan marked the location on the map and moved deeper into the fruit forest. He still maintained a slow pace, a steady speed, and his gaze occasionally swept the surroundings. Soon, he discovered something else. There was a small tree, unremarkable except for several bright red fruits hanging from it. The glossy, translucent fruits looked extraordinary at a glance. Red blood fruit, common level. Description: a peculiar fruit that invigorates the blood and strengthens the body. This was one of the treasures that players mentioned on the forum that could be materialized into the real world and could affect the player's actual body. He would gradually be able to escape his weak physique. The Eternal Continent truly is adorned with treasures galore. Excited, yet trying to remain calm, Mu Yuan held back Dead Bone, who wanted to reach out for the fruit, and quickly took a few steps back. Seeing Dead Bone's puzzled expression, Mu Yuan advised solemnly, "Treasures are often associated with danger. Creature's guardian may be lurking around this red blood fruit tree, waiting to attack audaciously when we lower our guards to get the fruit." Skeleton: "So, we need to ambush first." Dead Bone seemed to be contemplating. Mu Yuan felt both gratified and worried about Dead Bone's innocent curiosity. He did not have many detailed plans or specific operational guidelines on how to be cautious. That might tarnish his radiant image in Dead Bone's eyes. Should he perhaps order some related books online for Dead Bone to study by himself? Granted, ordinary items couldn't be brought in-game, but he could summon Dead Bone to the real world to study and perhaps broaden his intellectual horizons. He truly cared for Dead Bone. Plan approved. The main task at hand was still to collect the red blood fruits. Mu Yuan commanded Little Skeleton to go forward and cautiously prod around the edge of the red blood fruit tree. Dead Bone was stationed not far away, ready to assist at a moment's notice, with the cleave skill ready for a one-hit kill if necessary. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The forest was quiet, with only the imagined sound of cawing crows echoing in Mu Yuan's mind. Could it be possible that the red blood fruit tree was too ordinary, and thus, there were no guardian creatures around it? Mu Yuan remained silent, his silence signaling his embarrassment. Dead Bone didn't notice his embarrassment. It understood that the Lord was teaching him the ways of keeping a low profile, and despite knowing there were no enemies, he let Dead Bone get the experience. It understood completely and appreciated his intentions deeply. Next time, it would definitely incorporate this learning into real combat, giving the Lord quite a surprise. The collection of red blood fruits had gone smoothly. Naturally, it was Dead Bone who went about the task. Only a skeleton with self-awareness like Dead Bone would understand the concept of picking fruits without crushing them. With 6 red blood fruits picked safely, Mu Yuan proceeded with extreme caution. They didn't encounter much danger along the way, but they had come across and eliminated 2 solitary creatures, a 1-star hog and a 1-star caveman. The entire exploration seemed relaxed, but neither of them were negligent in any way. Mu Yuan had seen enough tragic fates of players who had let their guards down without thinking of the consequences. Not even rare 3-star soldiers would be spared in such cases. Dead Bone had preliminarily grasped the essence of being careful, understanding that caution was a necessity for survival. The man and his skeletal pet, vigilant of their surroundings, hid quietly in the brush. Suddenly, Mu Yuan furrowed his brow. This patch of land. Upon stepping out from the fruit forest, the land in front of them had become notably barren. The trees were shriveled. Only a few lone leaves hung desolately. The earth was extremely dry, cracked with fissures, and the air was filled with thin, yellow, and red mists that looked rather ominous. Could this sign possibly be? He looked ahead. With no dense trees to obstruct his view, Mu Yuan noticed figures hovering in the misty distance. Green skin, tusks, short stature. What they were looking at were goblins, which were as prestigious as little skeleton. These goblins protected a tree root that was about half a meter long. It looked like a tree root, but it had red liquid flowing on it. It was the root of corruption. The root of corruption is a disaster that takes hold in the eternal world. It continuously contaminates the surroundings, gathers monstrous creatures, and corrupts all things normal. The players chosen by the eternal continent, the Chosen, are given a core mission to purify the corruption and save the world. Saving the world is an absurd task, unsuitable for an ordinary person like me, but if I remember correctly, the one who purifies the corruption may get favors from the will of the eternal world. The drop rate here was much higher than from ordinary monsters. When Mu Yuan discovered the root of corruption, the Lord's seal on the back of his hand subtly lit up, as if urging him on. But in fact, there was no need for urging. Each root of corruption is viewed as a treasure by players. They wish they could find even more roots of corruption. Mu Yuan continued to remain calm, maintaining his steady state of mind. Only the roots of corruption that he has the ability to remove are treasure chests for him. If he doesn't have this ability, he would retreat as far away as possible. He observed that this root of corruption had just grown, and it did not have a large influence area. Therefore, not many monsters had gathered around it. There were only a few figures. Six goblins, however. If there were only 6 ordinary goblins, a single skeleton using some tactics could wipe them out, but one of the figures is clearly extraordinary. It was a robust green-skinned creature, over 2 meters tall, towering over the skeleton by a significant margin. The other goblins seemed like mere chicks in front of it, not even reaching its knees. Big Goblin, Ordinary, 0 Order Level 4. Description: a product of the goblin's retrogression phenomenon, possessing strength far beyond its kin, and is inherently cruel. Although the skeleton possesses skills and consciousness, dealing with a big goblin of a higher level wouldn't be a problem. However, they were currently in the wilderness, the environment wasn't safe, and if they couldn't achieve a quick victory, accidents might occur. Skeleton, what do you think? Mu Yuan had already formed his plan. The big goblin was superior to its kin in strength and speed, so they could simply use a tactic of luring the enemy. By utilizing the speed difference between the big goblin and the goblins, they could create a time advantage and kill the big goblin as quickly as possible before the other goblins could catch up. The remaining goblins would naturally no longer pose a problem. Mu Yuan didn't expect the newly awakened skeleton, which just became self-aware, to envision any brilliant strategies. He let it think for a while, then set the strategy. Wash! The soul flame burnt fiercely, indicating that the skeleton had understood the tactic. It slowly stood up, then slipped into the thick bushes beside it, its tall figure completely disappearing within, unseen. Mu Yuan. Wasn't his tactic to have the skeleton come out to provoke while preparing for battle? Wait. A little skeleton with a vacant look was now walking out confidently. Judging by its position, it was clearly provoking the opponent. The little skeleton let out a taunt that was highly effective. The big goblin and the goblins charged forward. This was a tactic of using the little skeleton as bait, then launching a surprise attack. Well done, skeleton. He had only partially explained the tactic, ostensibly to test its understanding, and the skeleton had clearly fully comprehended it. What a clever skelly. But Mu Yuan didn't expect that the skeleton, despite its intimidating appearance, could hide its figure so perfectly. Could it possibly have acquired the ability to mask its presence through practicing the art of deception? Mu Yuan stealthily observed from behind bushes some 10 meters away. The ground trembled slightly. The imposing big goblin charged forward. It was muscular and had fierce eyes. Even from a distance, it was intimidating. The little skeleton, who served as the bait, was not afraid. But compared to the big goblin, it seemed incredibly small and feeble, almost as if it would be crushed by the big goblin at any moment. The little skeleton's brittle bones would shatter and scatter across the sky like foam, with only its skull rolling away, dying of fears. He eliminated the imagined scene from his mind. Mu Yuan was about to control the little skeleton to distract the big goblin, to see if it could hold on for a few seconds, when the skeleton hiding nearby in the bushes struck. Boom! The bushes burst apart, sending grass and shattered branches flying. The big goblin instinctively turned its head, its blood-red eyes following the flying grass and broken branches. The broken branches and grass obscured its vision. A black figure burst out from within, and a battle blade radiating wisps of dark mist appeared, rapidly getting bigger in its crimson eyes. Like a black thread, it cut through the conspicuous red. Blood splatters, gushing ceaselessly like a fountain. At the crucial moment, Big Goblin somehow managed to dodge and Dead Bone couldn't slice his massive head open like a melon. The combat knife with the power of cleave merely cut off half of the Big Goblin's body along the neck, slicing through countless flesh and bones, finally sticking in deeply. Big Goblin's vitality was rapidly draining, but it was still not dead. Instead, it roared angrily and swung at Dead Bone as if it had a sudden resurgence. This somewhat surprised Dead Bone, but seeing how close he was to death, Dead Bone didn't hesitate. He quickly let go of his weapon and took a step back to dodge the blow, then circled counterclockwise around Big Goblin, grabbed the knife handle again, and yanked it out fiercely. Splat! Blood sprayed out like a burst water pipe. Big Goblin staggered and took a couple steps before his massive body fell down heavily and dark red spread out in circles. There was no censorship, neither was the blood green. The entire game screen was dyed a bright red. At this moment, the remaining few goblins finally arrived at the battlefield. Their levels were around level 2, generally stronger than the little skeletons, but they naturally still fell one by one. During this process, Mu Yuan controlled the little skeletons to distract two goblins, performing like the perfect support. Goblins are naturally timid. Many player-recruited goblin troops, despite lacking self-consciousness, still show signs of fleeing when faced with disadvantageous situations. Is this their characteristic or instinct? However, the goblin in front of me fought until the last moment, refusing to retreat and even becoming increasingly aggressive. It was like the gray wolf we first encountered. No, it was even more exaggerated. Is this the influence of the root of corruption? Rumors say large roots of corruption can attract countless monsters to form a vast nest of various species, even triggering a large-scale monster wave that would attack and destroy human cities. To players, the root of corruption is like a treasure chest, but can also be a ticking bomb that's continually growing. The Lord would not tolerate the existence of the root of corruption near their territory. Under the protection of several little skeletons, Mu Yuan slowly walked forward and stood in front of the root of corruption. The root wasn't large, it was minute in comparison to the root of corruption. Above it swirled a blood-red power, resembling fog or lava that clung to the root and spread to the surrounding ground. Even through the computer screen, Mu Yuan could feel the ominous aura hitting him. The little skeletons also seemed slightly anxious. A long wait in the corrupted environment was harmful to both the soldiers and the player himself. He reached out, gently pressing his hand on the root of corruption. Ding! Chosen lords or hero units who have shared the Lord's purification power can cleanse the root of corruption. Prompt: do you wish to purify? Square root. In an instant, a clear and bright white light burst from his palm. Little by little it covered the black-red root. The warm and sacred light lasted for dozens of seconds before slowly fading. The next moment, an invisible wind swept across, and surprisingly a few sprouts of green buds appeared on the parched ground. The withered trees also swayed, as if cheering and celebrating. In front of Mu Yuan, the half-meter-tall root of corruption crumbled, breaking into countless fragments that dissipated with the wind. The light of heaven and earth descended. A few light orbs floated around, revealing their shape in the fading glow. Prompt. You've obtained 50 grams of soul sand. Prompt. You've obtained remnant soul, random, ×2. Prompt. You've obtained energy potion, common, ×6. Prompt. You've obtained an item, amulet, common, ×1. This must be the joy of a bountiful harvest. Mu Yuan showed a sincere smile. After purifying the root of corruption, Mu Yuan left with the joy of a successful theft, fearing to be discovered by the monsters that might be attracted by the disturbance. He did not plan to continue exploring. Firstly, he had to return to his territory before nightfall on the Eternal Continent. Secondly, Dead Bone had been through several major battles and had already used up a considerable amount of energy. Skeletons may be tireless and fearless, but they are not perpetual motion machines. Continuous battles or strenuous activities can lead to their conditions deteriorating. Taking the previously explored path back, Mu Yuan and his 4 skeletons rapidly retreated. Along the way, he couldn't help but take into account his gains. The root of corruption contributed 2 remnant souls. Wolf King had also contributed 1 earlier, and Big Goblin was equally rewarding, so in total, he had collected 4 remnant souls. Not long ago he lamented on online forums that his pockets were empty, along with other players, complaining about the rare drop rate of remnant souls. But it seems like remnant soul is not that hard to obtain. I've easily acquired 4 of them. Okay, except for those second-generation players and whales, at this stage probably no newbie could handle Big Goblin. Even Oh Huang, who initially had the 3-star troop, wouldn't dare to fight the level 4 Big Goblin. If their troop type was damaged, there's nowhere for them to turn. After the major loot from the root of corruption in previous battles, he had accumulated up to 65.3 grams of soul sand, which made him somewhat rich among the new players. Of course, the more valuable items were the remnant souls and potion items. The energy potion can allow the target to quickly recover their stamina. It's equally effective for skeleton troops, though less so in recovering energy. What Mu Yuan cared about was that he could also use this potion. He was already prepared to play the game all night, but his body couldn't keep up. With the energy potion, this wouldn't be a problem. With a sip, he won't succumb to sleepiness, and he won't go bald from stress either. Among the loot this time, the most valuable is this amulet. Amulet, common, description. Can block 3 fatal attacks that do not exceed the level 9 of Zero Order. Current remaining use is 3/3. This was a life-saving item. Mu Yuan promptly equipped it on his game character. His sense of safety skyrocketed. Amulet is a common item, as are the energy potion and red blood fruit. But their values are obviously not equal, much like the gap between the little skeleton and the skeleton soldier. After a strenuous journey, Mu Yuan's game character began displaying debuffs such as exhausted and muscle soreness. He finally made it back to his territory. Going out is really not easy. It doesn't look like I've traveled far according to the map. Oh, is it because my game character is too weak? Then it's no big deal. The rugged forest was difficult to traverse, but when he left he could keep pace with the little skeleton. However, on the return trip, he lost pace completely. He was even weaker than a single skeleton. If he wanted to explore farther places in the future, his own physical condition would be the most limiting factor. This won't do. Mu Yuan already had some ideas. Red blood fruit could improve his physical fitness, but the speed increase was too slow. Considering all this, perhaps finding a mount might be more convenient. Only, what kind of troop could serve as a mount? While pondering, he had already arrived at the altar. Let's try to recruit some troops. Mu Yuan placed 1 random remnant soul on the Lord's altar and lightly tapped the recruit button. Ding! Prompt. Commence troop recruitment. The probability of getting troops for this recruitment is 90%, 9%, 1%. Prompt. You consumed remnant soul X1, 5G soul sand. The recruitment process has started. Prompt. You have recruited the Falcon, common, troop. Falcon, common, a member of the flight series, has a sharp beak and keen eyes. It was a common 1-star troop. That's normal. Mu Yuan only has singles draw, to recruit 2-star troops requires a chain of 10, right? As for 3-star level, the appearance rate is 1%, which is higher than some card game draw, but there's no guarantee. An unlucky player might not even get anything out of 100 draws. Moreover, at least in card game draw there are limited time-ups, but not in this supernatural game. There are so many varieties of ordinary 3-star troop types. Even if I go gamble, it's almost impossible to bet on the Mount troop type one want, so. Compared to gambling, he would rather save up some money to buy specific troop type remnant souls from other players. That's more realistic. Actually, for beginners using all their random remnant souls to take a gamble is not a loss at all. Whatever the recruited troop type, they all contribute to one's combat power. Just make sure not to get a few pieces of junk worse than the little skeleton and goblin. But I'm different. I'm not well suited to recruiting a bunch of messy troop types. Only by specializing in a certain series or certain ones can the power of evolution be maximized, creating top-level troops that stand tall in the skies. However, the falcon I just recruited is a flight troop type. I can say I definitely didn't lose out in that. This big bird, with long narrow wings, a long and narrow tail, a curved beak with sharp teeth on the edges, and black and white feathers, looks majestic. In terms of appearance, the falcon looks much better than the level 1 little skeleton. But it's unclear how much combat power it has. Mu Yuan silently mulls over the evolution points. Skeleton evolution points. 1.59. Falcon evolution points. 0.01. In the previous major battles, a lot of evolution points were earned, especially in the battle between Dead Bone and Big Goblin. Mu Yuan noticed that plus 0.1 appeared several times directly on Dead Bone's forehead. It seems that under normal circumstances, Dead Bone does not earn many evolution points, but intense physical collisions can still bring about major outbursts. Mu Yuan immediately evolved the third skeleton soldier and named it Bone 3, handing it over to Dead Bone for training and management. And this lone falcon, based on the previous point generation efficiency of the little skeleton, a single falcon could produce 0.4 evolution points per day, so it would only take 2.5 days to save enough for the falcon to evolve, which is not too slow. I don't really need to use this falcon as a combat unit. It doing well as a scout would be quite good. The night gradually falls upon the Eternal Continent. The area shrouded in thick white fog outside of the Lord's territory began to resound with sporadic monster roars. The night is here, it's time to serve the meal. Compared to before, Mu Yuan's territory now has 3 skeleton soldiers, greatly enhancing the security. At least, ordinary wild wolves coming in now could only be easy prey. However, the roar sounding like a thunderbolt from a distance still startled him. Fortunately, the thunderous roar gradually moved away. Could this be a powerful monster just passing nearby? The Eternal Continent's waters seem really deep. The night in Baijiang City is like water, gradually deepening. Mu Yuan sat in front of the computer, arranged the 007 work tasks in detail. Then, he controls his character to place a few red blood fruits, energy potions, and some soul sand on the Lord's altar like offerings, praying to the choosing extraction. The next moment, a glowing light surged from the altar, wrapping all the items. The extraction process took about 10 seconds. Soon, it seemed that Mu Yuan saw the light too. As the light shines radiantly, he saw the vast land, the ruined village, the ancient altar, and the vacant skeletons. When the light gradually faded away, a few items appeared in front of Mu Yuan. An energy potion in a small jar, with orange liquid flowing inside, a translucent red blood fruit that you'd know is extraordinary just by looking, and some soul sand that gave a gorgeous shine, looking like broken gemstones. Did these treasures really materialize from the game to reality? Even though Mu Yuan has long been aware of the supernatural aspect of the game, the first real extraction of items from the game still made him overly excited. He gulped down 3 sips of Fat Nerd Mary drink. Ding! Tip. Item extraction completed. This extraction consumes 11.9 grams of soul sand. Mu Yuan. Damn! Mu Yuan felt a pain in his heart. He had worked so hard to earn that bit of soul sand. This inter-realm tax was damn expensive. In the real world, he couldn't check the item description, but he had already memorized the information about the energy potions and red blood fruits from the game. He also learned about their uses, any potential side effects, etc. through the game forum. The energy potions could make one as vigorous as a dragon or a tiger, enough to last 7 rounds in one night. They could let one experience the joy of working tirelessly, but I think I should sleep tonight. I'll save these potions for when I need to work hard, like the novice trial. I heard it might last 1 or 2 days, or even 3. I'll probably need the energy potions to maintain my status. Mu Yuan materialized 3 bottles and left 3 in the game. As for the red blood fruits, he extracted all into reality. Red blood fruits can stimulate blood circulation and strengthen the body. Perfect for someone like me to improve my physique. According to the forum, one shouldn't consume too many at once, just 1 a day for 10 to 15 days, and you will see significant improvements. By then, defeating goblins and stomping slimes wouldn't be a problem. Mu Yuan pondered and realized that his current combat power was even slightly lower than that of a level 1 little skeleton. It was time to strengthen himself. The red blood fruit was smaller than an apple. Mu Yuan rincified it and ate it, skin and all. At first, he didn't feel anything, and thought he might have eaten a fake fruit. But gradually, he started feeling hot, as if streams of heat were flowing and circulating inside his body. It was as if he had eaten 100 pounds of spicy crayfish. Hot, unbearably hot. Ha! Mu Yuan opened his mouth, exhaling a puff of white mist. He felt a little uncomfortable but endured it. At this point, taking a cold shower would relieve some discomfort but would interfere with the absorption of the red blood fruit's effect. Time ticked by. He didn't have to withstand it for long. About half an hour later, the discomfort quickly subsided, and he felt clear-headed and strong. Mu Yuan clenched his fists, clearly feeling the flow of power in his hands. He felt he could kill a wolf with 1 punch. Of course, this was an illusion. Even skeleton soldiers couldn't kill a gray wolf with a single punch, let alone an ordinary person like him. But the increase in strength and the feeling of lightness in his body were not illusions. Mu Yuan was a bit too energetic, so he did several sets of radio exercises before gradually cooling down. He took a shower and went to bed. It's not even 1 o'clock yet, this lifestyle is too healthy and regular. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Mu Yuan woke up naturally. He jumped out of bed, looking incredibly energetic. He went to his computer, which he never turned off, to check the situation from last night. Last night was not peaceful. His weak territory was actually harassed by monsters, once at around 2 in the morning, and once at around 4. These gray wolves, goblins, have no respect for the code of martial arts. Oh, they were beheaded by the patrolling Deadbone as soon as they entered the territory? That's fine then. There were 2 gray wolves and 3 goblins, all weaklings. But according to the diary, Deadbone still adopted a tactical, scratch that, a deceitful method of attack. Mu Yuan nodded in approval. He chanted, evolution points, and a faint window appeared in front of him. Let's skip the Falcon's evolution points. The evolution points of the Skeleton series had grown overnight to 1.78, which was enough to evolve another skeleton soldier. Mu Yuan had previously tried to continue evolving Deadbone, and the feedback was that he needed 5 evolution points. Pretty expensive. At low levels, a rare rank troop might not even be able to beat 5 regular 3-star troops. But rare rank troops have a higher maximum level up faster, and break through major ranks easier, so this comparison isn't fair. Mu Yuan was hesitating whether to evolve more skeleton soldiers or to save up and let Deadbone advance to rare rank troops. Let's wait. For now, let the Deadbone continue their training. I'll step out. When I get back, Deadbone should be able to level up to level 3. Mu Yuan brought the few precious soul sands and a bottle of the energy potion with him as he left his house. And he transferred the supernatural game to his phone. Yup, it's a multi-platform game. It doesn't matter whether you play it on a phone, computer or handheld console, they are all just mediums. So he didn't need to worry about not being able to keep an eye on the game while he was out. Half an hour later, in the middle of the city, the place is bustling. Mu Yuan stands in front of a grand semi-spherical building looking at the eye-catching words, Players Association, on it. He feels like choking on his own words. This indeed is the city center, and indeed the address of the Players Association, but he's passed the city center countless times, but how come he has no recollection of this grand building? It's not something you'd forget after one glance. This is practically a landmark, however, in the eyes of the passerby, this seems just like an average building. It's strange, very strange. It seems that only players can see this building. The fact that he suddenly stopped, with a look of surprise, made some pedestrians cast their glances. What's wrong with this kid? Mu Yuan blushed slightly. His actions were unavoidable, you guys wouldn't understand. Fortunately, he was not the only one to react this way. 3 others had the same reaction. They were, like him, newcomers to Baijiang City. When everyone makes a fool of themselves, it was like none did. Player, heaven covers, earth holds. Treasure, what? No, what's really going on with this Players Association? However, the presence of other newcomers eased the tension somewhat. Still, Mu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. One of them was wearing a frog costume, whether to hide his identity or just coming back from work was unknown. Another was in a cuz dress, cosplaying a fox lady troupe. With a wiggly white foxtail, it was hard not to follow its movement with your eyes. The last one seemed normal, except his hair was messily piled up like a bird's nest. The dark circles under his eyes were glaringly apparent. His face was deathly pale, which made people question if he would suddenly collapse. They're all performance artists, huh? Ahem, although Mu Yuan too had done a bit of disguise. Yep, just a bit. After some interaction, they became slightly acquainted. The guy in the frog costume was called, Selling Tadpoles Frog, older than Mu Yuan. Hence the nickname, Old Brother Mai Hua. The girl in the fox lady costume referred to herself as, White Fox Yingying. Mu Yuan shortened it to, San Ying. The young man with the, soon-to-die, look had the username, Liver Emperor. Mu Yuan simply called him, Liver Emperor. Mu Yuan also made up a previously prepared, player's nickname, which might make him fit in a bit more. It's not that he doesn't want to be a decent person. There are employees at the Players Association responsible for welcoming and explaining things to the players. Under the guidance of the staff, Mu Yuan and the others quickly entered the association. As soon as they stepped in, it felt like stepping into a new world. From the outside, the Players Association already looked grand. Only by stepping inside did they realize the interior was even more spacious, with not too few people coming and going. That's because not only players were here, but also an equal number of staff members. Because many new players have joined lately and many old players have returned, the association is much busier than usual. Usually, those in strange costumes are new players, while those dressed casually and normally are old players. The receptionist said so. At this point, Old Brother Mai Hua couldn't help but say, but given how dangerous the eternal world is, being cautious as a player is necessary, right? Indeed, caution is important. Before the receptionist could answer, a bearded, old player passing by remarked, in the old days, I too was like you guys, cautious. But over time, you'll find that all the old players here at the association are geniuses, and they're very nice to talk to. I love coming here very much. As for the dangers, indeed, occasionally monsters would stray into Langsing, some black market criminals would act, then there are the dangerous border areas and those crazy cults, but this world is actually not that dangerous. Mu Yuan. 3 performance artists. As Mu Yuan made his way into the association, his eyes were opened wide to many wonders. Although he was only a green hand who had been in the pit for a day and a half, his scope of comprehension was pretty much non-existent. Here, not only were there numerous players, but occasionally he would also spot various types of soldiers. There were bulging muscular fellows, like the big brother like big goblins. The one Mu Yuan had encountered in the game world was barely a little brother compared to this one. The feeling of being oppressed was just too different. However, within the association, the big goblin was just a common species, and it was even shivering a bit. Because a graceful figure was passing by not far away. Tall, shapely, elegant, with a delicate complexion, pointed ears, and long green hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Is that a natural elf of the rare 3-star level? Old brother Mai Hua exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. Who wouldn't like a strong, XP-compatible Miss Cool? Miu Yuan also took a few more glances, don't get it wrong though, mainly because this was also his first time seeing a live soldier in reality. He had to observe more and expand his horizons. Will we ever be able to recruit soldiers of this caliber? Hearing old brother Mai Hua's words, the receptionist displayed an embarrassed yet polite smile. She thought for a moment and said, "The lord who commands this natural elf is a big shot in our Baizhang association." The underlying meaning was, ordinary players also want to recruit natural elves? Dream on? However, old brother Mai Hua didn't grasp this implication. He stroked his chin and said, "So what you're saying is, as long as we can pass the trial and become lords, there will be more opportunities to recruit this kind of rare soldiers?" The guide replied, "Well, that's not entirely wrong. Lord players do have more resources and opportunities compared to ranger players, and as time goes on, the gap between these two types of players will only get bigger. However, being a lord player is not that easy. As players, you should be very aware of the dangers of the Eternal Continent. Players not only need to maintain their territory for a month, but also need to pass extremely dangerous trials. The association hopes that more players can pass the trials and establish territories, but we also advise all players to act according to their abilities." The guide was not a player, but she was a professionally trained staff member, equipped with a wealth of newbie knowledge. So, Miu Yuan got a lot of information here for free. At least questions about the details of the Lord's trial that old Yang answered evasively, the guidance lady could answer clearly. Indeed, old Yang was not up to the mark. Miu Yuan was summarizing the information. During the Lord's trial, a red mist will cover the land. Monsters will become frenetic and bloodthirsty and more challenging to deal with than usual. Hence, surviving the Lord's trial requires not only a strong player's territory but also certain tactics. Players need to kill as many surrounding monsters as possible before the trial arrives. But with only the limited power of the players, it is impossible to get rid of all the monsters. Therefore, players need to set up a real defensive line in front of their own territory, targeted at the types of monsters around. Previously, Old Yang had mentioned that the officials would provide support to outstanding novices to help them pass the Lord's trial. Official support included 2 3-star soldiers who are adept at defending cities, trap blueprints, defensive buildings, and the like. Miu Yuan was drooling at the sight, let alone old brother Mai Hua and Liver Emperor. Liver Emperor, who seemed on the verge of dying, revived and began to dig for information. The lady guide explained, there are 2 stages to the resource assessment, the written test and the combat test. The written test assesses players' operational command level. The combat test assesses players' fighting powers and on-the-spot performance. Because the purpose of the resource assessment is to test whether players have potential, and the possibility of passing the Lord's trial, the test is set 6 days later, which is the first Sunday after players get their game qualifications. This not only tests the player's level but also leaves enough time for players to make full use of these resources. However, the lady guide shook her head. The competition for this resource assessment is very intense. It's not easy, or rather very difficult to secure a place, because Lord players are only a minority among the player community. Only a few can make it through the trial and firmly establish themselves on the vast Eternal Continent. Hearing the guide's words, old brother Mai Hua and San Ying couldn't hide their disappointment. So we need at least 3 or 4 3-star soldiers, and train our main soldiers to level 4 or 5 to stand a chance of obtaining a spot. Isn't that too hard? No, it's absolutely impossible for us ordinary players. As expected, official support benefits are not that easy to get. Old brother Mai Hua widened his eyes. Miu Yuan pondered. He already had 3 3-star skeleton soldiers, and if he put in some effort, by the time of the test he would have more than 3 rare soldiers. At that time, should he put out a rare soldier or 10 3-star soldiers? That's a tough decision. Really tough. Pondering, Miu Yuan sighed along with the other players. Yeah, it's really too hard. There's simply no way out for average people like us. Old brother Mai Wa patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Don't be disheartened, bro. After all, we're fortunate enough to be players, which already puts us ahead of many others. Didn't expect this old brother Mai Wa to be quite amiable, but he had already set his mind on being one of the hoarders. Under the guidance of the young lady tutor, they quickly completed the identity registration. The process wasn't too complex. The officials didn't require players to fill in their territory's info, the type of troops they have. Of course, players have the option to do so. Some of them wrote detailed information just like resumes, aiming to join official organizations. After finishing the identity registration, the forum features were officially open to players. At this point, Liver Emperor wished to excuse himself, planning to go back home and continue his grinding in the supernatural game. Mu Yuan also wanted to go back and grind, but since he was already here, he thought he might as well take a tour and gather some intel to aid his adventuring. And, furthermore, is that a trade market ahead? Yes, with the influx of newbies, many old players flock here too, so the market has been livelier than usual these days. So they headed towards the market. Mu Yuan had the idea of swapping out some of his remnant souls. Seeing the market stimulated him. It was the other new players' first time seeing all these. It piqued their curiosity. A trade market. Would they get to see veteran players trading, even the legendary auction scene? The thought tickled their excitement. However, upon entering the market, the new players became silent when they saw the various stalls. A must-have suit for new players first camping. Come to check out the discount. Huge sale on remnant souls for a bargain. Accepting soul sand or Zon country coin for payments. Deal of the day for new players. Cheap little skeleton remnant soul. Don't miss out. Mu Yuan. The ambiance is a bit off. In his mind, the scene should be old players bringing out their treasures with great solemnity, for identification and trade, with exorbitant sums being tossed around. So why do 9 out of 10 stalls cater to new players? Are old players normally this friendly? However, when Mu Yuan reached booth number 9, his eyes lightened immediately. It was the little skeleton remnant soul he had been wishing for. Seeing his buying intention, the boss immediately became more enthusiastic and kept calling him over. Come over, young man, let me introduce you to this little skeleton soldier. Many see the little skeleton as a weak type of soldier, but that's a grave misconception. Yes, the little skeleton isn't strong, but it is, after all, a 1-star soldier. To me, the little skeleton is definitely the top tier within the 1-star soldiers. And why is that? Let Uncle here explain to you. The little skeleton does not need to consume food, does not need to rest, it can follow a lord's command to do any tough task. And these advantages are precisely what newbies need the most. Think about it, as newbies, you don't have many troops. If the troops also need to rotate shifts, wouldn't you be desperately short-handed? This seems to make sense. Some newcomers were intrigued, showing signs of being moved. The tutor lady was about to speak but in the end, held her tongue. The veteran players at the surrounding stalls, on the other hand, snorted disdainfully. Yes, everything that old Zhang said were indeed the advantages of a little skeleton, but he didn't mention any of its faults, as little skeletons are characterized by rigid fighting style, slow movement speed, and they bear poor compatibility when teamed up with other types of soldiers. Why else would there be an expression comparing the little skeletons and goblins to the crouching dragon and sleeping phoenixes? They wouldn't point it out. Just like old Zhang, they are trying to make a quick buck off the new players. No need to worry about the newbies not having money. Yes, they can't produce soul sand or treasures, but there's always Zon country coin. Even old players need to make a living. Right now is the best opportunity for them to clear out their unsold inventory. Seeing Mu Yuan had a serious buying intention, Boss Zhang said, I know you newbies are short on soul sand, and can't produce anything else right now, so how about this? I'll lose out a bit and accept Zon country coin. But buying supernatural treasures with Zon country coin, even the most common ones, always meant you had to pay a hefty premium. It's not something an ordinary family could afford. Old brother Mai Hua glared at Mu Yuan. You promised to be a poor guy with me, but now you turn out to be a whale? I misjudged you? Mu Yuan paused, then cautiously asked, you only accept Zon country coin? Can't I trade anything else? Like a remnant soul? Boss Zhang. Hold on. You actually have more remnant souls. Degree Omicron degree. You have remnant souls? These new players have only just started, and the vast majority of them wouldn't even dare to leave their territories, let alone obtain remnant souls. Low-level and low-rank monsters do not drop remnant souls. This kid has got something going for him. Just a stroke of luck, only luck. Mu Yuan responded modestly. Old brother Mai Hua looked at Mu Yuan, his eyes wide. You promised we'd be poor guys together, but turns out you're a big shot? I've underestimated you. Lead the way, big shot. Mu Yuan didn't bring the remnant souls with him earlier, but this wasn't an issue. As long as his character was at the altar, in-game items can be extracted at any time. The association has created countless private quiet rooms for players to use, colloquially known as Internet Cafe private rooms. Mu Yuan walked in, and with a few operations on his phone, extracted all 3 random remnant souls. Rounding up, this is akin to carrying a spatial backpack. It's just that the trans-dimensional fee is outrageously high, it should be hung on a streetlight. Mu Yuan, carrying the remnant souls, quickly returned to the booth. The owner waited with bated breath and broke into a smile when he saw that the handsome young man actually had remnant souls in hand. This is a rookie with potential. In that case, it wouldn't be nice to gouge him too badly. Earning a little profit will do just fine. Wait, it seems there is more than one remnant soul. You have. How many remnant souls? 3 remnant souls, all random remnant souls. Mu Yuan responded with a shy smile. Booth owner. This newbie definitely has the makings of a lord. Alright, I shouldn't gouge him. Besides, this is just a small deal. It doesn't matter whether I make more or less, let's just build some good karma. Mu Yuan then began, boss, as you should know, the price of random remnant souls is higher than little skeleton remnant souls. After a back and forth haggling that resembles the markets, Mu Yuan finally exchanged 3 random remnant souls for Boss Zhang's 5 little skeleton remnant souls. Both sides were overjoyed. Boss Zhang. Alright. Making money isn't important, what matters is building some good karma. Boss, it seems like you also purchase goods, right? That's correct. Boss Zhang is a merchant player who makes some money by buying and selling goods, but I don't buy everything. Items like random remnant souls, cultivation materials, advancement materials etc. I buy quite a lot. Wait a minute, don't tell me you've got more. Only this last drop left. This bottle of energy potion, boss. I've heard that this kind of energy potion can make one work 7 times in one night. Moments later, Boss Zhang watched as Mu Yuan, already out of sight, walked away and fell into deep thought. Did I lose out? But looking at the orange potion in his hand, Boss Zhang tightened his grip, unable to let go. After completing the trade, Mu Yuan hurried away and finally returned to his own home after a few transfers of transportation. Even though he was only matching wits with the air. After all, the things I'm selling, even if it's several times more valuable, wouldn't worth much in the eyes of veteran players. How much wealth could he, a novice who has only been practicing for a day, possibly have? Breaking the law and becoming a despised rat in return for robbing a poor guy, Mu Yuan thought it wouldn't be worth it. However, if I obtain some high-level treasures in the future, I can't be so brazen when selling them. Back at home, Mu Yuan checked his game status and then rubbed his hands together, opening the Tai Zon forum. Prompt. Your identity has passed the verification. The Tai Zon forum formally welcomes you. Enjoy your game. Prompt. The trading area has opened. Reward zone, new player, has opened. In the reward zone, there were tasks such as hunting wanted criminal players, hunting fleeing monsters, and invading monster camps. But these tasks were too high-end for new players, and new players weren't qualified to accept them. Rather than saying these are rewards, it advised new players that a certain city has a wanted criminal player committing crimes, or a certain forest has a powerful monster lurking, to avoid them. Mu Yuan checked it over. Thankfully, Baijiang City didn't have any wanted criminals or fleeing monsters. With regards to the trading area, now this is a real trading platform. The small market in Baijiang City is not even worth mentioning. After a brief look, however, Mu Yuan had one thought. He was really broke. Besides, trading on the platform required a hefty transportation fee and security deposit. He closed the trading platform, did a quick scan of the forum, ordered his lunch delivery, and then commenced his battles for the day. With the forum activated and the subsidies credited to the account, now until the resource assessment, it's definitely a crunch period. Grinding until he drops, but hoping not to, he checked the game record for the morning. The whole territory had been quiet with no monster disturbances, which somehow left Mu Yuan feeling disappointed. Human beings are never satisfied. When he was weak, he was afraid of the monsters attacking. When he wasn't weak, he wished the monsters would wrap themselves up and hand themselves over to him. These monsters had no sense of propriety. He checked on the skeletons one by one. Skeleton Soldier Dead Bone has advanced to rank 0, level 3. Skeleton Soldier Bone 2 has advanced to rank 0, level 2. Skeleton Soldier, Little Skeleton, from last night to now, not only did Dead Bone take the lead in breaking into level 3, Little Skeleton and the Lone Falcon have also collectively advanced to level 2. The price was that almost all of the soul sand obtained yesterday was consumed. Everything requires soul sand, leveling up, treasure manifestation, you name it. Such a small amount of soul sand can hardly sustain these activities. Relying solely on monster hunting for soul sand is just not enough to train Dead Bone and the other skeletons to a professional level. I'll have to buy from other players. Among the veteran players, there were professionals whose job was to collect in-game items and sell them for real money, otherwise known as gold farmers. However, they were generally ranger players who had lost their lord status and were not high level. They could only make bare living this way. But the money Mu Yuan made was equally hard-earned. He needed to sell the items he collected in exchange for the soul sand that was as fine as dregs. A single remnant soul could only sell for a few dozen grams of soul sand. Sure enough, making money was really difficult. Today was the second day Mu Yuan gained the qualifications to play the game. He wanted to cautiously explore outside to ensure stable survival in the Eternal Continent. Before setting out, he planned to recruit 5 novice little skeletons. Recruitment needs 5 remnant souls and 25 grams of soul sand. Luckily, I have sold my energy potion before, otherwise I would be short of soul sand now. But I need to transfer the soul sand to the Eternal Continent. This is another trans-dimensional fee. Mu Yuan's heart ached. He thought the Eternal Continent was the real black-hearted boss. The players bringing resources in and out every day had to pay a lot of transport fees. With the consumption of the few soul sands, very soon, a few more little skeletons came out from the Lord's altar. The new skellies looked lovably confused, stumbling as if about to fall at any moment, making it hard for anyone to look forward expectantly to their performance. But General Dead Bone stepped forward. He walked straight to the several newbie skellies and started speaking in rapid-fire skeletal language. He told them to resolutely follow the steps of the Lord, work hard. They should learn how to cheat and ambush the monsters. There was no need to play fair with monsters, use tricks whenever necessary, slide when necessary. Mu Yuan understood the gist of what Dead Bone was saying, albeit rather hazily. However, whether these dull little skeletons understood him or not was another matter. Good, very spirited. After Dead Bone's inspection, Mu Yuan checked out Dead Bone and the other 2 skeleton soldiers. Bone 2 and Bone 3 aside, Dead Bone's progress was apparently not limited to his level. Not only did he become more proficient in using the cleave ability and was now capable of using it 3 times in succession, but he also figured out many combat skills and tactics on his own. Such as rolling like a donkey, eye-poking, deadly attacks etc. Mu Yuan was a little quiet. Something seemed off. Why would his majestic Dead Bone figure out these techniques? Oh, it seems to have something to do with his own teaching? Right. These tactics are indeed very practical. Dead Bone's ability to apply knowledge is truly remarkable, worthy of being his disciple. However, there's no doubt that skeleton soldiers with combat skills are far more powerful than those who can only charge straight ahead, like Bone 3 and Bone 2. And Dead Bone is obviously still in a period of rapid progress. Are all the troops that have awakened their self-consciousness so monstrous? Or is it that, Dead Bone is even more monstrous than the other monstrous troops? Who knows what will happen when Dead Bone evolves again? Skeleton's evolution points. 2.52. If all goes well, tonight, he would be able to evolve the first rare rank troop. Shasha, the tall trees swayed, white mist wafted, and the depths of the forest were mysterious and elusive. Only when one was in their own territory, able to view everything from a god's eye view, could some sense of security be felt. As the third-person perspective gradually rose, transforming into a bird's eye view, Mu Yuan's in-game character entered his territory. In front of the computer, he rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. Night had fallen, Baijiang City was brightly lit, and the roar of motorcycles passing by could be heard from outside the window. The daylight in Eternal World also gradually faded from the horizon, the curtain of night fell, darkness covered the land, and the swirling mist beneath the night seemed like enormous devouring mouths, ready to swallow everything that entered into it. Various monsters gradually became active, their cries rising and falling, weaving together to form a horrifying symphony. Dead Bone has improved considerably, but venturing out still requires extreme caution, and the efficiency is low. His team's size for today's exploration was slightly increased, consisting of 2 skeleton soldiers plus 3 little skeletons plus 1 falcon. And he conducted 2 explorations. The reason for the 2 trips, with a rest in between, was because his character couldn't handle it. He had eaten a red blood fruit the day before, slightly increasing his physical fitness, but the poor road conditions in the wilderness were still too hard to handle. Mu Yuan had to concentrate fully on controlling his character, or he might trip over something and fall flat on his face. It's the road's fault, of course. The low efficiency of exploration was also linked to his carefulness. Whenever he felt something was off, Mu Yuan would immediately make a strategic retreat, resulting in slower exploration. However, compared to yesterday, several more dark areas have been discovered today. Mu Yuan opened the map. The area outside his territory was still shrouded in white fog, where he naturally couldn't see any units, but the areas he had already explored would have the full screen black fade away, leaving the topography and environment there clearly visible on the map. To the north, the fruit forest discovered yesterday continues northwards, where there is a small goblin camp. Even if it's small, it's still a camp. From afar, there seems to be at least dozens of goblins, which I can't afford to provoke for now. Before discovering the goblin camp, Mu Yuan's squad had defeated some isolated goblins. These ordinary goblins were as weak as little skeletons, and the skeleton soldiers slashed through them like they were smashing into crisps. When the goblin camp was discovered, Bone 2, the dim-witted one, charged right up. Kakaka, charge, smash them all, every last one of them. The meaning was Mu Yuan's guess, most likely incorrect. He didn't think Bone 2 was that clever. He suspected that this fool didn't even have thoughts, just an impulse to rush and smash. He shouldn't have named this fool, 2, well, but most ordinary troops, even lower-level rare troops, are like this. They basically only have a few combat instincts left and can't expect too much. His expectations were raised by Dead Bone. That's why, Dead Bone, in the future, all the new skeletons will be trained by you. Show your potential. Mu Yuan patted Dead Bone on the shoulder. Having been entrusted with an important task, Dead Bone was very happy. His soul flame surged with an impassioned vigor, Duang tapping on his armor to show he would unquestionably live up to his responsibilities. As an owner who had handed over the reins and not yet promised any benefits, Mu Yuan nodded with a smile. He had heard that troops who had awakened their self-consciousness had higher aptitude, stronger learning abilities, more likely to break through, but also possessed certain flaws. Namely, they were too intelligent. Intelligent troops sometimes looked down upon weak lords, ignored orders they disliked, demanded daily wages from their lord, or disliked working and wished to goof off or lay low all the time. In summary, troops with self-consciousness had a higher ceiling but also had more demands. Really, I don't feel that way. Mu Yuan touched his chin. As long as Dead Bone was willing, he was not exploiting his workers. No, the word exploitation couldn't be used to describe it. This was training. Just because Dead Bone had awakened his self-consciousness, He needed more opportunities for training to bring out his potential. In Mu Yuan, he was only providing a few training opportunities. Fearful of challenging the goblin camp, Mu Yuan could only send out the falcon, which was barely making the numbers count, for some scouting. Unfortunately, he didn't understand bird language and didn't have any troops who were capable of translating it, so he wasn't very clear on what the falcon meant. He roughly understood that there were at least dozens of goblins in the camp, consisting of no less than 3 types of goblin troops. The types of goblins were ordinary goblins, big goblins, and goblin spearmen. The goblin spearman was a 2-star troop. Its damage might not be high, but it had a ranged ability. During the Falcon's scouting trip to the goblin camp, it almost got shot down by a spearman and lost a lot of feathers as a result. This goblin camp is too close to our territory. We must prioritize to eliminate it when we're capable, or else, they'll come knocking on our doors sooner or later. Besides, without a plan to conquer the camp, it's inappropriate to continue exploring to the north. In case we encounter a surprise attack and need to retreat strategically, we could easily be cut off by the goblins. In the second expedition, Mu Yuan chose to head west. The gray wolves, goblins, and cave dwellers in the west were less numerous, but there was quite a rare, 2-star monster, the poisonous spider. They were as massive as grindstones, terrifying to look at, and were able to spew venomous liquid. The venom wasn't a skill, but it was poisonous. Other players would rather not face these poisonous spiders. They were too toxic, and it would be troublesome to cure the poisoned troops. It would cost quite a bit of soul sand, causing more harm than good. Luckily, Mu Yuan's skeletons weren't afraid of poison. So, Mu Yuan, together with Dead Bone and the others, engaged in a chaotic battle in the poisonous spider forest, killing at least 20 poisonous spiders. However, as they ventured deeper, the environment of the poisonous spider forest gradually changed. The trees and leaves bore a black and purple sheen, and far away, they could see enormous spider webs, hanging tens of meters high on the tree branches. Just how big must those spiders be? Mu Yuan became cautious. Dead Bone also felt that a strategic retreat would be a good choice. So, they retreated. Mu Yuan took out a sheet of A3 paper and started to sketch on it. He drew a circle representing their territory, and on the north side, he marked an X for the goblin camp. As for the west, they had only explored a small corner of the periphery of the dark purple forest. He couldn't estimate the size of the forest, unable to predict if there were more fearsome spiders deeper inside. He named it the Poisonous Spider Forest, and noted that it was unsafe to go further into it. Throughout the day, he didn't find the root of corruption, but he killed many stray monsters and swept through many areas, gaining a decent haul. Mu Yuan then started an inventory. We have 39.6 grams of soul sand, and due to not encountering any higher ranking or high star tier monsters, only 1 remnant soul. Or is this the normal drop rate? As for materials, we found 3 stalks of hemostatic grass, great for healing wounds, but it appears to have no effect on skeletons. We also have 4 detox fruits, 5 calming grass, and 3 filling fruits. These were all common materials, but their values differed greatly. The former 3 were far less valuable than the red blood fruit, but the latter, the filling fruit, was worth even more. Filling fruit, common, a nurturing material that slightly increases the energy of troops. Although slight, the filling fruit is mostly used by professional soldiers. Mu Yuan figured it could significantly boost Dead Bone's stamina. The red blood fruit was also a nurturing material, but it was incompatible with skeletons, i.e., it had 0 effect on them. As for the soul sand, it will be given to Dead Bone and the 2 skeleton soldiers first. The other little skeletons will have to go without for now. I have to save up. Given Dead Bone's talent and hard work, it will hit the 4th level by tomorrow, almost a mid-apprentice. It was another step closer to the Grand Master at apprentice level 9 and the half-step professional level. The future looked promising. No, the present looked promising. All the diligence and effort would not go to waste. Evolution points would truly shine. It's time to showcase your power, evolution points. Currently, there were 15 skeletons in their territory, producing about 1 unit of evolution points every 4 hours. Additionally, Mu Yuan leading Dead Bone and the other skeletons on expeditions, fighting, and killing in a frenzy was also accelerating the process. They have now fulfilled the required amount of evolution points. It was time to show the real power. Evolution points. 5.23 feet. Dead Bone, step forward. Do not let this power go to waste. Keep striving, keep working. I hope you will someday become a genuine skeleton emperor. Mu Yuan painted a picture for it. A skeleton emperor sitting alone atop his throne, back to the world, fishing through eternity. Skeleton emperor. The young Dead Bone was infinitely awestruck. It stepped forward, cupping a fist over its heart as if to pledge an oath. The armor upon it was covered in scratches, stained blood-dried and hardened. The standard war knife it wielded was somewhat chipped. All these were the marks of valor from countless battles over the past 2 days. It was an experienced skeleton warrior. The next moment, the warm, miraculous, awe-inspiring, invisible force descended. Dead Bone's body transformed into light again. Amid the blinding radiance, Dead Bone's form as a skeleton soldier began to morph. The armor became fiercer and mightier with a more daunting aura. Ding! Prompt. Your troop, skeleton soldiers, has undergone metamorphosis under the influence of miraculous power and has evolved into skeleton warriors. Skeleton soldier, normal, evolved into skeleton warrior, rare. Hint. Skeleton warrior has learned the skill, charge. As the white light gradually receded, the newly born Dead Bone, skeleton warrior version also appeared in front of Mu Yuan. It had grown taller, the armor originally full of scars from battle honors had disappeared. In its place was a set of more refined and fierce silver-gray full-body armor, a broad blade sword, and 3 bone spears on its back, which seemed to be throwing weapons. As expected, any type of troop evolution would replace old weapons with new ones. The exquisitely made full-body armor looked much better than the old-style design, and the weighty, chilly broad-blade sword also had a strong visual impact. With this enormous sword in its hand, Dead Bone could easily cut the Wolf King in 2, without even using a skill. Furthermore, the 3 bone spears were additional to the standard weapons of the skeleton warrior. Did this imply that the skeleton warrior had some long-range attack ability? However, in comparison to the complete replacement of weapons and armor, Mu Yuan noticed one detail: the shield had disappeared. This generation of skeletons had cancelled the shield equipment. Could the equipment be reduced any further? Although the small round shield didn't provide much defensive power, it was still a piece of equipment after all. Was it robbed by an evolution point? Could he tolerate it? He couldn't stand this offense? Wait a second, Mu Yuan touched his chin. Each time I upgrade, the equipment will be renewed, so I wasn't too worried about the equipment wear and tear issue, but my thinking was too narrow. Since new equipment accompanies evolution, why didn't I strip the old equipment off Dead Bone before evolution? Approximately, he would be obtaining a new set of equipment out of nowhere. It would be a significant profit. Mu Yuan wasn't sure if this operation would work, but it was worth trying at least. In front of him, Dead Bone was pondering, suffering, and bleeding. Where's the shield? Where is the huge shield? It turned around and couldn't find its shield. Just with this thin armor but no shield, it was hard for it to feel safe enough. Dead Bone was rather unsettled. Mu Yuan couldn't say he didn't foresee this situation, and could only make up an excuse. Playing defensively is just a tactic of the weak. Striking with power, catching the enemy off guard, and eradicating it, that is the best tactic. Dead Bone's soul flame ignited. It learned something new. JPG. As usual, Dead Bone started to get used to its new body after evolution. It ran a 100-meter sprint, hurdles, long jump, obstacle race, and other tests. You might question why there are special tracks like the hurdles and the obstacle race in the territory? Of course, they were part of the training ground made by Dead Bone in its leisure time. The territory now had plenty of scrap materials after evolution. The skeleton warrior grade Dead Bone had a high sprinting speed and significantly improved agility. Even while wearing the noticeable heavy armor, it sprinted briskly, easily overcoming many obstacles. The enormous sword in its hand was swung about with incredible flexibility, effortlessly severing a large tree in half with a slight sweep. Dead Bone displayed its versatile martial skills. It pulled out the bone spear from its back, held it tightly in its hand, gazing at a robust tree in the distance. But then it felt it wasn't right and shifted its gaze to another huge rock. That's right, you are the perfect target. Dead Bone launched the spear, and it hit dead center. The bone spear tore through the air, emitting piercing whistles. Before Mu Yuan had a chance to react, it hit hard on the giant rock serving as a target in the distance. The giant rock exploded suddenly, as if struck by a shell. What remained was the bone spear that was already half buried in the ground. What speed and power! My goodness! Even the Wolf King could be easily destroyed instantly. Dead Bone looked cool throwing the bone spear, but pulling it out was a bit, still okay. The damage from this ranged attack was powerful enough, but the drawback was that Dead Bone only had 3 bone spears. In other words, it only had 3 shots to take. What's more, when Dead Bone pulled the bone spear out of the ground, it showed noticeable wear and tear. Mu Yuan's mouth twitched. It seems like this set of equipment won't last until Dead Bone's next evolution. After selling the remnant souls in the association tomorrow, let's see if I can order a batch of spears. Equipping the troops with stronger and more suitable weapons was also a player's responsibility. Even the poorest novice players should at least prepare some spare weapons. Otherwise, if their weapons get damaged at a critical moment in battle, human troops like spearmen and archers would have to resort to bare-handed combat, and that would be a real embarrassment. The rare level Dead Bone, as expected, learned a new skill during its evolution. Now, it has evolved into a rare soldier with dual abilities. Charge. A skill that, over time, accumulates power to enhance the destructive force of the next strike. It sounds ordinary at first glance, but it's incredibly practical. While abilities like Cleave can only be used in slashing, Charge can be combined with Bone Spear's throwing use. With energy guiding and constantly accumulating the bone spear that is thrown, Mu Yuan found it hard to imagine the power under this spear. Maybe it was because Dead Bone had already become proficient in Cleave. It seemed very skilled in its first use of Charge. It started to explore, slowly charging while maintaining its own mobility, which could potentially deal a surprise critical hit to the enemy. Very good, you've done me proud, Dead Bone, Mu Yuan nodded in approval. Dead Bone began to research how to combine the skills of Charge and Cleave to deliver the most powerful strike. It quickly figured out how, and after a few more practice runs, it should be able to use this combination in battle. Just as expected of Dead Bone, showing an emperor's posture, Mu Yuan was amazed. Dead Bone once again started researching in a new direction. This time, instead of using the skill Charge offensively, it chose to apply it to its legs. With the assistance of Charge, Dead Bone rushed upward like a cannonball, launching into the air. Just as expected of Dead Bone, showing an emperor's posture. Oh, hell no. Mu Yuan's eyes widened. Just who is exploiting the system here, me or you? Oh, Dead Bone's hacks are his hacks, so no worries. Just keep going, we'll roll with it. All of this is thanks to Dead Bone's determination and hard work. That night, Mu Yuan bid farewell to an unwilling Dead Bone, and directed his game character to enter a patched-up, barely wind-proof wooden house, entering into a resting, times, or sleeping, square root, state. He then began his daily task of becoming stronger. Eating the red blood fruit, 1/1, his skin turned bright red and his body was burning like a fire. Mu Yuan grit his teeth and persisted. Due to his experience from last time, he didn't find it too unbearable this time. There was even a slight sense of exhilaration amongst the discomfort. After doing his daily tasks, Mu Yuan went to brush his teeth and sleep. He didn't even feel like checking his phone, he was in great health. After all, short videos and stories have become too boring. Managing his supernatural power and becoming stronger little by little was a lot more fun. Good night, today's self. The next day, Mu Yuan woke up at 6 o'clock, feeling more and more spirited. The red blood fruit could only enhance a person's vitality and improve their physique, but Mu Yuan felt that his spiritual power had also strengthened. It is probably related to the leveling up of Dead Bone and the others. As a contractor, having troops upgrade can bring a little bit of feedback to the player. It's not much, but every little bit helps. Getting slow progress feedback through troop upgrades is one of the main ways for players to manage supernatural power. Mu Yuan was reflecting. Dead Bone and the others only leveled up by 1 or 2, so the change shouldn't be so obvious. The main reason was because Dead Bone advanced to the rare level. The rare level Dead Bone, he estimated, would probably not have a problem solo fighting 7, 8, or 9 3-star normal troops. Besides, this was a rare troop that he upgraded himself. It was also related to him currently being so weak. Mu Yuan got up and started the game after washing up. The territory was very peaceful at night. His Lord's Seal didn't sound any alarms. Invading monsters stepped into his territory only to become whetstones for Dead Bone and others to sharpen their skills. Dead Bone commands: Bone 2, Bone 3, to kill. 3 goblins, 3 goblin spearmen. Dead Bone commands Little Skeleton to kill. 5 goblins. Mu Yuan checked the situation. Dead Bone demonstrated the martial spirit of beating the weak with strength, and outdoing the few with the many, and that pleased him. However, it meant that so many goblins attempted to deceive and sneak attack his weak territory in the late night. He took note of this enmity. Mu Yuan clicked to view Dead Bone's panel. After a night of cultivation, Emperor Dead Bone had leveled up by 1, and was now at level 4 of Zero Order. A standard soldier would typically take about a whole day to rise from level 3 to level 4, but Dead Bone only reached level 3 yesterday afternoon. He's leveling up faster than usual, and now even quicker. As expected, after evolving to a rare 1-star, Dead Bone's leveling speed has significantly increased. Only the speed was boosted. The consumption of soul sand couldn't be saved even by half a point. But this was still something many Whales players dream of. At this moment, Dead Bone could easily slay the big goblin from a distance of 200 meters. Mu Yuan looked at the goblin camp on the map and shook his head after thinking for a while. Not good. Right now, Dead Bone could indeed lead some skeleton soldiers and little skeletons to capture this camp. But why not wait a little longer, wait for more skeleton soldiers to evolve, and then crush the goblin camp with absolute advantage? Of course, the goblin camp was too close to his territory, presenting a troublesome threat that he needed to get rid of as soon as possible. Mu Yuan hasn't forgotten the vengeance of the goblins' raid on his small territory last night. The goblins' demise was close at hand. If Dead Bone wanted to continue to evolve, it requires a full 25 evolution points. In short, it would be hard for Dead Bone to obtain another new form, so Mu Yuan shifted his focus to evolving more skeleton soldiers. Little skeletons were somewhat average among the 1-star soldiers. However, skeleton soldiers were the cream of the crop within the 3-star level. They were fearless, they were quite versatile. Mu Yuan's own skeletons even had the cleave skill. Defeating soldiers at 1 or 2, or even 2 to 3 levels higher of the same star level, wasn't a problem. Today is the 3rd day in the game. Bone 2, under the guidance of Dead Bone, has finally grasped some understanding of cleave. It might be able to learn this skill within today. If so, it would bolster my territory. Mu Yuan whispered the count of evolution points. He accumulated over 2 units of evolution points early in the morning and smoothly evolved 2 more skeleton soldiers. Named them Bone 4 and Bone 5, according to the convention. The skeleton soldier squad was gradually growing, but the bad news was that Mu Yuan's game exploit plan had failed. He tried to take away Little Skeleton's rusty knife before evolution. The knife wasn't optimized during the evolution process as expected, but resulted in consuming more evolution points. You win some, you lose some. You can exploit it when needed, but constantly exploiting it would lead to a loss. A new day, Mu Yuan continued to lead his troops into battle. He left Bone 2 and Bone 4 in the city, took Dead Bone and the other 2, along with several little skeletons into the wilderness, continuing to wreak havoc with Dead Bone. However, he avoided the goblin camp to the north, turned south instead, exploring the dark south and east, accumulating resources for the attack on the goblin camp. In the dense forest, Mu Yuan cautiously and slowly explored the way forward, flanked by 2 skeleton soldiers. More outermost were several little skeletons that could make a bolder presence and act as decoys. Crack! A little skeleton stepped on the ground, breaking a branch and making a crisp noise. That sound immediately attracted the attention of the nearby wild beasts. There was rustling in the bushes, and in a moment, several gray wolves rushed out. Then, they were surrounded by little skeletons and skeleton soldiers, who outnumbered and looked more dreadful than them. Gray wolves. Sigma opening parenthesis DLLL. They expired peacefully. Gathering all the dropped soul sand quickly, Mu Yuan swiftly changed their position. He was getting more and more adept in carrying out this operation. He was constantly switching between looking at the map and the character's vision, toggling between different interfaces. Suddenly, the scout, Dead Bone at the lead, raised his right hand in a fist. Is there something up? Could it be a powerful enemy? Mu Yuan wasn't quite sure what was happening, but he trusted Dead Bone's judgment. He immediately commanded other skeletons to enter a quiet state. He himself walked slowly forward. No choice, the other skeletons lacked self-consciousness, and they strode with swings, not capable of tiptoeing over fallen leaves and branches. Dead Bone could. And so could Mu Yuan. When he manipulated the game character on his computer, it only had limited control keys such as up, down, left, right, attack, jump, crouch. But he found that as his own consciousness fluctuated, the game character would also make corresponding movements. For example, flicking little skeleton's forehead with his finger. For example, quietly separating the bushes, holding his breath, and inching forward bit by bit. Soon, Mu Yuan arrived at the Emperor Dead Bone's side, looking through the gaps between the leaves in the direction it pointed. His eyes widened. This is a tower tens of meters high and filled with a sense of historical vicissitudes is half hidden in the dense forest in the distance. There's a huge hole at the top of the tower. The outer stone walls are covered with moss and vines, but even so, Mu Yuan can still faintly see the exquisite carvings on the outer part of the tower, and the gems scattered among them, even if they have faded, still seem extraordinary. This is an ancient building. But why would there be such a building, filled with traces of civilization, deep in the wilderness? After being influenced by the Forum and the Players Association, Mu Yuan was no longer a complete newbie. The Eternal Continent did have countries and civilizations, but they were located in the heart of the continent. The location where new lords like them were born was outside of civilization, a barren zone full of monsters and rarely touched by humans. However, because the new lords were located in the wilderness, their surrounding areas were undeveloped, and treasures were scattered everywhere. In contrast, many old players who stayed in the heartland of human civilization couldn't get much soul sand or remnant souls after a month of hard work. It was dangerous for new lords and it was difficult for them to pass the trials. But from another perspective, if more and more new lords could establish their domains, it would mean that human civilization has taken another step into the vast wilderness, gaining more strategic depth. In such a barren and scarcely populated area, the presence of a tower full of historical flavor was quite surprising. Of course, the initial arrival of the players in the broken village wouldn't count as traces of civilization. This was the starting point that all new players had. The northern architecture built by the goblins, full of primitive style, also couldn't be considered as civilization. There's a rumor that a very brilliant ancient civilization once existed on the Eternal Continent, but it was later destroyed by a catastrophe. Then came the story of players being chosen by the will of the world and then rebuilding civilization in the Eternal World. Of course, this is just a legend, its authenticity remains to be verified. But having a civilized building deep in the wilderness, Mu Yuan of course had the idea to explore it. Perhaps he could find valuable treasures. Some old players also concluded that the more peculiar the place, the more likely it is to contain high-level treasures. But at the same time, such places often contain great dangers. Thus, Mu Yuan had no impulse to approach it. He looked at Emperor Dead Bone. Emperor Dead Bone whispered to him in clicks. Soon, Mu Yuan found the target pointed out by Emperor Dead Bone. A creature that looked like a statue, with a gray and black body, a grim face, and a pair of bat-like wings folded behind it. It seemed dead, but Emperor Dead Bone considered it to be alive, and quite tricky to deal with. If there are not 10 or dozens of skeleton warriors throwing bone spears at the same time, It suggested not to attack. Extremely cautious. JPG, Mu Yuan also looked very serious. He was too far away to get information about the distant statue monster at this time, but Mu Yuan, who had already paid for information materials like Compendium of Common Monsters, Monster Illustrated Handbook, etc., recognized the monster in front of him at a glance. The legendary rare level monster, Gargoyle, and there's more than one. 1, 2, 3. At least 8 gargoyles. They're at the rare level, and their levels might even be at the professional level. I can't afford to provoke them, I absolutely can't. Why are there such strong monsters near a new lord's territory? This is unreasonable. Time to run. Mu Yuan followed his inner choice and quickly retreated. He was drooling over the broken tower guarded by the gargoyles, but he knew more about the terror of the gargoyles. It was clear that there wouldn't be such powerful monsters near a normal new lord's territory. The eternal world is not really a game after all, and all kinds of accidents occur. Sometimes even veteran players would die for no reason. Players who encountered accidents could only chalk it up to bad luck. The gargoyles seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, but Mu Yuan had no intention of testing them. He left decisively. He marked this area with a red times on the map. He would settle this account later. Compared to these extremely terrifying gargoyles, the big goblins and the like are absolutely like sheep-level monsters. Sure enough, the waters of the Eternal Continent are deep. Let's go deal with the goblin camp that we can handle. Emperor Deadbone nodded in agreement. Mu Yuan did not head straight to the goblin camp. Instead, he led his team back to the village for some rest and recovery. He then took some time to explore the surrounding dark regions and slay a few minor monsters to warm up, but he didn't go too far. Time passed, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Throughout the day, Mu Yuan had managed to gather up 80 grams plus of soul sand, 2 random remnant souls, and several ordinary materials. However, these things were not important. What mattered was what he was about to do next. A great battle. Mu Yuan had already finished his dinner early. He was now making final preparations for the battlefield, using the restroom to clear out his system and positioning his snacks, tissues, and mineral water within easy reach. He was ready for battle. Inside the game world, Deadbone was also assembling his troops very seriously. Deadbone stood at the very front. Behind him were several skeleton soldiers and little skeletons. By mere numbers, this force was not enough to mount an assault, but among these skeletons, there were a formidable 8 skeleton soldiers. 8 3-star skeleton soldiers, and 1 skeleton warrior. The day before, Mu Yuan only had Deadbone and 2 other skeleton soldiers. He evolved 2 more in the early morning, and by nightfall, he deliberately dragged the time until after 6 o'clock to evolve more skeleton soldiers. The serial number of the skeleton soldiers had reached Bone 9. At this moment, it was still sunny on the Eternal Continent with a lovely scenery. It's time to move out, he muttered. In Deadbone's hand was a shield that he had borrowed from another skeleton soldier. Brandishing a massive sword, he carefully but forcefully moved towards outside of the territory. Further back, there was a team made up of 6 skeleton soldiers and 2 little skeletons. Mu Yuan was standing in the middle, in the most steady position. His assigned combat personnel included Deadbone and 5 skeleton soldiers. Among them, Bone 2 was already able to wield the cleave skill quickly, and even Bone N, who had not yet learned how to use skills in battle, had combat power exceeding that of the Wolf King a few days ago. 1 rare soldier, 1 3-star soldier who could use skills, and 4 slightly stronger than regular 3-star soldiers. This lineup was extremely extravagant. Another skeleton soldier had the main duty to act as Mu Yuan's assistant. However, he felt that only 1 skeleton soldier acting as an assistant was not safe enough. Not enough, so he also called up 2 little skeletons. After all, the speed of the team depended on him, and bringing a few more little skeletons did not affect that. The group set off, heading directly for their destination, the goblin camp. This route had been previously explored, so the journey went fast. In no time, the goblin camp appeared in their line of sight. This location was a depression in the hills, with less vegetation and good visibility. From a distance, large tents could be seen, formed from massive logs that would require 2 or 3 people to circle around, driven into the ground and braided with vine, covered with animal hides. The style was rough and primitive, yet from afar it looked quite spectacular. The Goblin Camp. Mu Yuan had searched for related information on the forums. Goblins were small, cunning, and cowardly. However, when many goblins gathered together, they started to learn to cooperate, use tactics, and set traps, causing even high-star monsters to avoid confrontation. Moreover, within the camp, there were goblin spearmen and more than one big goblin. This goblin camp, I'm afraid, is a stronghold within several miles. At the front of the camp, a big goblin shuffled forth, dragging along several gray wolf bodies and threw them in front of the little goblins. These goblins immediately moved forward, deftly using their little knives to butcher the wolves. Their actions were very proficient. Mu Yuan even saw a skeleton of some giant beast about 2 or 3 meters tall at the entrance of the camp, and also skulls from humanoid creatures stacked there. Blood was splattered all over the camp entrance, with scattered pieces of flesh and limbs strewn all around. This game wouldn't pass an 18+ rating with scenes like these. Mu Yuan stopped a few hundred meters away from the camp and said to Dead Bone, "Whether we can conquer the goblin camp today is not important, safety first." After all, these were his hard-working employees. Today, Mu Yuan planned to hand the command over to Dead Bone, to see if he had mastered the basics of commanding. Dead Bone solemnly agreed. The goblin camp in front of him was the most formidable enemy he has ever faced in this life. How could he afford not to be careful and cautious? Dead Bone didn't rush to attack. Instead, he perched on a tree a few hundred meters away to watch the goblins at the distant camp, observing their movements, lifestyles, trap arrangements, and combat methods. A full half an hour later, Dead Bone climbed down from the tree, his eye sockets brimming with the ominous glint of his soul flame. It has begun. A bit further away, Mu Yuan stood within the protective circle of skeleton soldiers and little skeletons, watching with a degree of tension. He had already simulated the battle situation in his mind. Even if the goblin camp had more strength than expected, he was confident in retreating while fighting. However, by then, it would be impossible to avoid losses. He would inevitably have to leave some lingering skeletons to cover the retreat. He also worried about shortcomings in Dead Bone's command. No, rather, it's inevitable that Dead Bone's command will have problems sooner or later. After all, he had only been revived for 2.5 days. Even if he had awakened self-awareness, it was a blank slate that needed constant learning. It was already impressive that he could command other skeletons in combat. He could not demand too much. What he needed to do was take over the command when Dead Bone made a mistake, and give Dead Bone a small shock with his exquisite micromanagement skills. Perfect, goblins are naturally lazy and cunning, but the goblins that have formed a camp are conscientiously performing patrols around the camp over and over again. At this time, a goblin patrol team had moved to a slightly distant position from the camp. The team consisted of 3 goblins and 1 goblin spearman. As expected by Mu Yuan, Dead Bone had indeed set his sights on this patrol team. They circled around, blocking the retreat of the goblins, and then whoosh, 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 several spears broke through the air. These were not bone spears that the skeleton warriors carried, but spears that Dead Bone had crafted by sharpening tree branches. Although these spears weren't as lethal as bone spears, they were quieter, making them perfect for dealing with these tiny goblins. Dead Bone's spear-throwing speed was very fast, and extremely accurate. Before the goblins had time to scream, they had already been killed. Mu Yuan. Then why did you command Bone 2 and Bone 3 to be deployed behind them as if preparing for a Macho Man showdown? And given your extravagant lineup, couldn't you have simply charged in to deal with these few goblins? We must be cautious. Dead Bone knocked on Bone 2's helmet, just like how the Lord used to knock on his skull back then. He believed that a knock could awaken wisdom, and he wanted to carry on this custom. He creaked in a teaching manner at Bone 2 and Bone 3, who want to act recklessly, then picked up the spear carried by the goblin spearman. New weapon acquired square root. These spears were not as good as his bone spears, but they were better than the rough ones he had made. Dead Bone weighed them. and felt they were quite handy. He continued to wait patiently, taking out the goblin patrol teams one by one according to plan. Half an hour later, Deadbone dealt with the last patrol team, using the spears obtained from the goblin spearmen to pierce through goblin after goblin. The spears ruptured their skulls and pinned them onto the ground. The entire process was incredibly smooth, possessing a violent form of aesthetics. Deadbone, wiping the non-existent sweat, looked out at the distant camp with a solemn expression. These goblins are indeed much stronger than the wild ones outside. They're very difficult to deal with. As the Lord said, the goblin camp is a great enemy to our territory. Bone 2 glanced at the goblins lying dead on the ground and then his own shiny blade that had not been stained with a drop of blood, and his forehead sprouted a big question mark. Since entering the battlefield, the most frequent task of Bone 2, Bone 3, and other skeleton soldiers has been to clear away the corpses and traces of battle. Nevertheless, Mu Yuan found it inspect that Bone 2 and its fellow simple-minded skeleton soldiers had somehow learned to clean up after a battle. This, he felt, was a great improvement. What defines a soldier? The ability to fight, certainly, but there is more to warfare than combat alone. If players commanded their forces to do something beyond fighting, something outside the scope of their original programming, they would fail, like an AI asked a question beyond its databank's capacity. But the skeleton soldiers have learned to do these things, and, although newcomers like Bone 6 and Bone 7 were still clumsy, they also seemed to be picking it up. It was undoubtedly easier for them to learn from fellow skeleton soldiers like Deadbone, but it provided further evidence. Are Bone 2 and Bone 3 gaining intelligence? They seem to be developing a bit of wisdom. Of course, they only showed signs of low-level intelligence so far. Deadbone had been teaching them patiently. Goblins, being inherently slothful, were lackadaisical in their defense. Their only merit was to deploy patrol teams, but their defensive lines were far from thorough. The goblins were also not very good at executing orders. At this point, Deadbone and the others had started their wholesale slaughter, already killing more than 20 goblins. Among the casualties were a few 2-star goblin spearmen. However, an even larger group of goblins soon gathered, making it hard to continue with assassinations and sneak attacks. Instead, they had to resort to brute force, accepting the corresponding risks. Mu Yuan looked on. Big Goblin, Common, Level 6 of 0 Order. Goblin Spearman, Common, Level 4 of 0 Order, Level 5 of 0 Order, X3. Goblin, Common, Level 4 of 0 Order, X8. In front of the goblin camp, a group of goblins sat around a campfire. Their levels were generally high, with a red indicator. Even the weakest goblin had a level comparable to the Wolf King from the first day. They held clubs in their hands. Compared to ordinary goblins, they looked much more vicious, and also seemed a bit taller and stronger. They were elites. Deadbone looked serious. After all, he was only at level 4 himself, equivalent to a common goblin. When dealing with these enemies, extreme caution was required indeed. Whiz, the sound of a wooden spear piercing through the air. Deadbone was the first to attack, aiming at a goblin spearman with ranged attack capacity. This time, there was no need for stealth. He didn't need to silence the goblin, and thus aimed for the larger target of its torso. He threw 3 spears in 2.5 seconds. Like bullets fired from a gun, the first and second spearmen were shot down consecutively. But the last goblin spearman somehow avoided the fatal spear at the critical moment and was only injured. No wonder it was a level 5 elite, its power was simply formidable. Deadbone muttered to himself, taking a serious approach. Then, he fired another spear, finally killing the elite spearman. After such continuous bursts of attacks, Deadbone needed a moment to recover. The big goblin in the distance let out a beast-like roar and charged towards him. At the same time, the whole camp stirred up. One goblin after another ran out from their corners, growling and hollering. More than 30 goblins in total. Their number might seem small, but only Mu Yuan understood how overwhelming and shocking they felt when they all charged at once. Deadbone and a few other skeletons faced these green monsters like rocks meeting a giant wave. Although the wave was strong, the rocks held their ground against the onslaught. The decisive battle has finally arrived, Mu Yuan mused. The next moment, Dead Bone and the bravely presented skeletons turned and ran. The goblins were stunned, and after a moment of hesitation, chased after them in a rage. However, the skeleton soldiers were not slow, and even the higher-level big goblins couldn't catch them right away. The guerrilla warfare led by Dead Bone had begun. Mu Yuan was also taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly. Although this is indeed a tactical move. Although one side has rare rank and 5 3-star soldiers, while the other side only has 3 3-star soldiers, it's only right that some strategy is needed. But they could just have a direct face-off and end it all. All Mu Yuan could do was continue munching on melon seeds, watching in anticipation. Both sides clashed a few times around the mountain basin, with Dead Bone managing to get a hit and escape each time, refusing to engage with the big goblin directly. Even though, when using his skills, he could probably kill a high-level big goblin in 1 or 2 hits, he still wouldn't go for it. It was too risky. Even if he did kill Big Goblin A, there were still big goblins B and C around. The risk was too great. His armor might get damaged, and to round up, it could put him and his comrades in danger. As Dead Bone was entrusted by the Lord, he would not take any risky moves. Outside the hollow, the ash-gray skeletons and green-skinned goblins were still fighting. The battle had lasted for more than 10 minutes, causing the ground to be scraped and universe to collapse, until finally. Splutter, Bone 3 made a sudden thrust forward, then a lift upward, directly stabbing into the back of the strongest and most muscular big goblin, at a point below his waist. The big goblin let out a horrifying scream that echoed around the area. Mu Yuan felt a tightening in his stomach. Dead Bone gave Bone 3 a thumbs up, signaling his approval for the move, which was both safe and effective. The big goblin, fatally injured, soon expired. The other goblins, who had been under the big goblin's command, scattered at once and fled back to their camp. The camp had fences and watchtowers, making it difficult for Dead Bone and the other skeletons to overrun it. However, after the war that saw most of the goblin soldiers obliterated, the camp was more than half empty. The 3 strongest big goblins had all perished under the hands of Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, and the other skeleton soldiers. Dead Bone continued to steadily advance toward the camp, methodically disabling the traps one by one. Not far away, the goblins and spearmen showed signs of fleeing in disorder, but the next moment, the goblins' eyes gradually turned a bloody red color, much like the earlier Wolf King and other monsters. They had completely lost their sense and nature was supplanted by increasing ferocity. They were more fearless in combat than the skeleton soldiers, and their combat power soared. Of course, no matter how explosive they became, goblins were still goblins. When they hit the skeleton soldiers with their clubs, they only made a dull thud. They did cause some damage, but it was only minor. The outcome is settled. I didn't expect Dead Bone to be more reliable than I thought. He already has the bearing of a great general. Mu Yuan took a few large gulps of water and brushed away the shells of the melon seeds he'd eaten, preparing to control his character to finish off the enemy. Suddenly, a falcon hovering in midair gave a sharp screech. Mu Yuan's eyebrows furrowed. Dead Bone paused in his tracks. From afar, deep inside the camp, 3 figures appeared. 2 of them were burly big goblins, and the other figure was quite small, similar in size to a normal goblin, yet this figure stood in the central C-grade position. This one had a hunched back, dressed in animal skins that were much more intricate than the other goblins. Around its neck was a necklace made of beast teeth, and in its hand held a crooked stick embellished with several skulls, much like a staff. It was a rare-ranked goblin shaman. How could a shaman appear in such a small camp? Didn't the forum say that shamans only appeared in big camps? This was a bad situation. Dead Bone, being a skeleton, would not understand what a goblin shaman represented. As expected, it was time for him, the Lord, to step in. Mu Yuan began to control his character. The goblin shaman who just came into view was already raising his staff, murmuring as if chanting a spell. The air gradually became sticky, and there was an ominous atmosphere that made people feel irritated. But Dead Bone made his move. Burning with soul flame, A brand new grayish-white bone spear of about 2 meters long had somehow ended up in his hand. His body slightly bent, his right hand raised back. Skeleton warrior's throwing technique, full strength. He kept his eyes locked on the hunched figure. Charge. Energy surged and filled his whole body in an instant, gathering in the palm of his right hand holding the bone spear. Throw. 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 Dust was kicked up from the ground, his shoe scraping obvious marks. A sharp sound of breaking the air passed, followed by a loud booming noise from the distance. Boom! The bone spear thrown with the charged strength was like a shell piercing through the air, violently tearing apart and smashing the body of the goblin shaman, and with the remaining force, blew apart the gate of the camp. The dust quickly dispersed, and there was no trace of the goblin shaman left. On the side, the two big brother goblins had just given a threatening roar when they became frozen on the spot. And 100 meters away, Dead Bone, still in a throwing pose, wiped off a non-existent sweat, feeling relieved. That was close, too close, too close. That was an incredibly thrilling battle. In front of the computer, Mu Yuan looked at the corpses strewn all over the place and the soul sand and remnant souls being extracted from their bodies, commenting while cracking melon seeds. Yeah, that was really thrilling, wasn't it? The goblin shaman fell unsettlingly, so hastily that Mu Yuan didn't even have time to check its level among the rare classes of shamans. But it couldn't be too high. The highest level big goblins around him were only at level 6, so he assumed the goblin shaman to be level 7. Level 7. It's actually quite advanced. It has entered the late period of apprentice, and as a powerful troop of rare 1-star level, the shaman is incredibly fearsome. But it seems, not too much, under Dead Bone's cannonball-like bone spear throw. Let alone a 7-level shaman. Even a professional level shaman wouldn't survive if hit. Shamans are, after all, fragile. The big goblin, on the other hand, was very resistant. When the skeleton soldier's sword landed on it, it couldn't cut too deep as the intense muscles of the big goblin would trap it. Hence, other skeleton soldiers also rushed after and landed their cuts. With multiple wounds accumulated, even the two big goblins with blood-red eyes stumbled and fell, dying unsettled like their shaman. Being the overlord within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers, the goblin camp stirred a lot of commotion in this battle, but very few monsters dared to investigate. Their fear of the goblin overlord was embedded deeply in their bones. Even if some reckless wild creatures rushed over, drawn by the smell of blood, they were merely more fodder for Dead Bone and the other skeleton slaughter. Mu Yuan began to tally his battle gains. Apart from the unexpected goblin shaman, the number of other goblins was much as he predicted before, totaling about dozens. Killing dozens of monsters at once, his harvest was naturally pretty rich. Dead Bone, along with Bone 2 and Bone 3 that had slightly opened their spiritual wisdom, tirelessly collected the scattered soul sand and handed it over to him. As a result of killing many high-level troops in this battle, including 5 big goblins and 1 goblin shaman, a good amount of remnant souls burst out. It was a glorious victory. Like grains of sand, the tiny fragments of soul sand piled before him slowly merged into an exquisite broken gem. Soul sand. 101.5 grams, as for remnant souls. 3 random remnant souls, and another 2 goblins. Unlucky. However, a 3-star level remnant soul burst out. Remnant soul, big slime. Description. Use this remnant soul to recruit a normal 3-star troop, big slime, with a 100% success rate. The evolved form of slime, big slime. Just like the skeleton series, common slimes are synonymous with weaklings, but big slimes are fairly good. They are the best among the 3-star troops, possessing large bodies and great force, capable of both tanking and controlling, by suppressing with their weight and exerting strong control over enemies. Moreover, if you round it off, slimes are also considered noble elemental creatures. Mu Yuan had considered the selection of his main troops a while ago, meaning 1 or 2 days earlier. He had a bit of evolutionary ability, so he needed to go down the route of troop specialization. He simply couldn't recruit a skeleton soldier in one place and a musketeer in another. But being skilled only in skeleton troops wouldn't work either, The limitation of a single type of troop is too large. Their weaknesses would be obvious and easily targeted. Something like archers who are great for ranged combat is highly practical and have an upper hand in city defense. Unfortunately, archers are 2-star level troops, and due to their long-range characteristics, the price of their remnant souls is high and not much cheaper than 3-star ones. And for me to exploit evolutionary abilities, I need to focus on numbers because the evolution points produced by skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers are not much more than little skeletons. After days of research, the rules of the evolution ability are apparent. Quality is made by quantity. Just like the whole clan pushing forward 1 or 2 emperors. Under these circumstances, Mu Yuan needs cost-effective troops, and Little Skeleton is one of them. Not only that, but I also have to consider the daily maintenance of the troops. Most troops are of flesh and blood, like archer and musketeer from the human race. They are no different from real humans except that they lack wisdom. They need daily food and necessary rest. If not provided, the troops would lose balance leading to a decrease in combat power, and in severe cases, they may even perish. In a sense, troops are delicate. Apart from commanding them into battle, players also need to carefully maintain the troops, looking after them daily. Therefore, whales cannot afford to buy remnant souls without limit. They may be able to buy but can't afford to keep. Even if they can afford to, they can't manage it all. The wealthier the player, the more they desire to own troops that have awakened their self-consciousness, which could help them handle many affairs. Yet, even though they may be able to purchase remnant souls of rarer troops, they could never buy troops that have self-consciousness. This can only depend on luck. Could I possibly rely on breeding them? According to the information I've gathered, slimes seem to be able to meet their nutritional needs just by consuming leaves. That makes them extraordinarily easy to feed, which suits Mu Yuan's requirements quite well. The only negative aspect is that slimes don't have any long-range attack abilities and they cannot fly. But considering their massive size, perhaps giant slimes could serve as a mount? A bed, perhaps? As for the so-called 3 useless creatures, with the goblin being the last on the list, Mu Yuan wagged his head, deciding against using goblins. They were ugly that made him outright reject them. After gathering up the remnant souls and soul sand, Mu Yuan didn't leave the area. This place was a goblin camp, so aside from monster drops, there were still plenty of valuable materials around, such as the wooden spears of goblin spearmen. While Dead Bone was picking up soul sand, it also took the opportunity to collect these wooden spears, as they were important reserves of strategic weaponry. It found that, compared to close combat, long-range attacks were safer and steadier. If it could wipe out enemies 10,000 meters away, wouldn't that be safer? But how to spot an enemy from 10,000 meters away and annihilate them became a question. Dead Bone fell into deep contemplation. Guarded by Bone 2 and Bone 3, Mu Yuan cautiously moved forward. He also commanded Bone 6 to scout the path ahead even further, looking for traps or any goblins that hadn't been fully eliminated. He wasn't afraid of dying, he just preferred to play it safe. The big goblin relied purely on its fists for combat, and apart from an worn-out pair of pants, it had no other equipment. I don't think this troop type will do. As for this goblin shaman, there was no complete corpse left of the goblin shaman, but luckily, Dead Bone had thrown the body of the shaman, leaving the twisted skull staff that the shaman had held in his hand undamaged on the side. The main component of the staff looked like a dried-up branch, with several skull-sized heads hanging from it. The heads seemed like gory trophies that the goblins had stripped from somewhere. Is this really a treasure? But when Mu Yuan picked it up, his eyes lit up. Shaman, oh shaman, I misjudged you. You're a good monster. Shaman's staff, rare, description. A crudely made, ugly-looking staff that reeks mildly of blood. Despite appearances, the staff is fairly functional, and can slightly enhance the holder's mental power and mental recovery speed. It also carries the fireball technique skill. This was not standard equipment, but a treasure piece with special abilities. However, isn't the fireball technique a skill that the shaman inherently possesses? Mu Yuan switched to the Tai Zan forum to check some information and found out that potential skills a goblin shaman might possess are bloodthirsty technique, dog and wolf summoning, witch doctor technique. As for which of these skills the shaman actually possesses, it depended on the individual. Different individuals possessed different skills. Some rare individuals might awaken skills different from the three mentioned, or they might have no skills at all, plain as a whiteboard. The shaman's staff smells foul and is a bit dirty. It's also an attack-type equipment that I am unlikely to incarnate into the real world for use. It's not suitable to sell right now either. I wonder if Dead Bone and the rest can use it. The undead also have mental power. Theoretically, they should be able to use it. Skeletons aren't afraid of stench. At first glance, it seems to be a perfect fit. While pondering this, Mu Yuan entered the goblin camp. The environment inside the camp was worse and more nauseating than the outside, resembling a massive slaughtering ground. Various kinds of dried bones and body pieces were scattered randomly. If he were to physically enter this place, Mu Yuan suspected he would have vomited his dinner from the night before. Even as he just sat in front of his computer, separated by a whole world, he still felt revulsed. These goblins were disgusting. But only the goblins were disgusting. The treasures they had looted were innocent. For the sake of world peace, Mu Yuan must pack up these innocent treasures and take them away to save them from this hell. Notification. Obtained soul sand 33.6 grams. Notification. Obtained normal materials of various kinds. Notification. Obtained equipment, amulet, normal. Notification. Obtained special item. Heritage stone, rare. By the time Mu Yuan returned to his territory, the sky over Baijiang City had completely darkened. After a quick tally, he found that he had collected over 200 grams of soul sand that day, and obtained over 10 remnant souls. It could be said that he had struck it rich in one day. My hard work for the entire day wasn't in vain, at least. Grabbing the last handful of sunflower seeds, Mu Yuan took another swig of his ice-cold Sprite, marking the end of a tiring day. Back in his territory, it was just past 8 in the evening in the real world, but on the Eternal Continent, the sky was still bright, and Mu Yuan had no plans to go out any further. He had to strike a balance between work and leisure. And now was the time to rest. No wait, it was time to tally up the spoils of war. He had already done a rough count at the goblin camp, but it was too dangerous out in the wild for him to take a closer look. Only now did he take out these materials one by one. Among the various materials, there are 11 red blood fruits. However, these were found in the goblin camp. Oh well, when I found them, they still looked clean. It's not the fruit's fault. There are also filling fruits, strengthening bone fruits, and other types of fruits. These can be digested internally by the skeletons and the dead bone. When extracting treasures to the real world, the interdimensional shipping fee is quite high, so he will try as much as possible to digest internally, and if it doesn't work, he would think about selling them in exchange for resources. Oh right, didn't I mention yesterday that I would head over to the association today to sell the remnant souls? Forget it, I'll leave this challenging task to myself tomorrow. Mu Yuan lined up the remnant souls one by one. A total of 6 random remnant souls, 2 goblin wraiths, 1 3-star big slime wraith, and 3 random remnant souls harvested even earlier. The total number of remnant souls had reached double digits. He planned to recruit the big slime himself to see what it looked like. As for the random remnant souls, naturally he'd trade them, trying to get little skeleton remnant souls in exchange. As for the goblin wraiths, they don't seem to be worth much. Let it be, they could probably sell for some soul sand, right? And this amulet. In the game world, he already had an amulet. Mu Yuan planned to bring this one into the real world and wear it on himself. To give his weak physical body a little more sense of security. Among the previously obtained treasures, apart from the big slime wraith and the shaman staff, this heritage stone is the most valuable. This was a simple stone that shimmered with green light and was engraved with mysterious patterns. Within it, one could vaguely see a hunched figure. A goblin shaman. Heritage stone, rare, description. A heritage stone that carries the goblin shaman profession, which can make a chosen one acquire this profession and strengthen themselves through cultivation. Note: ordinary civilians can also use the heritage stone, but there is a chance of failure. Players have several mainstream paths to constantly become stronger and gain extraordinary power. Receiving nourishment from soldier types is one of them, and using a heritage stone is another. For ranger players, the number of soldier types they can rule is limited. Relying on nourishment to enhance themselves takes time. Moreover, nourishment only enhances the basic aspects like physique and spirit for players, but cannot give players special abilities like spitting fire or water. A heritage stone can. As the name suggests, after using it, players will gain the profession of that soldier type, and are able to absorb soul sand to level up and continuously break through. However, using heritage stones also has drawbacks. Once used, players almost definitively fixate on this profession, which is hard to change, even if they want to use the same method to replace it with a higher-ranked profession. Therefore, players are extremely cautious when using heritage stones, and basically no player would use a heritage stone for 1-star or 2-star professions. The Goblin Shaman is a rare 1-star soldier type, so its heritage stone is pretty valuable and won't lack a market. However, it's said that players who have used heritage stones will gradually take on the appearance of that soldier type. The changes are minor at low levels, but if players break through to the professional level or the elite level, they might possibly have some significant traits of that profession. What are the characteristics of a Goblin Shaman? Short, hunchbacked, green-skinned, sparse-haired, full of wrinkles. These features detract too much from an appearance, which naturally discounts the value of the heritage stone. The most commonly used heritage stones by players are usually derived from human soldier types, while others like the nature elf and elf priest. Their heritage stones are often priced higher than those of the same tier, by quite a bit. Many female players and even quite a few male players are after the elf series of heritage stones. Who wouldn't when most elves are handsome guys and beautiful girls, especially the higher-ranked ones? The Goblin Shaman profession isn't the least desirable either. Soldier types like Frost Giant Wolf, Hellhound, and Tree Guardian may be strong, but not many players would use them because these soldier types aren't even humanoid, causing poor compatibility. Mu Yuan was browsing the Tai Zon forum for information related to heritage stones, mainly to check out the price trends. Suddenly, he noticed a few quite interesting heritage stones. The Witch Legacy Stone. The Witch is a rare soldier type among humans, well-versed in various spells and quite powerful. However, the special thing about the Witch Soldier is that they are all female. And once a male player uses this Legacy Stone, it will experience a series of remarkable transformations. He had heard of an overseas organization known as the Witch Sisters, but how many large, bleep, witches were among the witch players, he had no idea. Similar legacy stones with marvelous powers, like the Magical Girl Legacy Stone and Eunuch Legacy Stone, etc. also exist. In his territory, at the altar, Mu Yuan placed the 3-star remnant soul on the altar and began the recruitment process by communing with the heavens and the earth. Ding! Prompt. Do you wish to consume 3-star remnant soul times 1, and soul sand 15 grams, for targeted recruitment of 3-star troops, Big Slime? Yes. The familiar glow appeared, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Soon, a large, 2 to 3 meters high being that resembled a blue jelly-like creature plopped down on the altar. It and Mu Yuan were standing face to face, big eyes staring at small eyes. Gug, Gug. Its large body shook like a water ball filled with water, rolling towards him. Mu Yuan could only employ his nimble maneuvers and dodge sideways. This blob of slime isn't very smart, is it? But that's to be expected, given it hasn't awoken its self-consciousness yet. The Gug is merely a part of the slime's biological instinct. A mere slime, even a noble 3-star troop, doesn't warrant too much attention. After all, he's already broken the double digits for his 3-star troops. Mu Yuan couldn't expect a random big slime that he recruited to be as extraordinary as Dead Bone. How could that be possible? He has to learn to get used to the cute and ordinary troops. Fortunately, he has his right-hand man, Dead Bone, to take care of everything, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. He handed Big Slime over to Dead Bone's management and switched the screen to the player forum next door. At this point in the Eternal Continent, Dead Bone is also a bit troubled by the new task assigned by his lord. It's not that he is unwilling, it's that managing other skeletons is an easy task for a skeleton like him since they understand each other's ways and behaviors. But looking after a slime, he doesn't know how to. After all, it's only been 3 days since he became a resurrected skeleton, so how could he know what the hell is this jelly slime in front of him? Dead Bone is worried. His soul fire is burning even more fiercely than in a battle. He is racking his brains and thinking constantly. But they, the skeletons, don't need to eat anything. Does this big blob of slime need to? And if so, what does it need? That's it. Dead Bone pushes some collected materials in front of the big slime. Lack of knowledge isn't a problem. He can leave the problem to those who know what to do. Big Slime's round eyes widen. Gug? Dead Bone. Gug. Perhaps there's some kind of communication between GUGs. Big Slime instantly moved its body and shoveled its way to a pile of shiny materials, opened its big mouth, and swallowed it in one slurp. Its eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Shiny eyes were looking at Dead Bone as if saying, "Is there more? Is there more?" Dead Bone understood the slime's body language and was enlightened, so that's the diet of a slime. Mu Yuan doesn't know that his slime is a bit quirky and doesn't eat grass, but instead likes to swallow shiny things. If he did know, he would say this is a wasteful creature. Why did he choose the slime troop? Isn't it just because slime can survive on grass, which is widely available and very cost-efficient, making it an ideal choice for a hard-working 007 laborer? The bloodline of this slime is way too impure, but he has to raise the slime he recruits, even if it costs tears. Mu Yuan hasn't switched back to the game screen yet. He is very confident in Dead Bone. At this time, he is already mingling in the newcomers section of the Tai Zon forum, happily surfing around. Mu Yuan is a diligent, hardworking, morally upstanding youth in the modern era. However, to gather information, he has to join the extreme chaos here and blend into the quirky players of the forum. Yes, it's all for the sake of gathering information. My activity range in the gaming world is still very limited, and the things I've come into contact with are sparse. I have to broaden my horizons through the forum and to take a peek at the current progress of other greenhands. Mu Yuan glanced at his evolution points and evolved the 10th skeleton soldier, Bone 10. Currently, his dilapidated village had 1 skeleton warrior, 9 skeleton soldiers, 5 little skeletons, 1 falcon, and 1 big slime. They have more than enough to stand guard for the night. Mu Yuan hadn't planned to let Dead Bone venture out to hunt by himself. He had earned a lot of soul sand today, which should be used to give Dead Bone more cultivation time to advance to level 5 and 6 more quickly. He heard that some top whales would deliberately leave several 3-star troops at home to cultivate day and night without doing anything else. Other soldiers would go out exploring and fighting monsters while the player themselves acquired resources for leveling up from reality. Everything was done to create a few first-team level troops. Compared to that, his own Dead Bone was of a rare level, but without auxiliary materials and the need to go hunting to earn money. His level-up progress was probably slower than the main force of the top whales. He was indeed too weak. Let's take a look at the other competitors. Fuck. Out of my 10 initial soldiers, only 4 remain. Where's the official rescue team? If they don't come, I will be screwed tonight. We're on the way. We got tangled with a bipedal flying dragon on the road and it took a while to shake it off. Our rescue team is not having it easy either. Remember to give us a 5-star review, darling. Damn, this game is unreasonable. Who other than whales can withstand the monster's repeated attacks? It's just impossible to withstand. It's not just about withstanding. I'm staring at the computer all day and I don't dare to sleep because I'm afraid of missing something. I feel worn out. Indeed, the last time I wasn't paying attention, my damn troops rushed up and got themselves killed. These initial troops are both noobs and stupid. Probably only whales are able to defend their territory securely. Indeed, the advantage of whales is too significant, far beyond Oh Huang. Even though I got 3 3-star elf archers at the beginning, it's still difficult for me. I have only just obtained 3 random remnant souls and recruited 2 1-star soldiers and a 2-star soldier. Too hard. Oh Huang, Eat my spear. Looking at himself, after working hard all day, Mu Yuan had only managed to gain a dozen remnant souls. Truly, it was too difficult. That was his reply under the posts. But these posts didn't have much nutritional value, and Mu Yuan only browsed for an hour before moving on with great willpower to find more valuable posts. Hua Shan Sword Fight, current prominent newbies review, continuously updating, don't rush. The post was from a greasy veteran player called First-Hand Information Dealer. No price gap from middleman, who often loitered in the newbie area. He listed some newbies who were already well-known, most of whom were whales. But there were differences among the whales too. Krypton Gold and getting an array of 3-star soldiers at the beginning was only the start. The extent to which they could develop subsequently also depended on the abilities of the whales themselves. And on whether they kept receiving a steady flow of Krypton Gold support. Newbie, Luo Baiwan, 2.5 days into the game. Reason for review. This afternoon, with the sacrifice of 19 3-star soldiers, he captured a projection point of the remnant soul and recruited a rare 1-star soldier, Ironclad Scorpion. My evaluation is decisive in action, promising future. Mu Yuan was clear about the projection point of the remnant soul. Some of the stronger remnant souls, like the rare-level remnant souls, would often not be dropped by monsters, but instead were nurtured by nature like treasures and existed in the corners of the world. At the same time, these powerful soul bodies would reveal external phenomena, such as forming the halo projection of the corresponding troop type. The arrival of even more top-tier souls of generals was said to be like the birth of a treasure, with magnificent light soaring into the sky. Above was mostly hearsay bragged and blown out of proportions by the old folks in the forum. But many times, rare-level remnant souls could indeed be detected from far away. At the same time, not weak monsters would gather around these remnant souls that had produced halo projections. But, is it worth it to sacrifice as many as 19 3-star troops just to recruit a single rare soldier? A single rare soldier can't possibly defeat that many 3-star soldiers. This seems like a decrease in combat power, losses exceeding gains. Even Emperor Dead Bone can't possibly confront 19, Bone 2, Bone 3, head-on, let alone a regular rare rank soldier. He scrolled down. Indeed, curious bystanders didn't need his prompt to ask similar questions. How many 3-star soldiers can a rare soldier take on? Even if a rare soldier possesses skills, how many can he execute? He might shrink after a single move. An experienced player underneath commented, a rare soldier won't shrink after a single move. However, most rare soldiers can't execute anything during the early stages. For an apprentice level to execute skills accurately is not that easy. Rare soldiers also need constant practice to master the skills imprinted into their soul, which might take about 10 to 15 days. Of course, as the soldier rank improves and they grow stronger, this time can shorten, but at the very least, they need to practice for 5 to 7 days. This explanation left the other players, especially the new ones, even more puzzled. If a rare soldier can't use their skills, isn't that the same as a larger-sized 3-star soldier? Maybe just barely enough to manage a 1-on-2 fight. Mu Yuan also found it perplexing. Rare soldiers require practice to execute skills, which is as expected. But rare soldiers need to train that long just to learn to use their skills properly. That's a bit too much, right? He deemed it unfit to bring Emperor Dead Bone up for comparison. His not-so-smart, Bone 2, a mere 3-star soldier, managed to master the cleave skill in less than 2 days of training. During their recent siege of the Goblin Camp, Bone 2 managed to execute cleave 3 times consecutively in a short time frame. Could it be that Bone 2 is not stupid, but in fact, somewhat smart? But cleave always leaves a big hole. It's tough for Mu Yuan to associate Bone 2 with the term smart. This experienced player's statement somehow made the rare soldiers seem even more lame. The cost of sacrificing numerous 3-star soldiers didn't seem to be worth it after all. But that's not how the calculations should work. First of all, Luo Baiwan is an elite whale, backed by a veteran lord. He's not lacking in 3-star soldiers. However, it's not easy to recruit a rare soldier who will obey him wholeheartedly. Secondly, it's clear that Luo Baiwan wants to rank on the leaderboard during the Lord trial to receive gifts bestowed by heaven. What he will gain far outweighs the small cost he incurred. He's racing against time. An experienced player mentioned, the gap between rare soldiers and ordinary soldiers is massive. It only shows up gradually as the level rises. Especially when the soldiers transition into the professional level and start utilizing power. The difference between a skill-possessing rare soldier and a completely blank 3-star soldier is enormous. New players only have 1 month of preparation time for the Lord trial. Luo Baiwan can indeed wait until his 3-star soldiers level up and then go to capture the projection point of the remnant soul. The losses he would incur would be significantly reduced then, even potentially taking it down without any losses, but by then, half a month of the newbie preparation period would have already passed. Even if he recruits a rare soldier then and starts training, how far can he level up when the trial comes? They are racing against time, hoping to escalate their trump card to the professional level before the trial arrives, ensuring their success in the battle. Hence, the elite player gave the appraisal, decisive actions, promising future. You new players should learn a lesson. Learn what? How to be the top whales. In all fairness, are we green hands not decisive? No, we just don't have enough money. Countless green hands left their bitter tears in the forum. Mu Yuan's evaluation was, better to evolve. He will soon be able to evolve all little skeletons into skeleton soldiers. Afterwards, he might evolve 1 or 2 into skeleton warriors, or continue training his trump card, allowing the dead bone to advance to the next stage. Zan country is indeed a place where heroes and dragons reside. As a mature soldier, Bone, you must support the territory. Mu Yuan felt some urgency when he saw the criticisms from the veterans and the other top rookies competing for every second. But haste served no purpose. Top whales stood behind the lords in the eternal world and the real-world tycoons. They could charge constantly. Even if they met an accident and fell into the abyss, they could at least survive. Average players like him couldn't do that. Every step needed careful consideration, and a misstep might be irretrievable. He could only use time to develop his territory as much as possible while being steady. Mu Yuan was astonished by many of the actions of these excellent rookies that he had browsed through. He paid special attention to the rookies within the Baiyun state. These rookies were born in the Eternal Continent, and they will be in the same area as him. If he also wants to be on the list during the trial and compete for gifts from heaven and earth, these people will be his competitors. Rookie, with an emperor's stance. Reason for review. Extremely strong micromanagement capabilities, has achieved feats of annihilating over 20 enemies with 8 3-star troops without injury. Personal abilities stand out. Rookie, smashing darkness with Thunderbolt. Reviewed because possesses a hidden command talent. Under his leadership, troops are able to exhibit more potent destructive power than usual. Rookie, in the name of Glass, reviewed because has a natural talent, has recruited rare rank troops, and has repeatedly won with fewer numbers, achieving brilliant results. The reviews of these excellent rookies given by the first-hand intelligence dealer mainly come from these rookies who have proved their information publicly. Unlike Mu Yuan, the second-generation players who have distinguished background and outstanding performances since childhood have been closely watched in the circle of transcendent players. Admittedly, the selection mechanism of the Eternal World is completely random, but it is a special case if they are second-generation players with special talents. There's a good chance they would be selected. If both parents are transcendental players and possess decent strength, their children have a certain probability of inheriting some special abilities at birth, such as water spray, telekinesis, flight, the ability to let archers shoot farther, and the ability to spiritually link with the soldiers for remote manipulation, among others. People from ordinary players also have a very small chance of possessing innate talent, but most of them are recessive, and they need to be gradually discovered as the player's rank steadily increases. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, as expected. I just have a little evolution of special abilities, not cheating. However, apart from these outstanding sons and daughters of heaven who have always been the focus of attention, some rookies actively publicize their information. Their aim seemed to be creating momentum in order to gain more investments. Of course, he was fine. Mu Yuan didn't want anything other than the resources that he could use for free. He just wanted to be a quiet and personal lord. As if due to the approval of the officials for the posts by the first-hand intelligence dealer, many rookies simply recommended themselves below. Not all of them are outstanding rookies. The weak ones hope to receive a little bit of investment to help them pass the resource assessment conducted by the officials and then pass the Lord's trial. The stronger ones, on the other hand, hope to get on the list. Being evaluated by veterans is a considerable affirmation for many rookies. They will soon receive invitations from large groups to serve as CEOs and reach the top of their lives. A rookie commented below, "This lord has recruited rare rank skeleton warriors. Picture 1.jpg, picture 2.jpg. You guys take a look and see how strong and dashing it is. Show anyone who can." Mu Yuan clicked the picture, which was indeed a valiant and charismatic skeleton warrior in silver gray armor, holding a large sword, and carrying a bone spear on his back. Another player had recruited the rare troops. It was the skeleton warrior. But something seemed wrong. Below the floor were a bunch of envious players. Admire the big guy in the front row. Big brother, recognize me. This big brother hasn't made the comment list yet. Looks like a dark horse. More than just a dark horse, it's a supreme dark horse. There are always dark horses, but this year they come early. Wait a minute. The green hands were all praising, but an old player who had been looking at the picture for a while realized, isn't your skeleton warrior's momentum a bit wrong? And the posture of holding the sword is not quite right. Right, it's also a bit short. Mu Yuan also noticed it. He had initially thought that Emperor Dead Bone was different from other skeleton warriors, but that was normal since he was the future emperor. But on closer inspection, he noticed that this warrior seemed a bit like a skeleton soldier. Why does your skeleton soldier wear warrior's armor? An old player said, damn, it's obviously just an ordinary 3-star skeleton soldier, only that it's wearing a warrior's armor, almost fooled me. Even if your armor is very neatly made, a skeleton soldier is still a skeleton soldier. It specializes in using a war blade. The bone spear you equipped it with is nothing more than a decoration. Skeleton soldiers have no throwing skills at all. Maybe they don't even know how to grip a bone spear. But setting aside all the above, this skeleton soldier dressed in warrior's clothes was quite handsome. Its combat power should be somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary skeleton soldier. After all, it was a skeleton warrior, the youth version. Mu Yuan pondered, I failed to exploit the bug before, so I couldn't hoard some equipment. But if I think about it differently, if I had enough money to make a set of armor like this for the skeleton soldiers, could it reduce the cost of evolution? I might try it in the future when I have the money, but not now. This kind of armor that could be transported into the game world was not cheap. Wait, there's also the cross-world transportation tax. When I think about it, it's even more expensive. Exploiting bugs is indeed a difficult task. A night passed quietly. Mu Yuan cultivated by eating fruits in the real world, while Dead Bone cultivated in the eternal world by eating soul sand. Both shared a bright future. The next day, Mu Yuan woke up early and continued to arrange for himself and Dead Bone to go out and explore, collect resources, and make full use of time. When this exploration trip was over and the game characters needed rest, Mu Yuan prepared to go out. I need more little skeleton remnant souls, and I hope I could buy some materials that can aid in cultivation and boost Dead Bone. Like filling fruits, for instance. There are many types of these cultivation materials and auxiliary materials for cultivation. He didn't have the conditions before, but now, he had more than 100 or 200 pieces of soul sand and some material treasures in his pocket. He should buy some supplements for Dead Bone. If not at the level of a whale, at least, the child should not suffer. Mu Yuan piled up the remnant souls and materials he could possibly sell in front of the Lord's altar for easy access. He watched Dead Bone studying skills and wondered, should I summon Dead Bone to the real world? Although Zon Country is relatively safe, it's always reassuring to have some power in hand. The most important thing was that after a few days of strengthening, Mu Yuan felt that he was almost ready, and would not be drained. If that's the case, who can resist the temptation to see his own skeleton's heroism in person? He told Dead Bone, I prepared a complete monster manual, a complete military manual, and 9 years of compulsory education for you. Are you interested in coming over to my side? Dead Bone couldn't wait and nodded his head. In that case, after Dead Bone handed over his work to the other skeletons, Mu Yuan included him in the Lord's Seal, and also included Bone 2 and Bone 3. As soon as they were included, he sensed a connection in the dark, spanning Langsing and the eternal world. It was somewhat surprised. He had tried it before. When he included Dead Bone, who was still a little skeleton, in the seal, the connection was very weak. He also had a premonition that if he really called Dead Bone into the real world, his poor spiritual power and body would be drained. But now, it seems very easy. The connection is much stronger than before. The connection with Bone 2 and Bone 3 is not weak either. It's several times stronger than when they were little skeletons, but it's a lot weaker than Dead Bone. That being said, could it be related to evolution? Because of evolution, the connection between me and Dead Bone has become closer, and the difficulty of summoning naturally decreases. If that were the case, Mu Yuan closed the window and pulled the curtain tightly. He took a deep breath, stood in the middle of the room, clutching a piece of soul sand the size of a fingernail. He gently flicked it, and the soul sand flew up like a coin. In my name, I summon the future Skeleton Emperor, Lord of Bones, Master of Death, Controller of the Underworld, the Watchman of the Other Shores. Dead Bone, appear in reality. The deep voice echoed in the bedroom, and mysterious patterns appeared out of nowhere. The wind also started to blow. Whoosh! Mu Yuan was suddenly struck by a feeling of lessened temperature, as a cold wind began to blow. In front of him, a deep blue pattern rapidly traveled, sketched, and intertwined. In just a blink of an eye, a large gate covered with mysterious array patterns came into existence within his bedroom, and with a great rumble, it swung open. A figure in silver-gray armor, carrying a massive sword and a bone spear, stepped out from it. The next moment, the gate vanished into countless tiny specks of light. Skeleton? Dead Bone was a bit taken aback for a moment, but then it saw the familiar figure and felt a sense of profound familiarity emanating from the core of its soul. Being quite huge, Dead Bone found the small bedroom somewhat cramped. Plus, the weight of its full body armor was considerable, causing it to make a lot of noise when moving. So, Mu Yuan decided to keep it inside his mark space. The good news was that textbooks and other books could also be stored in the mark space, however, they couldn't be transported to the game world. Now, Dead Bone could take this opportunity to read and memorize them. For instance, it could memorize and then transcribe them in the eternal world, which would not only exercise its abilities but also allow the precious books to be transported to the eternal world for free. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Yuan thought it was a great plan. He pondered over the entire summoning process. As expected, the whole process was extremely smooth and didn't require the game interface to manipulate the summoned creatures. Just follow the invisible connection and add some soul sand. Moreover, the consumption during the summoning process was also smaller than I had imagined. It didn't feel like he had been drained. The level of exhaustion he felt was equivalent to a leisurely 400-meter run at most. And it was a slow jog. Given his current physical fitness, the energy consumption of a slow 400-meter jog was almost negligible. The exhaustion experienced by other players while summoning their creatures seems far greater. It feels like they've run at least 3,000 meters. My process is quicker and consumes less energy, which means I would have an easier time summoning more creatures when needed. That's pretty good. Having summoned Dead Bone to the real world and experiencing transcendent power, Mu Yuan felt quite elated. However, there wasn't enough space in the real world for Dead Bone to fully exercise his power, and he also didn't have much time to spare. Soon, he suppressed his excitement, disguised himself, and went out. Perhaps due to an increasing number of newcomers, the association's market was even busier than before. Having been there once, Mu Yuan was no longer a green hand. After the forum's baptism, he was no longer a rookie. Disguised as an old player, he wandered around the stalls, sold the materials, and exchanged the remnant souls. Mu Yuan saw Boss Zhang from a distance, but didn't greet him. Boss Zhang didn't have any remnant souls of the little skeletons. Mu Yuan moved on to another stall and bought 4 little skeleton remnant souls, and 6 more from another. And then, that's all. You old players are really disgraceful. Weren't you all complaining about the skeleton creatures being weak and their remnant souls not selling? Why didn't you accumulate more stock for me to buy? Damn. Mu Yuan understood that the number of players in Baijiang City was limited. The size of the trading market was also limited and couldn't be any larger. The people who painstakingly set up stalls were ordinary players. True Lord players didn't need to sell such trifles. Skeleton creatures are weak. They should be sent for mining. There's always a job suitable for them. He heard that the real large-scale trading market with numerous treasures for sale wasn't in Langsing, but in the eternal world. Only there would he have the chance to see the great lords and top strength players. Unable to buy little skeleton remnant souls, Mu Yuan changed his disguise and bought 4 slime remnant souls from a third stall owner. He cheaply sold off the useless goblin wraiths and some ordinary materials and bought some nurturing materials that could aid dead bone in cultivation. But, this is damn expensive, Mu Yuan frowned. The most common auxiliary cultivation material was called pure crystal dust. When mixed with soul sand in 1-to-1 ratio, it could speed up the cultivation rate to 1.5 times or even twice than the normal rate. Yet, the cost of this method was several times that of only using soul sand. Originally, it would need about 15 grams of soul sand to upgrade dead bone from level 4 to level 5. But with this new method, the required soul sand increased to hundreds. He only earned 200 soul sands yesterday, and he also needed to cultivate other skeletons. After some hesitation, Mu Yuan bought a small amount of pure crystal dust for dead bone to try. There was no need to rush with cultivation. As dead bone evolves, its cultivation efficiency would also improve. However, he would need to buy more of cultivation materials such as filling fruit. The dead bone was eaten up quickly. He also needs to allocate some resources to cultivate bone 2 and bone 3. That's a big expense. Usually, players would only invest a large amount of resources and improve the combat power of their ace troops and main forces when the improvement of their main force level becomes difficult. No one except the whales would invest in cultivating the series materials during the newbies' days. Even for the whales, this expense is painful. After all, the level of early troops is generally not high, and the 3-star level troops will sooner or later be replaced in the middle period, becoming ordinary city defense soldiers. Some top-notch newbies have recruited rare-level troops early, but given these people's capabilities, they will sooner or later be able to recruit even higher-ranking troops. A heavy cultivation is somewhat wasteful. Not cultivating, on the other hand, puts them behind others. Mu Yuan doesn't have this worry. Spending money on his own kids doesn't hurt a bit. Well, it hurts a little bit. When he came here, he still had more than 200 soul sands in his account. He pondered that he still had a lot of materials to sell, and his wallet had to be fuller when he returned. But it got flattened. Of course, he didn't sell the most precious shaman inheritance stone because he couldn't find an opportunity to sell it, which was indeed an eyesore. After completing the trade, Mu Yuan quickly retreated home. The whole process went extremely smoothly. No old players tracked him and killed him halfway. He didn't run into any arrogant and domineering rich second generation during the trade, and he didn't encounter any strong wanted criminals causing trouble, etc. The 108 emergency plans he had prepared had no opportunity to use. That's good. He's a peaceful person, and he doesn't care for all that fighting and killing. Thud. Accompanied by Bone 2 cutting down the last cave's person, Mu Yuan, who didn't have the qualification to name his territory yet, has achieved another glorious, defense battle, victory. At this moment, Dead Bone also returned to the eternal world via the Lord's seal. Looking at the cave's people, thorny cave's people lying dead in front of him, his expressionless face grew grave again. Lord, something is wrong. The number of cave's people invading has increased by 1.5 times than last time. If this trend continues, our territory will soon face a great crisis. Mu Yuan. Yeah, right. Looking at the mighty skeleton soldiers and the defeated cave's people, Mu Yuan couldn't argue with that and could only agree to Dead Bone's strengthening of territory defense strategy. What can he say with such a general who cares about the territory? Of course, he has to agree with everything, of course. Arranging defenses was Dead Bone's job, and Mu Yuan's own job was very simple. Recruit. Evolve. Soon, the new 10 stupid little skeletons walked down from the altar, and at the same time, 4 cute and stupid slime also appeared. Even though he couldn't enter the eternal world in person during the newbie days and could only watch from in front of the computer, watching the team grow stronger and larger, Mu Yuan was still ambitious. Falcon 1. Slime Series 5. Among them, 1 3-star Big Slime. Skeleton Series 25. Among them, 1 Skeleton Warriors, 13 Skeleton Soldiers. Yes, he has evolved the Skeleton Soldiers to Bone 14. They patrolled tirelessly, defeating any enemies that come to attack. Compared to that, the lively slime is a bit more troublesome to manage than the little skeleton. Mu Yuan is prepared to adopt the old leading the new style. Previously, he let Dead Bone take the big slime along, so now, let the big slime take the little slime along, and that should perfectly solve the problem, right? Oh right. Where's Big Slime? He didn't see such a big chunk. Mu Yuan turned his gaze and saw the big slime in the edge of the territory just swallowing some unknown object. Its body stiffened suddenly, turning an unhealthy color, looking extremely uncomfortable. Mu Yuan. Eating everything will only harm you. On the edge of the village, Mu Yuan walked to the side of the big slime, where there were still some remnants of uneaten food. It didn't seem right to describe these shiny, unknown substance remains as food. Did the big slime get indigestion because it ate these things? Wait a minute. Why are there some scattered items floating within the huge, seemingly frozen body of the big slime? There are fragments of broken iron, shattered gems, the unknown metal, luminous mushrooms, and so on. The skeletons collected these materials bit by bit during an outing. They aren't that valuable, but they are useful. Dead Bone used these scraps to set up many traps and defense lines. In addition, some unranked materials were also collected, just in case they could be useful. And the big slime swallowed quite a lot of these. It ate them, but not completely. These things are bound to be too hard to digest, right? Dead Bone is innocent. Maybe, perhaps, possibly, supposedly, the recipe is wrong. What should slime eat? Scholar Dead Bone started pondering seriously. It was quite a hassle, but Mu Yuan finally managed to coax the big slime into vomiting out the odds and ends from its body. This jelly-like blob was still discontented. It kept hopping towards the scraps. Was it greedy for money or food? Aren't you scared of choking to death? The big slime, which was adorably clueless, showed no grandeur of a great lord. It didn't understand, it just wanted to eat. It was making a desperate sound of goody gee. Yeah, it's not smart at all. But Mu Yuan saw something else. This big slime was somewhat unusual. After all, where could you find an ordinary slime that causes so much trouble? It was not to follow natural instincts or the Lord's commands. In this sense, the big slime had a bit of spiritual wisdom. But its spiritual wisdom was expressed in such a weird way. Why was it obsessed with these shiny objects? Mu Yuan conducted some tests. He ordered Dead Bone to hold down the big slime and pulled out various items and treasures one by one, swaying them in front of the big slime to observe its level of craving. As expected, when Soul Sand appeared, the big slime started struggling violently. Unfortunately, even though it was huge, as a level 1 creature, it was effortlessly pinned down by Dead Bone. It groaned pitifully. In the subsequent tests, Mu Yuan found out that the big slime wanted to get its hands on the red blood fruit, filling fruit, and so on. Should we call it a glutton? However, it also wanted some clearly inedible objects, such as the shaman inheritance stone. You just can't want everything, that will do you no good. Actually, the big slime had shown a desire for soul sand before. However, since soul sand isn't a necessary food and is an important strategic resource, Dead Bone didn't dare to give it to the big slime without Mu Yuan's permission. On top of that, what if it ate too much and died? Oh, it seemed like it had already eaten too much earlier. The big slime started acting pitiful and the effect was exceptional. In the end, Mu Yuan gave in and handed it a bit of soul sand. It was a basic instinct for all troops to absorb soul sand, and seeing the big slime swallowing it and floating around in its body, Mu Yuan was not worried. Yes, if it absorbed all this soul sand, it would have enough to rise to level 2. We'll see what happens later, however, soon after. Goody G, there's none left, no more, you're just a slime, you need to learn to survive on some leaves, don't waste so much, understand? Wait. The language of human and slime doesn't overlap. The goofily cute big slime couldn't understand Mu Yuan's good intentions at all. But Mu Yuan noticed something off about the big slime in front of him. Did it get a bit larger? More spirited? Wait a minute. Only when he clicked on the giant jelly in front of him to check, he found out that the massy big slime had unknowingly upgraded to LV2. The soul sand given not long ago had been completely digested. Did Dead Bone give the big slime soul sand yesterday? Mu Yuan shook his head. Dead Bone might have given, but if he did, he would definitely say it. Which means, the big slime digested the soul sand and upgraded to LV2 in a very short time. This speed was even faster than Dead Bone, who was in the form of a great emperor, by more than a little. Big slime definitely does not have the form of a great emperor, it only has clear and foolish eyes, but it might probably have a bit of talent. Recessive talent. It refers to talents that haven't fully revealed themselves, not manifested on the panel, but do show some extraordinary potential. Players have it, and very few types of soldiers have it. Of course, many high-ranking soldiers have talent, and he, the great Lord Shepherd, is destined to be a lord who reigns over numerous high-ranking soldiers. A mere unknown talent is not worth excitement. At most, a little excited. After thinking about it, after all, it's a soldier with hidden talent. It's somewhat of a rare breed. Mu Yuan decided to give the big mass of slime a name. Since you slime is both greedy and money-minded, then I'll call you Duo Lai. Gush G, Duo Lai, with his big clear stupid eyes wide open, completely didn't understand the meaning of the name, which would accompany him his whole life. It just happily swallowed another small piece of soul sand, Gush G, and bounced away. Watching Duo Lai leave, Mu Yuan again opened the panel to check. Indeed, it's just a plain 3-star. Even, because it was not evolved from a 1-star slime. Duo Lai does not possess any skills. Mu Yuan prepared to wait until later, when enough evolution points of the slime series were accumulated, to evolve a 3-star big slime and compare it with Duo Lai. Usually, the big slime evolved by his own hands can learn a skill. Duo Lai was at a loss, inherently scarce. However, Duo Lai upgrades quickly in the early stage, and if his recessive talent is excavated, it's equivalent to having one more talent than other soldiers in the future. Its potential is not bad. However, is it possible to supplement Duo Lai's inherent deficiencies? Mu Yuan pondered. In his place, a 3-star soldier without skills is already a congenital disability, really pitiful. Thinking, Mu Yuan noticed that on the evolution point column, there was already an available unit of use. But this unit of evolution points is neither skeleton series nor slime series, but falcon. I almost forgot about this bird. If it's a scout, due to the lack of communication, the falcon is not smart enough. The information it can bring to Mu Yuan is very limited. If it's used for fighting, naturally it's lagging. The falcon has almost died several times during the reconnaissance process. 1-star soldiers are indeed weak. Unless more falcons are recruited for networking reconnaissance, only then more information can be collected. However, 3-star soldiers are not weak. The upgrade from 1-star is not a small difference, and his family's 3-star soldiers come with skills. What skill will the falcon get after evolution? Let me see. With a move of his mind, the blazing evolution light engulfed the tiny falcon. The next moment, the figure in the white light lengthened its wings and heightened its silhouette, visibly growing larger, transforming into a majestic big bird. Ding! Prompt. Your soldier, falcon, normal, has bathed in the miracle light, undergone transformation, and has evolved into battle falcon, normal. Prompt. Your battle falcon has learned the skill, field of vision sharing. As the white light faded away, the majestic battle falcon, with its sharp eyes and claws shining with a cold light, emerged before Mu Yuan. It let out a loud and high-pitched cry. It spread its wings in delight and encouragement, hovering high above the territory. This skill. Mu Yuan didn't expect much from the skills that the battle falcon could learn. Initial skills of flying avian troops are usually tear, diving, peck attack, fly sweep, and so on. They are not weak, but Mu Yuan planned to use Battle Falcon as a scout, so its combat power didn't matter much. Previously, the skill he desired most was fly sweep, an auxiliary speed-enhancing skill. If the Battle Falcon possessed this skill, it would be easier for it to escape during critical moments. But now, shared vision, if I'm not mistaken, this skill is. Mu Yuan quickly switched to the Tai Zan forum to search for relevant information. Soon, instances related to shared vision appeared. White Water Area's famous ranger player, Thunderbolt, has a Royal Griffin awakening the shared vision skill in his squad. The Royal Griffin is a rare 3-star troop. Rare 3-star troop Silver Pegasus has a chance of awakening the shared vision skill. Rare 2-star troop, Dark Knight Elf Hunter has instances of awakening the shared vision skill. Exceptional 1-star troop Dragonhawk may have this skill. However, these high-star troops only have a very small chance of awakening this skill. This is a very rare skill. Its effect is possibly stronger than I initially imagined. Not only can it constantly share the vision transmitted by the troops, but the player can also perform some simple operations on the troops through shared vision. Both the control and sharing are crucial. The former can timely change commands based on different situations, and the latter allows players to see the enemy situation from afar very clearly without communicating with troops in their language. This is a divine skill for scouting. If an experienced player has a troop with shared vision, they would be a welcomed addition to any team or company. A Lord player owning one would take great care when using it. Unexpectedly, my evolved Battle Falcon learned this skill. And according to the usual practice, the Battle Falcons evolved in the future are likely to have shared vision, which is excellent. I need to buy more Falcon's residual souls. He had thought about it before, but it wasn't that urgent. Firstly, the Falcon hadn't evolved yet, and secondly, he wanted to see if there were other 1-star flying troops that were more suitable and cheaper than the Falcon. Now it seems, the Falcon is the chosen one. Although the Falcon is just a 1-star soldier, its price is much higher than little skeletons and goblins. It may cost 2, or even 2.5 times the price. But that's okay. After all, Mu Yuan is a lord who earns 200 soul sands and 10 remnant souls every day, so he wouldn't struggle to buy a few 1-star remnant souls, but because the Falcon has some value and can be used as a scout, there aren't many circulating Falcon's residual souls on the market. I didn't find any at the Baizhang Fair these 2 times, so I guess I will have to buy them at a higher price from the Tai Zan forum and at least get a few Battle Falcons. Now during the novice preparation period, all the whales are rushing to buy, damn it. He can't compete with the whales financially, and that's okay, but he can't even compete with them in terms of time and energy either. After all, any top whales have a well-organized and not-so-small team behind them. Some are responsible for logistics, some for strategy planning, and some are looking at the forum trade area every moment, buying the resources they need. Some whales even entered the sales channel directly. Batches of high-value remnant souls were bought before they even reached the market. Mu Yuan couldn't do that. He wasn't their match. He was just an ordinary person. All he could do was to maintain his perseverance and efforts in enhancing his troops' abilities. The Battle Falcon had just evolved and couldn't fully utilize its skills yet. Mu Yuan couldn't share the vision of the Battle Falcon just yet, and contemplating how the Falcon could quickly display its value, he fed it a bit of filling fruit. Under the supervision of General Deadbone, it would soon master its skills. Even though the Battle Falcon was a bird and General Deadbone was a skeleton, Mu Yuan figured this wouldn't pose a problem for the great general. At that moment, the general was in cultivation. The general, being a distinguished territorial leader possessing self-awareness, progressed much faster than the dumb ordinary troops. He was undoubtedly the trump card. Fake trump card, mastering and improving skills, fighting high-level monsters with a low-level body. Real trump card. Focusing on absorbing soul sand for cultivation. Striving to break through to the first order professional level soon. That's how whales arranged their trump cards. Professional level is a significant milestone where troops' combat power drastically changes. Mu Yuan had wanted to implement the same strategy. He planned to lead the team out himself, leaving General Dead Bone in the territory for cultivation and breakthrough. But the general was unwilling to. The outside world was too dangerous, and Bone 2 and Bone 3 hadn't yet mastered the essence of stability. They were supposed to protect the Lord. The general was absolutely not reassured. This was too perilous. No way. Absolutely not. Without the presence of General Dead Bone, Mu Yuan also felt slightly insecure, so he gave up the idea, deciding to wait until the second and third skeleton warriors had evolved. Time passed slowly, and the daylight in the eternal world eventually faded from the horizon. Today, I didn't spend as much time farming, and didn't conquer a monster gathering point like the Goblin Camp. I earned less than yesterday, only gaining 116 grams soul sand and 2 remnant souls. But the good news is, by noon, Emperor Deadbone had already advanced to level 5 of Zero Order, despite a few delays from ventures. For Emperor Deadbone, who possessed self-awareness and received a lot of materials for training, leveling up was just a tiny part of his growth. He was training, digesting treasures, and breaking through. The general held a 2-meter-long sword in his hands and trudged along with the sword. He quickened his pace, from walking to running, and then sprinting. The ground echoed with thumping sounds as if trembling. During the sprint, wisps of black fog gradually emanated from the giant sword in the general's hand. The black fog grew denser and weaved into a black blade aura enveloping the giant sword. As he continued to sprint, the black blade aura intensified and elongated bit by bit. 2 meters. 2.5 meters. 3 meters. Like a war chariot, the general charged towards a rock several meters high. He slightly raised his giant sword and struck with a powerful sweeping motion. Boom! The hard and large rock crumbled like tofu under this cleave. Rocks rolled down, shards flew about, just like a tornado destroying a parking lot, turning the area on the edge of a rundown village into a mess. Big Slime Duo Lie. GUGO opening parenthesis D. It cowered in fear in the distance. It had previously considered asking this armored tin can for food. How dare it now? Looking at the ruined field in front of him, General Dead Bone fell silent, appearing unsatisfied. Was the power of charge plus cleave not enough? It was sufficient, but such a reckless fighting style was too risky. This wasn't acceptable. But he only had these 2 skills to work with. Indeed, a warrior was a precarious profession that felt like a sewer system. Dead Bone is not a self-pitying skeleton. If the battle method combining these 2 skills isn't robust enough, then I myself will find a way to improve it so that it can be. Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with the destructive power of this strike. He has never seen a professional soldier going all out, but, he reasoned, even a professional superpower person would suffer from Dead Bone's attack, wouldn't they? A highly proficient cleave, coupled with a highly proficient charge, could indeed bring about a miracle when used together. Of course, the consumption of this attack is higher than usual. Not only did the 2 techniques combine, but Dead Bone even increased the energy output of the skills. Ordinary rare rank troops, even if they possess skills, can only use them in a conventional way, but once they awaken their spiritual wisdom, they can gradually explore higher level uses of a skill. For instance, increasing energy output when using a skill. This isn't an easy thing to do. Skills are like preset degree models. A single change could lead to the breakdown of the system. To enhance the energy output of a skill, the user needs to explore and find a balance point on his own. And Dead Bone not only enhanced energy output but also combined 2 skills. The difficulty is more than simply doubled. At this stage, few troops can do this, but there are many veteran players who have used the Heritage Stone who can figure out tricks like energy output and skill combinations. After all, a player is essentially an awakened troop with self-awareness. They have references, can spend money to get advice from superpowers, and with years of practice, it's quite reasonable for them to learn these techniques. As for Dead Bone, it did have the majesty of a great emperor. It just felt reasonable that it had figured out these tricks in just a few days. Damn it, Mu Yuan was greatly shocked, while also applauding his own training ability. Would Dead Bone have made it this far without his encouragement as the great lord and the expenditure of treasures? At most, it would have made it halfway. Ahem, of course, in these days, Dead Bone has also consumed a lot of resources. It ate over 10 filling fruits, which made Duo Lai on the side cry from envy. But because of these filling fruits, Dead Bone's energy reserves have increased a lot compared to before. Now, it can unleash the cleave skill 8 times in a row before its energy is depleted. It's no longer a 3-hit wonder. However, if it combines cleave with charge, increasing energy output, then it seems that Dead Bone only has the power for 2 strikes. That's still too short. But whether it's short or not, Dead Bone doesn't care. It only cares about whether it's steady. Again, Dead Bone takes out the shaman staff and starts to use the fireball technique. The fireball technique is so simple that, of course, it can use it as soon as it gets it. The incantation time before casting is much shorter than that of the goblin shaman. But regardless of how short it is, it still needs to chant. The speed of the fireball isn't fast enough. Although the power is sufficient, Dead Bone doubts its lethality. This move is also not steady. So how can it be foolproof? It asks the steady tutor, Lord Shepherd, for advice. Mu Yuan. Your steadiness is beyond mine. I can't teach, really can't teach. Mu Yuan could only keep searching in his memory bank and, combining it with his rich experience in reading thousands of online novels, he finally compiled. No, he finally summarized some suggestions as references. He told Dead Bone about them. Dead Bone seemed to have an epiphany. Mu Yuan wiped his sweat, feeling as if he had finally got through this. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Dead Bone, will you really comprehend something from this? Dead Bone has always been reliable in terms of reliability. Mu Yuan doesn't think Dead Bone can come up with anything, but he isn't worried about it getting on the wrong path either. Most of the time, Dead Bone was still devoting himself to the practice of absorbing soul sand. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan kept patrolling his territory tirelessly over and over again. Every once in a while, a particular troop would bask in the glow of evolution. Under this miracle light, Bone 2 evolved into the second skeleton warrior in the territory. Now, with 2 skeleton warriors and 12 skeleton soldiers in the territory, even a frontal assault could annihilate the goblins who we previously fought. Next, should I further evolve more skeleton soldiers, promote Bone 3 to a warrior, or perhaps gather resources to upgrade Dead Bone to the next stage? Let's see and play it by ear. Compared to the skeleton series, we have fewer slimes, but after nearly half a day of accumulation, enough has been gathered for a unit. Mu Yuan called over a slime that caught his eye, and he asked Duo Lai to come over and watch. With big, doofy eyes, Duo Lai watched as a small slime, basked in a white glow, began to swell, growing to a size as large as him. Sigma, degree, scary. He backed up a few steps, but soon he couldn't hold himself back and shuffled forward, circling his enlarged brethren. How about it? Did you suddenly learn something, or come up with some insights? Guji? What insights? Guji, it's just a slime, Guji. Mu Yuan fell silent. He shouldn't have expected much from a slime. Duo Lai is even dumber than Bone 2. He'd hoped that by observing the evolution process, Duo Lai could fill the gaps in his skill set. This would sound a bit outrageous, but if it were Dead Bone, it might not be impossible. But with Duo Lai, it seems too optimistic yet. After dismissing the hapless Duo Lai, Mu Yuan looked at the typical slime in front of him. Notice. Your troop, slime, has been bathed in the miracle light, and it has evolved into the big slime. Notice. Big slime has acquired the leap skill. Leap unleashes several times more leaping power in an instant, causing massive impact damage to enemies by leaping high and then falling. This skill, coupled with the big slime's weight, is quite good. That's a heavy squat to bear for general monsters. It's a pity Duo Lai didn't have this skill. Duo Lai still has potential. But maybe in a couple of days, we can try again. Let's see what changes when Duo Lai evolves to the next stage. The next day, Mu Yuan studied the map. Looking at the vast dark areas outside, he began to plan the most efficient scouting paths. Times are changing. Before, they could only explore by foot, which was not only slow, but also delicate. He feared bumping into a powerful monster and getting wiped out in an instant. This was not him being overly cautious, but a genuine precaution. There were indeed such cases. The player guidebook, 18 Tips for Beginners, mentioned a case 3 years ago, where a successful whale player had already accumulated several rare-level troops before even starting the novice trial. Perhaps because of his smooth development or overly self-confident, the whale beginner swept through the monsters with his troops. One day, he finally met his match. He encountered a wandering Black Knight. The Black Knight slaughtered the whale beginner's troops as if chopping vegetables, and finally, in the eyes of the startled newcomer, beheaded his game character. To this day, the grass on the grave of this newcomer, who made it into the guidebook, has been mowed over and over. This was definitely an accident, but it was also because this new player was a bit reckless. As a player, any bit of recklessness is not allowed. Mu Yuan took this to heart. Of course, there's no need to tell this to Dead Bone. He's already cautious enough. Normal exploration is difficult, but from today onwards, a new era of exploration has begun in our territory. Battle Falcon, show me your limits. A large bird spread its wings and took off, circled twice above the territory, and then flew straight into the dense foggy area outside the village. The era of aerial reconnaissance has begun. The Battle Falcon learned to use its skills faster than Bone 2. After all, Mu Yuan was busy constantly urging them and feeding them with several pricey filling fruits. His investment was not in vain. The Battle Falcon's use of field of vision sharing indeed held great strategic value. Battle Falcon, Common, Level 4 of Stage 0 feat. However, the Battle Falcon's level was a bit low. Even after eating several filling fruits, it could only use field of vision sharing 4 or 5 times during an outing. The duration of each field of vision sharing wasn't long either. It wasn't nearly enough to keep field of vision sharing active long term, while he snacked on pumpkin seeds and watched videos. There were limitations. But even so, by issuing some instructions in advance, commanding the Battle Falcon to activate field of vision sharing after a certain interval, or to use its skills when encountering large groups of monsters or in danger, he could still achieve the effect he wanted. Very soon, a prompt popped up asking if he wanted to connect to the Battle Falcon's vision. A small window popped up in the middle of the screen. Mu Yuan could resize it to the lower right corner or enlarge it to fill the whole screen. This wasn't surprising as it merely opened a small pop-up. After all, he and the Battle Falcon were in different worlds. If I physically entered the Eternal World, or summoned the Battle Falcon to reality and then shared its field of vision, it would be an extraordinary experience. Joining physically was still a distant prospect for a greenhand like him. But to experience it in the real world, it's worth trying when the time is right. He was in no hurry since he was a greenhand. His principal focus should have been on growth and stability. Thread-like white mist drifted by on both sides of his view. Below him were strong and flourishing trees, rooted here as they formed a vast forest. Because of the white mist coupled with the dense woods and complex terrain, the Battle Falcon couldn't fly too high if it wanted to scout around. A few times previously, it was attacked by monsters because it flew too low, barely escaping with its life. However, things could change within days, and thus Jun was no longer the same. Whoosh whoosh! Abruptly, from the dense canopy of a tree, a 2-star monster, Monkey Demon, sprang out, attacking the scouting falcon. The Battle Falcon cried out, adeptly dodging with a 270-degree rotation. It didn't tangle with the Monkey Demon, swiftly flying away after increasing its altitude. There was alarm but no danger. It truly lived up to being a 3-star troop. Nevertheless, watching the view spin 270 degrees, Mu Yuan felt a little dizzy. If he shared the field of vision in person instead of through a medium, and the Battle Falcon performed a few more double aerial acrobatics, he would probably get up and start spinning on the spot. Use it cautiously in reality. The Battle Falcon soared between a sea of fog. allowing Mu Yuan to absorb the vast landscape. He saw a wolf pack standing on a mountain, howling at the sky. The pack leader seemed to have a crescent mark on its forehead, and its ferocity could be felt even from afar. He saw a terrifying ogre wielding a large stick and roaring in a forest, its roar shaking the air. He noticed a swamp to the southwest, inhabited by a creature with the head of a man and the body of a snake, Snake Man. He saw numerous goblin groups moving through the woods, and another significantly larger goblin camp farther away, where the battle falcon didn't dare to fly too close for a better look. Indistinctly, Mu Yuan seemed to see a figure as large as an iron tower emerge from the center. The battle falcon spent an entire day flying, activating skills, exhausting energy, returning for supplies, and starting over again. Mu Yuan successfully exploited the full tactical value of the battle falcon, KOF, to the maximum. With the aid of battle falcon's strength, he was able to survey their surroundings quite comprehensively. Even though we are in a barren land, aren't there a bit too many monsters? We could certainly defeat a single monster group, but what if? What if thousands of goblins rush at us simultaneously? How am I supposed to handle that? He wouldn't be able to handle it. If the dead bone had a say in this, it would point out that the number of goblins was far too high and hazardous. They had a million reasons to die and needed to be exterminated as soon as possible. No wonder strategies on the forum continually emphasized that players should wipe out as many surrounding monsters as possible. Otherwise, when the day of trial arrives, they will face great calamity. Nevertheless, Mu Yuan always felt that his situation was more thorny than that of a normal newcomer by no small measure. He indeed had bad luck, but at least there were no terribly dreadful monsters, ones that he was powerless against, near his territory. At present, the strongest enemies he had discovered were probably the wandering ogre and the gargoyle guarding the ruined tower. These two seemed to be the existence that most outstanding newcomers could not fight against no matter how they developed. We can temporarily ignore the wandering ogre. After all, it's a rare 2-star level monster and looks very powerful. Moreover, it can identify at a glance that I'm a poor man. Even if defeated, it wouldn't drop much. Not to mention that the wandering ogre was quite far from the territory. If he really wanted to defeat it, he would have to eradicate the monster groups blocking the way first. Troublesome and time-consuming, it's definitely not because he can't beat the ogre or anything. However, the gargoyle in front of the ruined tower. Mu Yuan frowned. Compared to the ogre, the gargoyle was very close to the territory, almost right at the front door of the territory if rounded off. This resulted in them having to make a big detour to avoid the area of the ruined tower when they went south for exploration. The ogre was a threat, but the gargoyle had to be guarded against even more. After some thought, Mu Yuan ordered the battle falcon to fly south and keep the field of vision sharing open throughout the process. Soon, the ruined tower buried in the vast forest appeared in the field of vision, still full of vicissitudes and ruins like the other day. Around the tower, gargoyles with horrified faces and slightly folded gray wings were sleeping while squatting. Thanks to the keen eyes of the battle falcon, Mu Yuan could see it much clearer than the other day. Even the lines of the gargoyle's hair were clearly visible. The battle falcon perched on the branch, its eyes locked on the tower. Mu Yuan stared at the image, feeling something was amiss. These gargoyles not only look a bit ruined but seem to have shrunk. He had previously bought some basic information about the gargoyles. There were pictures of professional level and elite level gargoyles on it. Comparing them with the gargoyles in front of him, the latter seemed a bit smaller, shrinking by about 2.5 circles compared to freshly minted professional level gargoyles. Do their levels seem not as high as I imagined? Or perhaps these gargoyles once had high levels, but after a long period of dormancy, their energy depleted, and their levels gradually dropped. This is also reasonable, given that the ruined tower has obviously been there for quite some time. Mu Yuan was somewhat restless, wanting to raid this ruined tower which might contain valuable treasures. He couldn't let his treasures fall into the hands of others. However, he still managed to hold back his impulse, thanks to his barely cautious heart. He will wait a bit longer. At the very least, he should find out the level of the gargoyles before making a move. The ruined tower was added to his raiding schedule, but other exploration plans remained unchanged. Thanks to the Battle Falcon's reconnaissance, the exploration efficiency of the territory significantly improved, and the squad could annihilate 1 or 2 monster groups every time they went out. Even if enough time was left for Dead Bone to cultivate, the daily exploration yield was still higher than before. Day 5, the territory generated 246 grams of soul sand, 4 random remnant souls, 1 goblin spearman remnant soul, and several materials such as red blood fruit and filling fruit. Besides, through the trading channel on the forum, I've exchanged 6 little skeleton remnant souls. Trades on the forum cost both a shipping fee and a security deposit, and it's so expensive that it basically halves your resources every time you make a transaction. Damn. Also I had no choice but to sell some soul sand for Zon country coins. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to buy the paid information on the forum. Money, money, money. Everyone needs money. I'm still too poor. Day 6, during the whole day in the real world, the income was 303 grams soul sand, 6 random remnant souls, some of which were already sold, exchanged for 4 little skeleton remnant souls and 1 falcon's residual soul. In the evening, the setting sun outside the window cast a golden veil over the room. In the other world, 35 skeletons of different ranks were either patrolling, exercising, or logging, diligently producing evolution points. The continuous appearance of plus 0.01 made Mu Yuan extremely pleased. Thanks to the increasing number of skeletons and the continuous battles, the current skeleton evolution points had accumulated to 24.98 units. It's time to consume some. With so many evolution points, I could evolve 5 skeleton warriors, or upgrade all the little skeletons to skeleton soldiers, but I choose Dead Bone. Mu Yuan's decision to evolve Dead Bone was a well-considered one. He immediately ruled out the option of evolving all the little skeletons. Considering most of them were only at level 1 or 2, their combat abilities wouldn't be significantly enhanced after evolution. That was mostly due to his financial constraints. Even though his daily income of soul sand had exceeded 300 grams, he still couldn't provide uninterrupted training for all types of soldiers. He could only prioritize the cultivation of his trump cards and main forces. Bone 3 and Bone 4, among the first batch of skeletons, had reached relatively high levels, generally around LV4. They were already proficient in skill energy manipulation, and it wouldn't take them long to learn the spear-throwing skill after evolution. He would be able to quickly muster an army with long-range attack capabilities. However, Mu Yuan still chose Dead Bone. Given Dead Bone's ultra-high level of Zero Order 6 and its extraordinary energy reserve and skillful technique compared to other skeletons, the further evolution of Dead Bone was undoubtedly worthwhile. He was also curious about what skill Dead Bone would acquire during evolution. What if it unexpectedly turned out to be some divine skill? This was a huge gamble. As the autumn wind began to blow, Dead Bone, carrying the hopes of all the skeletons, walked slowly towards the Lord's altar. Mu Yuan had been waiting there early. With the excitement of drawing cards, he had taken a bath and burned incense early on. Everything was ready, just waiting for the miracle of evolution. Begin. Dead Bone was also filled with anticipation. This was the power of the Great Lord, and this time, it swore to reclaim its glory and become a truly stable skeleton. Evolution. Evolution. A blazing white light enveloped Dead Bone's body, and under its glowing brilliance, the prompt bell kept ringing. Ding. Prompt. Your troop, Skeleton Warrior, rare, bathes in the miracle light, undergoes metamorphosis, and has evolved into Skeleton General, rare. Skeleton General is the higher order unit of skeleton warriors, and this was something Mu Yuan had expected. He had gone through a lot of literature about it. There was a case where a player used the skeleton soldier's heritage stone, met a rich woman during exploration, and with her financial support, the player spent a fortune buying a large number of treasures and higher order heritage stones to promote his rank to a skeleton warrior, and then to a skeleton general. Sometimes a great lord, out of nostalgia, would invest a lot of resources to cultivate the early skeleton soldiers, the skeleton warriors who had performed meritoriously for him. A large amount of data indicated that the Skeleton General is the pinnacle of the Little Skeleton series. That was the peak. Of course, the Skeleton General was already a rare 3-star formidable unit, a unit that most players could only wish for. But perhaps this is indeed the limit for the Little Skeleton, but it is definitely not the limit for evolution points. Next time, we choose to continue to increase the points. As his mind raced, Mu Yuan's heart slowly lifted. Prompt. Your troop, Skeleton General, has awakened the talent, Death Extraction, during the evolution process. Death Extraction. By killing enemies, absorb their death essence, which can slightly enhance the strength and spiritual power of the unit, and moderately enhance the unit's energy. This enhancement is permanent, but has an upper limit, which is related to the unit's level. Is it a talent rather than a skill? It's said that units above excellence level have a chance to possess talents. Compared to skills, talents have a broader prospect and application space and are also rarer. Dead Bone's evolution this time actually awakened a talent? And this talent seems to be strong. If we ignore the increase in physical and mental energy, it's like evolving by killing monsters. This power is outrageous. He was taken aback. However, considering that a mere skeleton soldier could have skills during evolution, it should be logical for the Skeleton General to awaken a talent, right? It's not that Dead Bone is impressive, but that he, the Great Lord Shepherd, is simply terrific. Because of his persistence and efforts as the Great Lord, he was able to cultivate one extraordinary skeleton after another, even nurturing the future Skeleton Emperor. No one but me could do this. He had been surprised too many times by Dead Bone recently, and he almost forgot that he was the most extraordinary person in his territory. Wait a minute, why hasn't the white light of evolution dissipated yet? Previous evolutions were over in a blink. Perhaps this one consumed more evolution points, so the special effects last longer? As Mu Yuan thought this, the familiar, ding-dong, notification sound rang again in front of him. Ding! Notice. Your soldier-type, Skeleton General, experienced severe mental fluctuations during the evolution process, and has understood the special skill, Undead Resurrection. Undead Resurrection can resurrect Skeleton series creatures from corpses to fight for oneself. The revived creatures can only exist for a certain amount of time, after which they will return to dust. At the same time, this skill can be used on undead system targets that have been dead for no more than half an hour to revive them. The energy consumption for resurrecting targets will be several to dozens of times more than for reviving, depending on the rank of the revived target. Mu Yuan. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. He seems to have hit the jackpot. But judging from the prompt, it seemed, probably, likely, perhaps. The comprehension of the undead resurrection technique was inseparable from Dead Bone himself. Could it be because he chose resurrection techniques for the sake of stability? You're remarkable, Dead Bone. The corner of Mu Yuan's mouth twitched, and at this moment, the white light of evolution gradually retreated, revealing the Skeleton General, who was a bit taller than 2 meters, and whose armor was obviously much heavier and similar to the warrior's attire. He was holding a wide and thick giant sword, which looked like a door panel. On the sword, stalks of ghostly light flowed. If you stared at it, you could see countless ghosts wailing. The silver-gray armor on his body was countless times more luxurious than the previous generation. The 2 skeleton skulls carved on his shoulders made him look awe-inspiring and terrifying. Even through the mediator, Dead Bone, as a Skeleton General, still had a great visual impact. Of course, what Mu Yuan cares about is not this, but now, he can't even touch Dead Bone's head. His fists can barely reach Dead Bone's chest. If he dares to summon Dead Bone at home, there might be a wreck-the-house situation. But beyond these factors, Dead Bone's evolution this time can be described as a complete transformation. With the talent, Death Extraction, it won't take long for Dead Bone to get rid of the title of Double-Barrel Skeleton and become 4-Barrel Skeleton or 8-Barrel Skeleton, leaving others behind in terms of endurance. Although it seems that the skill, Undead Resurrection, consumes more mana? Having comprehended Undead Resurrection on his own, Dead Bone seemed satisfied. With this ability, his subsequent battles against enemies would be much more stable, and he wouldn't have to worry about the sudden demise of Bone 2's stunned, Bone 3 wave and other skeletons. But Dead Bone was not completely satisfied. Because the skill Undead Resurrection has some restrictions. It can only resurrect undead targets and has no effect on the human lord. Dead Bone was troubled. Indeed, it could go on expeditions alone and leave the Great Lord at home. However, their territory was far from safe. Let's not talk about the distant areas. What if? What if the nearby gargoyles woke up while it was out? Wouldn't the Lord be screwed then? That's too dangerous. These gargoyles do have a way of asking for trouble. Mu Yuan had naturally informed General Dead Bone about the gargoyles early on, the only being in the entire territory he could communicate with normally. His idea was simple: as long as Dead Bone felt capable of taking them on, the risk was probably within a tolerable range. Back then, Dead Bone had the skill of undead resurrection, making the campaign seem more robust. Not to mention, they could let Bone 2 act as bait, attract enemy fire. Even if he accidentally died, it didn't matter, he could be resurrected. Of course, Mu Yuan wasn't a devil. If he had the ability, he still wanted to try to save Bone 2. Half an hour later, after making thorough preparations, Mu Yuan had already brought Dead Bone, Bone 2, and 9 other skeleton soldiers, along with a few big slimes that had just evolved and were ready to be meat shields at a critical moment, to several hundred meters away from the broken tower. In the dense forest, Mu Yuan switched between his old and new battle falcons, carefully observing the situation. The gargoyles appeared to be deeply asleep. However, it was broadly believed that if any one of them was attacked, the others would wake up simultaneously. While pondering, he slowly moved forward under the protection of Dead Bone. Before the official fight, he needed to make his final confirmation. He needed to confirm the level of these gargoyles. He had to use the built-in monster identification ability of the players. Even though he was 99% sure that these gargoyles were far from the professional level. The player's inherent monster information identification provided great convenience in the early stage of exploration. However, it seemed that it wouldn't be possible to identify a higher level. That is to say, monsters that were too high in level, as well as troops under the control of other players, couldn't be identified either. It was only used in the early stages. It helped the players to judge the strength of the enemy, so as not to recklessly engage an enemy that was obviously stronger. In the latter stage, it was time to use paid items. While pondering, Mu Yuan finally sneaked close enough. Looking at the sleeping gargoyles, he squinted his eyes a little. He selected and observed, within a moment, Gargoyle, Rare, Level 6 of 0 Order. Gargoyle, Rare, Level 5 of 0 Order. Note: this was originally a level gargoyle, but it exhausted its energy over the long years. Its level dropped continuously and became the Gargoyle Q version. Just this? Is that it? At least half of the gargoyles' levels were lower than Dead Bone's? Used to fighting higher-level monsters, Mu Yuan felt a little unaccustomed to face enemies whose ranks and levels were lower than Dead Bone's. Of course, even when facing weaker enemies, you can't be reckless, let alone face 8 gargoyles that aren't weak at all. They were rare-ranked troops. Moreover, they could fly. If they went against the previous goblin camp, they could wipe out dozens of goblins in an instant. It wasn't that they were weak, just, they weren't as strong as Dead Bone. Except for Dead Bone, among the other troops, only Bone 2 could win a one-on-one battle. The gargoyles are known for their extreme defenses, especially in magic resistance, and they can fly. Luckily, both Dead Bone and Bone 2 have ranged attack capabilities, and the gargoyles are melee troops. If a real battle begins, Bone 3 and Bone 4 and others could also join in to slash them. Before the fight started, Mu Yuan slowly moved back, retreating to a place a kilometer away, where he couldn't even see the broken tower. Next to him were 2 skeleton soldiers and the big meat shield, Duo Lai. Especially the latter, his round, gigantic body gave Mu Yuan a strong sense of security. Unable to see the battlefield, Mu Yuan wasn't worried. There were 2 battle falcons lurking in the distance, broadcasting the battlefield situation for him at any time. As for the command, he didn't need to worry about that either. Although he, Mu Yuan, had exquisite micromanagement skills, was good at moving skeleton soldiers 30 centimeters to the left, he was still constrained by the computer medium and the IQ of the skeleton soldiers. When it came to on-site commands, he was just a bit inferior to Dead Bone, who was on the battlefield. He left it all to Dead Bone. Off in the distance, Dead Bone and Bone 2 were gesturing. Bone 2, Go, charge. Dead Bone. Charge your bone, just stay calm. Without calling anyone, Dead Bone alone sneaked to 100 meters in front of the broken tower. Their eye sockets reflected the horrifyingly distorted and loathsome images of gargoyles, each having 9,900 reasons to die. Slowly, Dead Bone pulled 3 silver spears out of his back. Energy surged along his skeletal arm, pouring into these 3 firm and incredibly sharp bone spears. The bone spears, which were a perfect match for him, began to hum. A terrible aura, which seemed to drag all enemies into an abyss, burst out from Dead Bone and seemed to engulf the surrounding world into darkness. At the same time, perhaps intimidated by this powerful presence, the eyes of the gargoyles nearby began to glow. Dust fell off their bodies and they began to tremble, making the earth shake as well. It seemed as if they would awaken at any moment. But, however, the silver bone spear was suddenly thrown, piercing through the air like a fired bullet, unleashing shockwaves of white air and emitting a sharp tearing howl. In a split second, it brutally impacted a gargoyle that was about to awaken. It pierced and shattered it. Boom, the entire gargoyle exploded, gray-black fragments splattered, and its broken half-wing spun in the dust before finally cracking and breaking. This was not the end, but just the beginning. Dead Bone, who threw the terrible spear, did not pause and triggered 2 more bursts. Triple bone spear throw. 8 gargoyles had just awakened from their sleep, and 3 were destroyed, leaving no complete corpse behind. They were left completely bewildered. Where are my companions? Where are all my many companions? Why did they disappear the moment I opened my eyes? At this time, the deafening explosion sound only just began to echo in the distance, startling flocks of birds. A moment ago, several players were riding seat wolves through the forest near the southern side of the broken tower, about several kilometers away. Various troops like spearmen, archers, guards, skeleton soldiers, and big goblins surrounded them, killing monsters that darted out of the forest. We've already ventured deep into the wilderness. Are we there yet, boss? One of them asked. Almost there. According to the map, our target, the Mage Tower, is not far ahead. Even though so many years have passed, the Mage Tower might not exist, and we might end up empty-handed, but as long as there's a glimmer of hope, it's worth our effort. Without fighting, we can only waste half of our lives like other players. Are you content with just seeing the corner of the supernatural world and not being able to enter it? When will we be able to rise to the professional level and experience the scenery of the eternal world firsthand if we don't fight? We players with humble backgrounds can only fight, and this ancient map we found by chance may be both our best and perhaps our only chance. We fight until we can't fight anymore. The eyes of the players burned with determination. They were veteran players who had been in the game for half a year, but they were still small fish among the players. They couldn't even afford a piece of breakthrough material. They didn't want to live like this anymore. They wanted to take it one step at a time, until boom! The thunderous noise came from a distance, shaking the leaves to rustle. The veteran players were surprised and panicked. They had left the realm of human territory and ventured deep into the wilderness, and their greatest fear was encountering an undefeatable monster. And now, it's the rare-ranked troops, gargoyles. A player who had inherited the archer profession level with excellent vision shouted, "In that direction. Seems to be our destination." The moment he finished speaking, a silver-gray figure suddenly climbed up into the air, pulled out a huge sword, and slashed at the gargoyle flying not far away, leaving a several-meter-long black sword aura. The hard gargoyle body cracked, it broke and then shattered. Under this black sword aura symbolizing death, it was cut in 2 with one strike. Boom! Another explosion came from the distance, shaking the frail minds of the few players. They looked at each other, their eyes met. They wanted to speak but stopped, shivering with fear. In the end, the archer player opened his mouth and said, "Boss, are we still fighting?" HMPH, today, I will teach you the fourth lesson. As players from humble backgrounds encountering this kind of sudden situation, we should back off when we should. This is called being rational. In the vast wilderness, several players riding Seat Wolves began a tactical retreat. They only allowed themselves to breathe a sigh of relief when they had gone a considerable distance away. Scared to death, but having taken such a huge risk and retreated halfway, they felt somewhat unwilling. "Boss, are we just gonna leave like this? Didn't you say we ordinary players must fight?" "That's right, we should fight, but only when there is a chance to win." In the real world, the team leader among the players lit a cigarette. Surrounded by smoke, he exhaled a ring of smoke and shook his head. With the situation just now, were we supposed to gamble with our lives? Indeed, we must fight when necessary, and withdraw when necessary. Players who only know how to fight won't last long. He paused. Besides, you all know what a gargoyle is. It's a rare, one-star powerful troop, but it was defeated by one single powerful stroke. This could only explain two things. First, there are powerful monsters roaming ahead. If we had moved even a little bit further, we would have ended up like the gargoyle, hacked to pieces. Second, the powerful player who killed the gargoyle could be a soldier from some big boss. That mage tower must belong to him. We don't dare to touch it, let alone it's none of our business. Moreover, if my guess is right, that boss had noticed us a long time ago and gave us a small warning by causing an explosion. That's why I asked everyone to leave immediately. I feared we might be misunderstood by the boss, or worse, we might lose our lives if we took another step. Don't forget, the eternal world is not Langsing, and there are no rules in the wilderness. So that's what it is. The other players were enlightened, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They were scared yet relieved. They never expected that they had almost walked into the jaws of death. Thank goodness that the boss was decisive. Our boss is worth relying on. Players? Old players? In the sky, a seemingly insignificant battle falcon's pupils focused on a group of conspicuous players in the distance. There were two falcons. One was observing the battlefield, live streaming the situation at all times. The other was hovering around the outer forest, vigilant on all sides. Niu Yuan was worried that a powerful monster might ambush them during the battle. Unexpectedly, he didn't spot a powerful monster but rather some troublesome old players. You should know that even the weakest old players have been in the game for half a year. Even if they progress slowly, their main troop level wouldn't be too low. At the very least, they should be at the high section of Zero Order. If they have already entered the professional level, even the dead bone might not be a match for them. Moreover, other players may not have the same lofty moral integrity as him. In an unruly place like the wilderness, conflicts between players, monster snatching, or even stealth killings could all possibly occur. The problem was significant and quite troublesome. Niu Yuan observed through shared vision, thinking rapidly about how to act. Before he could even complete a cycle of thoughts, these old players, with a speed faster than that at their arrival, left directly. Niu Yuan. He didn't realize yet that it was the shock of the gargoyle which had intimidated the old players from a distance. They hadn't discovered that the gargoyle was just a bluff, just like how he and the dead bone had initially been intimidated by the gargoyle. Niu Yuan just let the battle falcon keep an eye on these old players, just in case. At the broken tower, the battlefield. At the beginning of battle, General Dead Bone instantly killed 3 gargoyles with his invincible power. The gargoyles started to awaken, and Bone 2 charged forward wildly, charging up and fiercely throwing the bone spear at a gargoyle. It hit, however. Bone 2's throw was a little rushed, and the use of the skill was rough. Even with the element of surprise, it was far from being able to kill a gargoyle in a single stroke. It merely planted the bone spear firmly in the gargoyle's body. The remaining 5 gargoyles fully awakened. They opened their wings and flew, causing a gust of whistling wind. Shadows flickered in the dense forest. Bone 2 missed with its next 2 bone spears, fired in succession. The bad news? It missed again. The good news? It successfully got the attention of the gargoyles. 3 gargoyles launched themselves at it from different directions. Although Bone 2 could not handle such a complex situation, it didn't know what retreating was. It decided to charge forward. The slight swing of the giant sword against the gargoyle scraped sparks, leaving a shallow mark. Bone 2 pressed both hands together. The blade emanated the thread of a black glow, and it fiercely cut a ferocious gap on the gargoyle, debris flying. Yet at the same time, the gargoyle's claws gleamed with a cold, ghostly light. They swooped over, shredding Bone 2's warrior armor as if tearing through cardboard. Metal fragments scattered about, flinging broken rib bones. Yet, even with several holes in its body and even when faced with a multiple of enemies, Bone 2 remained fearless in the world. Heya! At the same time, General Deadbone was leading the other skeleton soldiers, executing a tactic of righteous mob attack. Normally, it would be challenging for skeleton soldiers to inflict severe damage on gargoyles with exceptional defensive capabilities. However, the tactic of cleave compensated for this weakness. Normally, it would be challenging for skeleton soldiers to seize the opportunity of cleave when faced with gargoyles that could fly back and forth like the wind. However, General Deadbone's command compensated for this weakness. In the blink of an eye, 2 gargoyles were brutally hacked into rubble during a dive. General Deadbone also, at the same time, took out a specially made bone spear, seizing the opportune moment for a solid surprise attack. Charge! Blast! A gargoyle, who had just used its tear skill and had not yet reached, shattered into pieces right in front of Bone 2. Bone 2, am I that strong? Shortly after, General Deadbone seized another opportunity. He chopped off the gargoyle's wings with a sword and dashed with a punch. It, who transformed the cleave skill into carnal skill, shattered the gargoyle's hard head with one punch. Only after a few blinks, there was only 1 gargoyle left out of 8. It seemed to have been scared, hovering high in the sky, not daring to come down. General Deadbone fixated his gaze on this figure. This gargoyle's power was too strong. It absolutely cannot be left alone, it cannot linger for long. However, it cannot fly. Not being able to fly was its shortcoming. The hit rate for the bone spear against a gargoyle on full alert was not high enough. Indeed, it was still not solid enough, in that case. General Deadbone turned his gaze to Big Slime number 2. It has been a slime feeder for a period, and was well aware of Big Slime's capabilities. Under Mu Yuan's dumbfounded expression, General Deadbone stepped on Big Slime, using the force of its leap attack to catapult upwards into the semi-empty skies of 2 to 10 meters. Seizing the gap before the gargoyle could fly far, it discharged 2 bone spears to block the area, then took a several meters long black sword radiance, slashing the gargoyle into 2 with a single stroke. Bang! General Deadbone, clad in armor, fell from midair, causing many cracks to appear in the ground. Behind him, the fragmented gargoyle's corpse also fell with a bang, kicking up dust and gravel. General Deadbone pulled his battle boots out from the ground, looked at the armor on his body that already had some cracks, and still sighed. Indeed, I'm still not solid enough. The battle ended in just over 10 seconds, which left Mu Yuan feeling immensely stirred. He wished he could also enter the world personally and exchange a few moves with the gargoyles. Oh, it seems that he only has the power of 1 bone? Little skeleton's bone? Upon second thought, he decides not to. The dust fog filled the air, countless trees collapsed, broken stones and split branches flew everywhere. The area in front of the entire broken tower had become unbearably messy. But General Deadbone deliberately controlled the battle area, and it did not affect this ancient tower, which may have already become a dangerous building. This battle was no small matter. It seems that the gargoyle area had its own deterrents. There were no monsters in the surrounding that were attracted. By the time Mu Yuan came forward, he could only see the fragmented gargoyles' corpses, and also, Bone 2, whose body was riddled with holes, even its heart cavity had been emptied. Mu Yuan. The sight was undeniably tragic. However, looking at Bone 2, who was happily playing with itself, his sorrow diminished before it could well up. Let it be, as long as you're happy, skeletons, it doesn't matter. If Bone 2 had focused on dodging, it wouldn't have gotten so severely injured within such a short time. However, it chose to fight, even if that meant taking a hit, just to slash the gargoyles a few times. Looking at Bone 2, whose heart cavity had been emptied, General Dead Bone thought that it would require a considerable amount of time for it to recover from such injuries. Hence, it naturally thought of the undead resurrection skill that it mastered. As long as Bone 2 was killed off and resurrected, its injuries would naturally be gone. General Dead Bone was 99.99% sure of this operation, but after careful consideration, it still shook its head. Bone 2 was a brother in arms. He decided to wait and test it on a few captured undead creatures from the outside world before performing the operation on Bone 2. Only then it would be solid. In front of the decrepit tower, after the 8 gargoyles were killed, some soul sand and remnant souls were slowly scattered. The total amount of soul sand was 300 plus G, and there were 4 remnant souls in total, 2 of which were random remnant souls and 2 were 3-star level remnant souls. There were no rare remnant souls. Remnant souls above the rare level don't drop so easily, otherwise powerful players could simply slay all sorts of rare beasts, and high-level remnant souls wouldn't be so scarce and expensive on the market. Moreover, the gargoyles in front of him were substandard. In reality, exploring, hunting, and exterminating monsters and so on have limited benefits. These kind of tasks are mostly done by ranger players, and lord players are more interested in whether they can occupy some resource lands or find some treasures after the hunt. Ranger players, they are just workers, while the lord is the real boss who earns money by sitting back and relaxing. However, Mu Yuan, was not a real lord. He had no income from mining, cultivation, trade, or taxes. He couldn't even compare to the veteran players who were not affiliated with any groups. He was just an ordinary greenhand with a little evolution ability. For him, the drops from the 8 gargoyles were already a huge income. Moreover, Mu Yuan fought the gargoyles for the safety of his territory and, secondly, for the tower in front of him. Mu Yuan slowly approached this ancient civilization site. Up close, the tower appeared even more decrepit. Underneath the moss and vines crawling all over the exterior, visible cracks could be seen, some of which were half a meter wide, making one doubt the stability of the tower. The large door of the tower was already in ruins. Any skeleton soldier could tear off the entire door with a little bit of force. Perhaps some defensive enchantments were set here in the past, but everything disappeared as time went by. Even the gargoyles, known for their long shelf life, were slowly weakening over the years, becoming the small and weak creatures they were now. In front of the door, the Dead Bone hesitated to speak. Mu Yuan knew what the Dead Bone wanted to say. The tower was dilapidated and entering it was dangerous, which was not steady enough. Mu Yuan also felt it was somewhat unsteady, but only players could identify the information about the ranked treasures, only he could tell the difference. The others had no worth to him, even the Dead Bone, despite its emperor-like appearance, had no identifying ability, unless it could acquire the hero status. Then it could possess various extraordinary abilities like the Chosen Lord. Besides, the knowledge that Dead Bone had was far less than that of Great Lord Shepherd. He had to enter this tower. Don't worry, even if the tower collapses accidentally, we still have Duo Lai. He pulled Duo Lai over. The big, soft and large-bodied big slime was indeed an excellent cushion. As long as he hid under the slime cushion in a critical moment, he would be safe. Stable, as expected of our lord. Mu Yuan entered the tower that had been sealed for countless years and looked around. The inside of the tower was a little messy. He saw many broken items that looked like research equipment scattered around. In a room on one side, he found some bottles and jars that might be potions, and there were a dozen ancient books randomly placed on a shelf not far away. However, the liquid in the potion bottles had dried up and nothing remained but some dark crystals. Those ancient books, possibly very valuable, had weathered away over time, and he could only vaguely discern some unknown symbols on them. Presumably, these were the written characters of the ancient civilization. Mu Yuan couldn't understand. These items could not identify any information. Obviously they were all unranked junk. Of course, he might also not know how to use them. Getting in touch with the ruins of an ancient civilization was too early for such a greenhand like him. Even the existence of the ancient civilization was just something he had heard about. However, the ancient civilization probably did exist, but I don't know how long ago it was, what kind of civilization it was, whether it was human or some other race, etc. Mu Yuan thought that Zan country probably had a certain understanding of the ancient civilization. After all, he, a greenhand, could get some vague information about it from some not-so-old players. So what about the great lord of Zan country that had already established grand cities and vast territories? The world was deeper than he thought. And he was just a pure greenhand who could only mingle in the newbie area. Killing a few gargoyles that were not even at the professional level was nothing to be proud of. They were just slightly more powerful novice monsters. In the time that follows, Mu Yuan rummages through every corner, pulling out every item he can find in the tower and meticulously examining each one. Finally, he uncovers the truly valuable, high-priced, celebratory treasures. There are 2 in total. They are the only 2 treasures within the tower that can be identified, their number minuscule, but any one of them makes him feel that this trip was worthwhile, an absolute bargain. Miracle Building Blueprint. Mage Tower, Basic. Rank. Rare, Description. A special blueprint manifested by the laws of the universe. Simply choose a suitable location, unfold and input the required materials to construct a miracle building with special effects in a short time. Note: this blueprint can only be used once. This is an arcane blueprint that emits a soft green light. Originally hovering slightly within a storage chest that has long rotted away, it appears unaffected by time and not a speck of dust on it. This is one of the most valuable treasures in the eternal world, the Miracle Blueprint. Mu Yuan of course had heard of it. It's an item countless Lord players pursue. This, Mage Tower, Basic, Blueprint and the Shaman Inheritance Stone are both of the rare rank, but the value of the former is probably hundreds of times more than the latter. This is due to the distinctiveness of the miracle buildings. Unlike self-constructed buildings, miracle buildings are not only easy to construct and expedient, but they also possess special effects. For example, some buildings can improve soul sand absorption by 200%, 300% during troop training. Defensive buildings, for instance, can operate against enemies without troops. And forging buildings can easily produce standard equipment with special attributes. The highest honor among miracle buildings is the troop buildings. It's rather hard for Lord players to obtain such a building. However, if one performs excellently in the Lord trial, they can be rewarded by the heavens and earth, giving them a decent chance of receiving a troop building. That's why countless whales are allured. Looking at the description of the Mage Tower, it appears to be a defensive building with some research capabilities. When you think about it, isn't this dilapidated tower under my feet a Mage Tower? Only a miracle building could remain standing after all these years. With the Mage Tower, my chances in the Lord trial have greatly increased. I must gather the necessary materials as soon as possible. The other artifact also happens to be a rare item. A special tool, to be exact. It's an exquisite-looking lamp, similar to a water bottle, embellished with gold outlines. It's covered in dust, looking quite worn out. If it weren't for the identification, Mu Yuan would have thought it was simply a decorative item. God Monster Crystal Lamp, Rare, Description. Rub the crystal lamp 3 times to summon a double-ranked God Monster to command. Note: a single summon lasts up to 30 minutes. This tool's remaining usage, 2/3. God Monster, a rare 3-star troop. Of course, Mu Yuan doesn't care about its rarity. The Dead Bone is also a rare 3-star, possessing 3 skills and a talent, its luxury configuration far surpassing other rare 3 stars of the same rank. Regardless of how strong the Dead Bone is, it's only at 0 rank level 6. The potential to combat an ordinary profession level troop is still an unknown. Setting aside ranks to talk about classes, it's simply a future prospect. The Crystal Lamp's God Monster is at the 2nd rank, an elite level unit as defined by the Zan country, a rare troop in its complete form. With this God Monster Crystal Lamp, I don't have to worry too much about the wandering ogre in the north. After all, unlike the inferior gargoyle, the ogre isn't dormant. Being a rare wild beast, there's a high chance that it has reached the professional level. Of course, I'm not going to use the precious usage of the crystal lamp on a mere wild monster. As long as the ogre doesn't come to provoke us, we can wait until we have enough power to vanquish it. The most important thing is, with this crystal lamp, I can also be much safer in the real world, not having to be nervous even when selling items. It's just a pity that the crystal lamp only has 2 uses left, destined to be used only in crucial moments. Mu Yuan thought, his greedy heart dissatisfied. After carefully storing 2 valuable treasures, Mu Yuan stared at the pile of garbage identified as worthless in front of him, lost in thought. He was a bit reluctant to get rid of these things. He didn't expect any hidden artifacts from this pile of rubbish, he just felt that it would be too wasteful to throw it away. It was an antique after all. After a bit of picking through the items, Mu Yuan took items like weathered books, expired potions, and broken equipment, and packed them up simply. He had no decent bag to carry everything, and the skeletons like Dead Bone couldn't weave a basket. It seemed like there was no equipment available that could store all the items. However, after he summoned the Dead Bone from reality last time, Mu Yuan discovered some intriguing uses of the Lord's Seal. As long as the troops carried the items, he could then place the items into his mark space for safekeeping. Although he could not carry too much or transport to the real world, it functioned as a miniature spatial storage bag. It was just a bit on the smaller side. He glanced at Dead Bone. Take whatever you want from the remaining items. The more we can carry, the better. Even waste can be utilized. With that, he left the tower. Guys like Bone 2 and Bone 3 didn't have a clue about limits, and they might accidentally dismantle the tower. He wasn't worried if the tower got dismantled, he had already taken what he wanted. His concern was being inside when it falls. Soon, under the translation and command of Dead Bone, the skeletons walked out, each carrying some peculiar items. Some had bucket lids on their heads, some filled their armor with sand and rocks, but they were leaking out. The skeleton carrying the most items was Bone 2. It had stuffed some sundry items in its vacant chest cavity and other holes, truly making full use of its limited wit. The large slime, however, was not able to carry anything. If it was placed on it, it would slide off after a while. Placed inside it, it would easily cause indigestion and all sorts of accidents. They were just slimes, not a dimensional space bag. Everything couldn't be dumped inside them. Wait, where's Duo Lai? His big fleshy footpad seemed to still be inside. At the broken tower gate, a blob of indescribable material squeezed out. It was a few sizes bigger than the big slime. At first glance, it seemed to be an ellipse-shaped heap of random objects, not resembling a slime at all. Upon closer inspection, one could discern it was a glob of mucus enveloping various bits and pieces. One still couldn't tell it was a slime though. Duo Lai? Goo. Goo. Gee, it couldn't move anymore. If it couldn't move, then carry fewer things. Mu Yuan was exasperated, but Duo Lai simply couldn't bear to part with any of the objects. If it wasn't for the fact it couldn't pull anymore, it would have tried to lug even more. After much coercion, Mu Yuan convinced Duo Lai to adopt the batch transport method. Duo Lai's big eyes lit up like light bulbs, uttering, Gu Jii Gu Jii. It seemed to have learned a new method. Mu Yuan, too, learned a new operation. It settled, from now on, you'll be the transport captain, Duo Lai. Gu. Guji. Duo Lai would need to run a few more trips to bring all the miscellaneous items back to the territory, likely working till nightfall. But that didn't matter. The dilapidated tower was not far from the south of the territory. Given the power currently possessed by the territory, moving around at night was not dangerous. Mu Yuan was pondering, since Duo Lai is so good at transporting things, why not dismantle the entire dilapidated tower and bring it back? After all, to truly build the Mage Tower, necessary materials need to be invested. In this case, the waste materials dismantled from the dilapidated tower could fill this gap to some extent, right? Whether it could or not, trying it wouldn't hurt, it would not take too much effort. Just Duo Lai's effort. No, since Duo Lai is so eager to move things, it is very happy and very voluntary. Roughly speaking, it equates to no effort. However, since I've conferred Duo Lai as the head of the transportation team, I need to further evolve it. At the very least, after evolving, its capacity to transport should significantly increase. I should buy some remnant souls of Little Slime tomorrow at the association. After controlling the character back to the territory, Mu Yuan takes a rest. He switched to the Tai-Zon forum. What the new players in the newbie area talked about the most was the resource assessment that had attracted the most attention recently. One after another, the slightly hopeful newcomers were continuously jockeying for the spot. Even those players whose family conditions were not affluent bought remnant souls by spending all their fortune, just to vie for the resources distributed by the association. After all, the more ordinary players wanted to get through the Lord trial, the more they needed to seize this opportunity provided by the officials. Mu Yuan considered that he had a bit of evolution ability and was confident about getting through the Lord trials, but for an ordinary player who can pass the Lord trials without needing the benefits from the officials, these existed, but were more noticeable. Moreover, who doesn't love benefits, especially when they are free? Being a poor ordinary person, Mu Yuan was quite covetous of this valuable benefit. Defense troops are one thing, but it's rumored that the officials' newcomer support pack includes miracle blueprints for defense structures. Of course, it's not like the rare level miracle blueprints like the Mage Tower, but even ordinary level miracle blueprints are valuable and play a huge role. As for him, it's not even a matter of not being able to afford them, he doesn't even have a channel to buy them. Mu Yuan seriously suspected that the forum trade area he saw was simply a trade area for new and ordinary old players. He had never seen anything like the miracle blueprints. Of course, the possibility that Lord-class commodities had strategic value and were under control was not ruled out. He suspected that only by mixing into the Lord circle could these commodities be purchased. Mu Yuan coveted blueprints as well as universal resources like soul sand. Not only that, after the assessment, officials will disclose some Lord data to players, including key points of territory construction, conditions for territory upgrade, how to obtain high-quality territory citizens, and so on. This information is even more important to me. In the eternal world, there are naturally ordinary citizens, but his territory is located in a wild area where players are rarely seen, let alone ordinary citizens. In the cities of great lords, there live countless territory citizens. Ordinary citizens can take various jobs, filling the gap that troops can only fight, and high-quality territory citizens include talents in combat, research, production, management, etc. However, ordinary people in the eternal world seem to come not only from reproduction but also from many other sources. These might only be known to him after he passes the resource assessment, or even becomes a real lord. The assessment day in Baiyun State is tomorrow. On the forum, many Baiyun State newcomers have started to become nervous. Today is the 6th day of logging into the game. At this time, most new players have been rescued by the official team and moved to the safe city established by great lords. The remaining new players are all trying to compete for resource benefits. Many newcomers are not very confident, but what if they pass? What if the other new players of the same period are not very good? Then they would have a chance to stand out, right? It's worth a shot. If they can't win a place, they will strategically retreat. The newcomers are seizing the last night, putting full effort into making their main force practice, hoping to break through another small level. They are also constantly prying into the level of their peers through the forum to make judgments. Mu Yuan didn't feel much nervous, but he also needed to figure out what level could freeload the benefits and, yet not to stand out too much. Mu Yuan directly entered the Baiyun State section, browsing through the conditions of his competitors. But most of the newcomers weren't foolish. Those greenhands who were once boastful about their achievements on the forum had almost disappeared these past 2 days, replaced by a growing number of people who are seeking sympathy. Hell, I attacked a gang of goblins today, unexpectedly encountering an ambush that cost me 2 of my generals. Shit, the resource assessment is tomorrow. How am I supposed to live? How? Below were a host of fellow heartbroken players. The heartbreaking lament seemed to leak through the forum. I had the same experience. My poor generals died so tragically. Who doesn't suffer from this? I originally went out today to earn a little money for my troops, but I ran into a level 7 big goblin. If it weren't for my men protecting me at the cost of their lives, I might not have been able to return. Even so, I lost 3 spearmen. There's no hope for the assessment tomorrow. Sigh, I should just give up. Well, I envy you guys who lost troops. I'm different. I only have a few soldiers in total. Tomorrow, I'll just go to the association to join in the fun, acting as green leaves for the big shots. Exactly, my entire domain is only 3 goblins, I'm just here to make up numbers. The person above, you're not as bad as me. I only have 1 little skeleton left in my whole domain. After reading, Mu Yuan fell into silence, his mouth twitching. You guys aren't even trying to make your stories convincing. However, it seemed that among these sympathy seekers, there were a few that really expressed their sorrow. Either they were extremely good with words, or they were honestly unfortunate. Their main forces had suffered massive casualties. However, it was only a few of them who suffered so much. As more and more fabricated sob stories were posted, even honest people could see what was going on, and the initial few who were genuinely unfortunate also fell silent. Damn it, it was a particularly peaceful night in the domain. Watching Bone 3 kill several gray wolves with a crackle, Mu Yuan nodded slightly and closed his computer. Because of the numerous tasks for tomorrow, not only the resource assessment but also the need to take the rare opportunity to go out and purchase various supplies, Mu Yuan ate a red blood fruit, exercised a little, and then went to bed early after washing. The night passed without a word. The deep night in Baizhang City was quiet and peaceful. Only in the other world, skeleton soldiers and little skeletons patrolled the domain dutifully, wielding their cutlasses to stab through the bodies of monsters, causing blood to splatter around before they carefully picked up the soul sand that emerged. Some of the new little skeletons weren't very smart and didn't understand what soul sand collection was. At this point, the older skeleton soldiers would knock on their skull and patiently teach them. This custom passed down among the skeletons. On the next day, Mu Yuan woke up early. The morning light was dim, wisps of brightness gradually breaking the darkness that had enveloped everything overnight, bringing hope for a new day. The resource assessment begins at 8:30 in the morning and will be conducted in batches, but I need to go there earlier to gather some information and develop an appropriate battle plan. In addition, the Players Association will probably be much livelier than usual today. I might be able to acquire more little skeletons and remnant souls of slimes. Mu Yuan glanced at the situation in his domain. Last night, monsters were quite enthusiastic, sending 3 waves in total. One of the waves dropped a remnant soul. He maneuvered his character to a rundown wooden house that was tentatively designated as the warehouse and checked the stock. Aside from the 4 rare level items, among the common level items, the most valuable were the remnant souls. Among them, there were 2 3-star copper remnant figurines and 6 regular random remnant souls. In addition, there were 525 grams of soul sand, as well as various common materials worth about 300 to 400 grams of soul sand. Conclusion: he was still poor. He was extremely poor if he ignored the sellable shaman inheritance stone and 2 3-star remnant souls. If he were to supply all of his troops for cultivation, 500 grams of soul sand would only last a little more than a day. Of course, it was impossible for troop types to be cultivating 24/7, and aside from the top-tier whales, nobody could probably supply soul sand to all troop types. Even top-tier whales probably wouldn't provide too many resources for 1 or 2-star cannon fodder. Mu Yuan was different. Given the chance, he still wanted to provide for all of them. He didn't have any cannon fodders. The future was promising for all his troop types. But he was well aware that the larger the army, the more soul sand would be consumed each day. Continuous full supply was not very realistic. They say some powerful domains have miracle buildings that don't consume soul sand but can still slowly level up the troops. This is why great lords can cultivate armies of tens or hundreds of thousands of elite troops. Thinking about it, he was somewhat excited. Then he returned to his impoverished reality. Bidding farewell to Dead Bone, instructing it to guard the house well, the great Lord Shepherd began his quest. He scanned a rental e-bike by the roadside and rode directly to the Players Association in the city center. The Players Association was bustling today. Some players walked here, some took rides to the corner of the street, and many drove their cars directly into the parking lot inside the association. Outside, the streets were crowded. One after another, workers hurriedly began a new day of non-stop work. Hustling and rushing were just ordinary modern cityscapes. Inside, luxury cars were parked, and players drew circles with their hands, summoning out armored, formidable warriors. They were like two different worlds inside and outside. After all, the Zon country's authority had regulations that forbade revealing supernatural power in front of ordinary people. But inside the association, everyone was a player or knew about the existence of the supernatural. As long as they didn't bother others or damage public property, they could show off however they wanted. There were even practice areas and an arena inside the association free for player use. They could have troop exercises and personally witness their troops' power in reality. Mu Yuan also wanted to try a bit, but only a tiny bit. How could he possibly summon Dead Bone in front of everybody? He was a low-key common player. Moreover, once the Lord trial was completed, he could likely witness Dead Bone's power in person. That wouldn't take long. Traffic of players inside the association today was non-stop, even those not preparing for an assessment. Most of the newbies would also come to join in on the fun. Especially now that most of the newbies had already moved to the safe area, where there wasn't much survival pressure. Wasting 1 or 2 days doing nothing didn't matter. It was just to make up for the nerves being on edge these past few days. Despite that, there were ridiculously many players at the association today, 10 or 20 times more than a few days ago. Did so many people need to gather for a newbie resource assessment? Bro, don't you know? The entrants in today's examination are not only the newbies from our Baijiang city but also from the neighboring Linjiang city, Zhongbei city, and Dongming city. It's an examination across 4 cities, which has always been the case. The Baiyun Association is allocated a certain amount of benefits, which are then distributed to each assessment point, Baijiang assessment point being one of them. In other words, as Baijiang Sicheng's 10 or so registrants will compete for these spots. Familiar voices came from not far away. The speaker was old brother Mai Hua, though he wasn't wearing his frog suit today and was dressed in a suit and tie, looking like he was about to sell insurance. Wait, how did old brother Mai Hua know so much? Miss White Fox next to him was also very surprised. Didn't they choke together in the game? He cheated? Old brother Mai Hua chuckled. I indeed poured you it out, had absolutely no confidence in defending the territory, but haha, after becoming a player, I found out that my second uncle's daughter is also a player. With her recommendation, I'm now an intern at a big shots company. So, I know a little bit more. Old brother Mai Hua grinned, a smile that many poor guys envied. Inside the Players Association, there was a constant stream of people. Most of them were new players from this season. New players, who didn't intend to compete for the status of Lord, had almost all relocated to safe cities, where they no longer had to worry about survival. They didn't have to live in fear anymore, and their spirits were no longer oppressed. However, the newbies soon realized that while choosing a simple, worry-free life spared them from danger, if they wanted to grow stronger and truly wield supernatural power, they still faced a difficult journey. They still had to go out and hunt, earning a little bit of soul sand. They still had to pay the rent for the eternal world and lease tangible goods from the altar from Lord players. They were still working-class folks, leading a hard life with limited income. After a lot of newbies familiarized themselves with the forum, they realized that ordinary players without background, talent, or luck also had a tough time. Unless they chose to give it all up and lead a simple life. Some veteran players were still weak after 2.5 years of playing. However, if they could join bigger powers and be nurtured, they could rise rapidly. Even if not, they could earn a stable salary and steadily improve while holding a secure job. These were the people ordinary players envied. The person called one-handed information dealer, who promised no middlemen making profit, was a famous figure among the newbies. It was said that he was also a big figure among the veteran players. After all the posts made by one-handed dealer in the newbie area were officially certified. This was treatment that ordinary players just couldn't receive. Working for one-handed dealer's company? I envy you. Not only is the income high, but the job is also safe and relaxing. Miss White Fox couldn't hide her jealousy. Just a while ago, all of them were struggling in the same situation. Mu Yuan, old brother Mai Hua, White Fox, and Liver Emperor had been in contact over the past few days. They even agreed to meet here yesterday. All that was missing was Liver Emperor, probably because he had been gaming until the middle of the night again. Seeing that old brother Mai Hua seemed to have some inside information, Mu Yuan decided to subtly probe him. I'm not sure exactly how many spots we have for this term's Baizhang assessment point. It could be anywhere between 10 to 20. After all, I'm just an intern. But I do know some information about the top new players. See that guy over there, the chubby one whose forum ID is, I'm not unlucky, he's the lucky player of this season. Started out with 3 3-star skeleton soldiers. These particular skeleton soldiers are the best of the 3-star troops. They're fearless in battle and don't have as many quirks as goblins. Thanks to this spectacular start, his troop army swelled rapidly and must now number in the 10s if not 20s. He is a strong candidate for this round's spots. You see that macho man over there? His ID is Macho Man. He only started with a regular bunch of goblins and is otherwise an ordinary man. But he is a fighting powerhouse. He has killed many monsters single-handedly, and it's said even 3-star monsters like the grizzly bear have been slain by him. This is a man who could tear 3-star solidars apart with his bare hands. Mu Yuan had noticed this person quite early. He was too eye-catching, with a towering, muscular physique. His well-defined, exposed muscles, coiled like pythons, and his shiny bald head, reflected the identity of a formidable powerhouse. He sat there, like a mini-giant, exuding a terrifying aura. Are you sure he isn't a superpower? Of course, his muscles may seem overdone, but they're not impossible for any regular person who works hard. If he were a superpower awakened from birth, his abilities would be much more remarkable. He's still just an ordinary man. Mu Yuan then looked down at his own smaller frame. He had become much stronger over the past few days, and you could vaguely see his six-pack, but he felt that if he were to fight that macho man, one punch would have him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. This is what they mean by ordinary. Mu Yuan fell silent. In comparison, he was just an ordinary player with a slight evolving ability. Among the ordinary players, those two probably have the best chance of getting a spot. But it's still early, most players have not made their names yet, and there could be dark horses. Upon saying this, old brother Mai Hua couldn't help but ask, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to compete for a spot this time too, aren't you?" Mu Yuan nodded. There was no need to hide this, Miss White Fox. So you're a big shot too, huh? Am I the only one who's out of luck? Old brother Mai Hua wasn't surprised. Brother Mu showed his strength on the first day by bringing out the remnant soul. No one would miss such an opportunity to take a stab at becoming the Lord. I've thought about taking a shot too, getting the welfare quota, passing the Lord trial, recruiting beautiful heroes, leading an invincible army to the top of eternity. Sadly, it's merely a pipe dream, I just don't have what it takes. Old brother Mai Hua sighed and said to Mu Yuan, "Brother, keep up the good work, fight for us ordinary players. Yeah, you should know that the biggest competition for this quota is those rich second-generation whales. That one, the heir to our Baizhang property. Although he's not a second-generation player, his family is rich. I heard that he has spent an ambitious amount of money purchasing various resources, buying dozens of remnant souls of 3-star troops alone. And that guy in the yellow, he's a standard second-generation player. His brother is a veteran player. I heard that this big shot had cleared a goblin camp on the 6th day with minimal losses. That girl in white is a second-generation player from the adjacent Dongming city. Not only does she have veteran player relatives, but her family also runs a big company. She's a bona fide rich woman. Of course, what matters isn't that she is wealthy, the fact that she has been able to defeat a rare-level monster, even if that particular monster hasn't reached professional level, is rather significant. And then there's this one, and also that one. Old brother Mai Hua outlined numerous pieces of information about these notorious whales. These aren't really secrets. Compared to ordinary players, the whales are more showy. Plus, No one can keep a low profile when they're buying up all kinds of resources. Mu Yuan considered these whales' informations, forming a rough idea of the competition in his mind. Old brother Mai Hua thought Mu Yuan was silent because he was disheartened, thus comforting him. Don't be discouraged, brother. It's normal that we ordinary players can't compete with the whales at the beginning stages. But you don't have to directly compete with these whales. As long as you can get a slot, the treatment for the first or the 10th is the same. Moreover, with your abilities, even if you can't become a lord, you'll still excel among the players. Mu Yuan was, of course, not disheartened. He was just deciding which type of troops to use. He definitely wouldn't send out the dead bone. And, Bone 2, now a skeleton warrior, he didn't plan to summon it either. But not be too low-key either. Only by showing off his talents appropriately could he access more opportunities. After all, there were also whales and players with recessive talents among the ordinary players. Being a little stronger was within reason and would not lead to coveting. Having said that, his talents might be a bit stronger than what others expect. Since this is the case, he would go with this lineup. He contemplated while Miss White Fox came to his defense. Isn't this selection process a bit unfair to us ordinary players? Old brother Mai Hua nodded then shook his head. It does seem a little unfair, but money is a kind of power after all. Besides, from what I understand, Zan country's strong support for Newbie Lord is because they want to see more territories emerge, to expand our country's influence in the Eternal Continent. Whether they're ordinary players or whales, it's all the same to the country, as long as they're lords of Zan country. Layer by layer, the association was getting crowded with players. The Liver Emperor arrived as well, sporting his distinct dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he might drop dead at any moment. Did I oversleep again? He scratched his head. A few of them walked toward the assessment area. Soon, it would be time for the candidates to draw their exam numbers. With a hopeful gaze from old brother Mai Hua, Mu Yuan went up to draw his number. The Liver Emperor followed suit, drawing his number as well. Miss White Fox. She looked at Liver Emperor with his black circles, Mai Hua who already worked for a big business, and the dashing Mo Yuan. A question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. Am I the only noob here? Mu Yuan drew his number. Number 54. He was contestant number 54, roughly in the middle of the contestants. Maybe he could get through today's test before lunch. Good, he wouldn't have to waste another afternoon. He looked at the young man with dark circles under his eyes, signaling with his eyes. Liver Emperor said, I'm number 98, it's a bit late. No, on second thought it might be more advantageous to go later. I can grind for another half day before the test starts, maybe level up my main force. Okay, time to grind. Many players were thinking the same thing. Soon, the two of them bid farewell to old brother Mai Hua, following a staff member to the designated waiting area to wait for the start of the test. The so-called waiting area was actually quite spacious, where the players could either mingle with each other in the hall, or continue their games in private rooms. However, all a player needed to grind was a phone. Whether they went into a private room or not did not matter. Many rookies were waiting for their turn while logging into the game to check on their status and take actions. Liver Emperor was the most industrious of them all. He seemed uneasy if he weren't grinding for a moment. His gaze was glued to his cell phone screen, manipulating the controls non-stop with complete focus. The game screen of each player could only be seen by themselves. To others, the players were just continuously tapping on the locked screen of their devices, looking like they were losing their minds. Mu Yuan couldn't see Liver Emperor's game status, and even if he could, he wouldn't spy on him. What he saw was that Liver Emperor's operation volume was quite large. Probably, he was manually setting up detailed plans for each kind of troop, maximizing efficiency. The other players were too, more or less, grinding. Mu Yuan took out his phone, opened his game and glanced at it, then fell into deep thought. Should he rest, drink tea, or drink coffee? He was in a dilemma. He wanted to grind too, but Dead Bone was already leading the team to explore, and he didn't need to worry about it. At most, he could send Battle Falcon to contact Dead Bone and check on the situation. For the rest of the time, he just needed to watch as the resources and evolution points increased one by one, taking pleasure in it. Even the whales were grinding at this moment. They might not need to worry about not passing the test, but they still had to seize the time to develop their territories. Wasting time was a disgraceful act. Under such an atmosphere, Mu Yuan felt that he did not fit in with the rookies around him, which was quite uncomfortable. However, on second thought, shouldn't a lord delegate tasks to his subordinates? He was just learning to act like a lord in advance. The resource test was divided into two parts, a written test and a martial test. The written test examined the player's control ability and micro-operation skills when using media, which only accounted for 20% of the score. The test could be done quickly, and it could be over in a snap. The real test of a player's potential was the martial test, which examined both the level of the player's troops and the player's real-time control and command ability. The content of the test requires players to last for a certain period of time under the examiner's control. In the end, the examination group will score the players based on their performance. The top 16 scorers will receive this term's Rookie Lord support package. Mu Yuan delved into the test information distributed by the staff. Soon, the first part of the written test began. At the same time, outside the waiting area, countless newcomers who did not participate in the test but came to join in the excitement were eagerly looking forward. They couldn't enter the test site to see the battles up close, and there wasn't any live broadcast of the test site. However, the huge display screen in the association's hall was scrolling the test scores of each candidate. First place. Contestant No 066, 20 points. Second place. Contestant No 054, 19.8 points. Third place. Contestant number 101, 19.1 points. Fourth place. Soon, the scores of more than 100 testers were listed on the large screen. Among them, a golden line was drawn between the 16th and 17th places, separating them like heaven and earth. So, it means that there are 16 quota spots for this term? Old brother Maiwa stroked his chin. Miss White Fox stared at the leaderboard, her eyes suddenly brightened. Hey, I remember Brother Mu is number 54, right? He's unexpectedly ranked second. This is astonishing. That means his spot is secured, and he will soon become a lord, right? Old brother Maiwa was also somewhat surprised, but then shook his head. No wonder Brother Mu could reach Remnant Soul on the first day. His operation skills are indeed something. No, should say that they are superb. But if I'm not wrong, the first round of the written test just ended, and the written test score only accounts for 20% of the total test score. It's a secondary part. Whether Brother Mu can secure a place in the top 16 depends on his performance in the martial test. I can only say that his start was good. However, the martial test is where the whales have the biggest advantage. Old brother Maiwa genuinely hoped that Brother Mu could pass the test and continue the dream that he had not yet begun. Moreover, if Brother Mu became a lord, he could curry favor and initiate trades, which would allow him to gain full member status in the trade consortium faster, leading to promotion and salary increase. However, it's hard. Only the O Huang who leads the skeleton soldiers and that Macho Man seems more secure as peasant operators, the others. And Brother Mu, although he reached Remnant Soul on the first day, compared to Macho Man and O Huang's achievements on the first day, he was still somewhat lacking. These two were far from those true whales. Hope Brother Mu could secure a passing spot. The time began to tick away slowly. Although the rookies couldn't see the battlefield and there was no text-based report, they were still engaged in heated discussions. The martial test has just reached the 20th entrant. Currently, contestant number 007 is ranked first with a total score of 71.2. What does this score mean? A greenhand asked. Then the knowledgeable veteran players began to explain. This score is quite good. The martial test is not as simple as the written test. It's good to get a passing score of 60%. With contestant number 07's total score of 71.2, it's safe to say that he has locked up a spot for advancement. As the test continued, the ranking on the leaderboard quickly shifted. Contestant number 007 gradually fell to the second and third places. The early front runners, numbers 66 and 54, had naturally fallen off the radar. In the exam venue, Pao, a spearman, brandished his long spear and charged like a dragon. With a stab and a sweep, he cleared several thugs from the field. The voice prompt timely announced, "The exam is over. Please, examinees, take the right-hand exit out of the waiting area and patiently await the exam results. Injured troops can be taken to Zone 3 for free treatment." The examiners on one side of the field shook their heads slightly. Thugs as two-star troops aren't weak. They can resist and fight, but these newbies command them so poorly, it's like they're directing blindly. HMPH, this is the worst batch of newbies I've seen. Well, they are ordinary people after all. We can't expect too much. No, precisely because they are ordinary people, they should strive to do their best. Or else, how would they survive the Lord trial? Chief Examiner Zhang Cheng also sighed. This wave of newcomers can't be said to be bad, just that the performances of the civilian players were somewhat disappointing. The whales, as always, were steady. Chief Examiner Zhang Cheng was a lord who originated from ordinary people. He wished that among the civilians, more outstanding players would rise, but compared with whales and the extraordinary second generation, it is indeed a natural disadvantage to be civilians. Only the most excellent can stand out. The country has made efforts to support civilian lords, but strategically, Zan country first needs to ensure the number of new lords. Only then can it consider whether to assist civilian players. After all, managing a territory is not easy. Compared to the whales, civilian lords are much less stable, often running their territories poorly due to various unexpected events, and eventually collapsing. The current resource assessment rules do favor civilian players, but ultimately, whether they can seize the opportunity depends on the newcomers themselves. As for players with criminal records, they would have been checked and eliminated at the application stage, and they wouldn't have had the chance to take the exam at all. After all, the Lord, at the very least, is a key force in Zan country. Next up is candidate number 54, let me check the data. Mu Yuan, of ordinary origins, family has met with misfortune, but he stood up against the difficulty. He performed well during university and was chosen by Eternal World at graduation. I will assess this candidate. The chief examiner Zhang Cheng rose and walked towards the distance. Mu Yuan entered the examination site with a somewhat nervous heart. The examination site was not small and was about the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. A burly examiner, dressed in loose martial arts attire, stood across the large stage, exuding an oppressive aura. He snapped his fingers. Zap in front of him, 3 mysterious magic circles spread out, and 3 identical spearmen emerged from them. These are 2-star troop spearmen, all at stage 0 and level 9. What you need to do is to withstand their attacks for more than 5 minutes. Of course, this examiner will not command the spearmen in any way, and you can employ all the tactics you can think of. Now, summon your troops. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Also, this place has special effects. Summoning troops here does not consume soul sand, and the consumption of spiritual power is significantly reduced. After a pause, Examiner Zhang Cheng reminded, but spiritual power will still be consumed. Summon your troops according to your ability. Zhang Cheng remembered the candidate number 54 from the previous round. That candidate, also a civilian with good talent, had accumulated more than a dozen or even 20 troops in just 6 days. He had been expected to qualify, but he overestimated himself during the military trial. Summoned too many troops to the point of exhausting all his spiritual power. He hadn't even started fighting when he lay on the ground unconscious, falling into deep sleep. He was directly eliminated. As soon as he saw Mu Yuan's candidate number, the chief examiner Zhang Cheng couldn't help but remind him. This was somewhat against the rules. Mu Yuan looked around. The whole field was engraved with mysterious patterns. Perhaps, this was a miracle building? He didn't know. Not far from the stage, hovered a black and ghost-like troop. It concealed its power, but it still gave off a massive terrifying force that drew the observer's gaze. This was the judge of the exam field. It would intervene to save their lives when the newcomers' troops were in danger. As for the examiner's 3 spearmen, it didn't matter. They were just the examiner's tools for the test. Not many newcomers had the ability to threaten a level 9 spearman. It's about to start. Mu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, the connection between him and the troops in the eternal world became incredibly clear, as if a portal had opened in the world. He didn't need to rely on computers, smartphones, or any other devices to command the troops in the other world. If he wished to summon them, it seemed that he could call them out with just a wave of his hand. No wonder, other newcomers could summon troops without exhausting their bodies. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. My turn, summon. Buzz, the mystical magic circles spread out, and the ancient gate was pulled open from both sides. From the depths of the passage, a skeleton soldier clad in armor and holding a battle sword slowly walked out, its eye sockets aglow with a faint blue soul flame. Examiner Zhang Cheng just nodded slightly when he saw the second, third, and nth figure of the skeleton soldier coming out of the passage, their speed becoming faster and faster. Thud, thud, thud. For a moment, the entire exam field became quiet and gloomy. Only the sound of the skeleton soldiers marching in formation could be heard. They held their battle swords high, their eye sockets burning with raging soul flames. They formed two lines on either side, guarding the figure at the end of the stage. Under the glow of the soul flame, Mu Yuan's figure flickered in brightness. Like the faces of the examiners in the distance, changing in just a few seconds from shock to disbelief. Actually having a full 10 skeleton soldiers? Unbelievable? This newbie, I remember he isn't the rich second generation, right? Even if he was the rich second generation, it would be difficult. No, almost impossible to purchase that many 3-star remnant souls of the exact same soldier type. This newbie likely came across some randomly appearing wild soldier building, just another lucky duck. Lucky duck? How could a wild soldier building possibly not have any monsters guarding it? Would a newbie really be able to recruit some soldiers if they stumbled upon it? The examiners in the distance were all talking about it. 10 skeleton soldiers wouldn't mean much to veteran players, but for a newbie who's only been selected for 6 or 7 days, it was quite exaggerated. After all, this newbie was of civilian origin. Compared to their formations back in the day, the origin civilian examiner looked at Mu Yuan with more approval. Some examiners started to consider, should they introduce this young man to their daughters? Especially since after the young man summoned 10 skeleton soldiers, it was clear he was far from his limits. One could tell he would have great stamina, which meant he could have a happy marriage. Across from the stage, Chief Examiner Zhang Cheng was quite satisfied. Whether it was Mu Yuan's formation or Mu Yuan's physical fitness. On this level, as long as he held his ground and fought steadily, it would definitely not be hard to pass the Lord trial. Examiner Zhang thought about this, but he didn't show it. He merely reminded, you still have 2.5 minutes to prepare. You can familiarize yourself with controlling the soldiers. Across from him, Mu Yuan was slightly panting. For one, he had to somewhat act out of respect for the other candidates, and second, he indeed had some physical and spiritual consumption. If he had summoned Bone 2, Bone 3, or even Dead Bone, the consumption would have been smaller, but this time, summoning an evolved skeleton soldier did take some toll on him. He was indeed still too weak, far inferior to the macho man next door. While thinking about this, Mu Yuan also noticed the difference in actual control. In reality, he only ever summoned the great Dead Bone. Dead Bone was different from other skeletons. It had strong autonomy and never needed his control. Only now when he tried did he realize, it was as if a thread of consciousness was connecting him and the 10 skeleton soldiers together. He didn't need to speak or give any eye signal, just a thought was enough to command these skeleton soldiers to do what he wanted. And, the control was much more precise than computer control. At least, on the computer, he could only control the skeleton soldiers to attack, defend, or move left by 30 centimeters. But now, he could also specifically command the skeleton soldiers to attack the upper or lower lane. However, more specific operations, such as the Millennium Kill, Deadly Attack, and other moves, still depended on the specific comprehension of the soldiers. Overall, personal command was much quicker, convenient, and finer than computer operation. No wonder the written test for resource assessment only accounted for 20% of the score. Media operation, players only need to use it in the early stage. However, actual control was not without its flaws. Mu Yuan thought about this spiritual link. It seemed to consume his spiritual power. The more soldiers he controls, the greater the consumption. At the same time, his control range was only 50 meters. Exceeding this limit would lead to disconnection, lag, delay, and other symptoms. This needed attention. Although Mu Yuan had called out 10 skeleton soldiers, causing much more of a sensation than his opponent, the highest level of his skeleton soldier, Bone 4, was only at level 5. Most of the skeletons were only at level 3 or 4, far inferior to his opponent's level 9 Great Perfection Master. At most, he only had a slight advantage in terms of grade and number. Examiner. You call this slight advantage. But in Mu Yuan's view, if he didn't use any skills, his total combat power would not be much higher than his opponent's. This battle was at best of a 70-30 or 80-20 ratio. At this moment, the burly examiner Zhang snapped his fingers again. Out of the sparkling of his snapping fingers, 2 figures emerged. They were 2 big, burly and muscular goblins. Not only were they 1 star higher in grade, they were also level 9 Great Perfection veterans. Their body emitted a terrifying oppressive force. Mu Yuan. You don't respect the rules of the game. Examiner Zhang smiled. With your formation, I can't see your command abilities from just 3 spearmen. It's quite reasonable for me to add in 2 big goblins, right? Of course, no matter how this battle turns out, you will have a spot in the qualifiers, and if you can defeat this 2+3 formation, I'll see to it that you receive some additional newbie benefits. The full title was Genius Newbie Support Benefits, only aimed at civilian origin players. However, this support was sometimes not activated even once in a year. Chief Examiner Zhang folded his arms and looked at Mu Yuan. Come on, let me see what you've got. Mu Yuan. Would it be awkward if he called out a skeleton warrior at this point? Although 2 big goblins and 3 spearmen, huh? He squinted his eyes, surveying the muscles, torso, and thighs of the big goblin, deciding to kill the spearman first. Because, after all, the big goblin had plenty of flesh. The 3-minute preparation time passed in an instant. The moment the countdown hit 0, the 2 big goblins roared like they were released from some restrictions. The roar was deafening, even causing Mu Yuan's ears to buzz. It was his first time encountering these creatures in reality, and the reality had an inevitable influence on him. Facing the oppressive presence of the massive goblins, Mu Yuan wanted to say, one could only understand after experiencing it personally. He gritted his teeth sharply, and by the time he came back to his senses, the 2 massive goblins had almost charged up to the skeleton soldiers. 1 defense, 2 offense. He quickly commanded 1 skeleton soldier to go up, taking a defensive stance, and ordered the other 2 skeleton soldiers to lag a little behind, so that when the big goblin launched an attack, they could seize the opportunity to counterstrike fiercely. Simultaneously, another big goblin also met the skeleton soldier with a punch to its blade. Things happened so fast that Mu Yuan hardly had any time to analyze, but being the great Lord Shepherd, he was already accustomed to multi-line operations. He remained aware of his surroundings and constantly issued commands. Boon the blue fist slammed into the skeleton soldier, shattered the small round shield, and struck directly on the skeleton soldier's armor. The blow dented the armor, sending fragments flying in all directions. A piece of broken armor flew towards Mu Yuan, expanding rapidly in his pupils. Thump! When the fragment pierced the body of a defending skeleton soldier, Mu Yuan discovered that he was surprisingly calm. Without rushing, he let the other skeleton soldiers seize the chance, gripping their combat knives as they fiercely slashed at the big goblin's legs. A life-for-life slash. Perhaps they had gotten used to the cleave. Their slashing was especially intense. Just a few strokes brought about significant effects. Both big guys suffered from debuffs like slow and bleeding. This was the downside of not having a commander. Although, within this short period, 3 of Mu Yuan's skeleton soldiers were also wounded, their armor dented, but they quickly got up and continued the fight. Battle. Battle. This was a real bloodbath. Even if the skeleton soldiers didn't bleed, the big goblin and the spearmen did bleed red. Mu Yuan adhered to the strategy of outnumbering the enemy, trading injuries for injuries. However, the level of skeleton soldiers was, after all, low. As he juggled with the big goblins and gradually eliminated the 3 spearmen, 2 of his skeleton soldiers were also knocked out, and 3 nearly lost their battle power. He was left with only 5 units of combat power. On the other side, there were 2 wounded big goblins who were still raging furiously. It was time for a bayonet fight. Bone 4 picked up a fallen combat knife from the ground and took a cold shot at the big goblin. Next, relying on its speed advantage, it continuously distracted the big goblin, who was injured and had difficulty moving. Sometimes it would pick up sharp objects from the ground to throw and distract. Sometimes it would seize an opportunity to land a swift, cold slash when the big goblin's attention was on other skeleton soldiers. After a long, drawn-out battle of over 10 minutes, the 2 big goblins finally collapsed due to excessive blood loss. At that moment, Mu Yuan still had 4 skeleton soldiers left and won the battle with a small but decisive advantage. Examiner Zhang. Other examiners. As a matter of fact, this was an impressive strategy. The troops performed sturdily, the newcomers' commanding skills were excellent, but the fight earlier appeared fierce, suggesting a life-or-death situation. Why did it suddenly turn so sleazy? This command is really astounding. A strategy that can win is a good strategy. Zhang Cheng, as a top player among the players and an on-site command examiner, saw more than others. In this battle, the strategy was indeed brilliant, but the steady elimination of the 2 big goblins also stemmed from the atypical combat power of the skeleton soldiers. They were stronger and more agile than average skeleton soldiers. So that's how it is. Zhang Cheng understood, he understood it all. This must be the skeleton soldier's talent that's yet to be fully awakened. With players becoming stronger and stepping into the first-order professional level and second-order elite level, a tiny minority had a chance of awakening their talents. However, research indicated that these talented players who could awaken their talents already showed extraordinary promise even before their talents manifested. This was known as recessive talent. The probability of extraordinary second-generation players being born with talents was much greater than that of ordinary people. However, when the base number of ordinary players increased, one hero after another emerged. There were many types of talents, but they could essentially be divided into 2 categories: individual talents and strategic talents. As the name suggests, individual talents included abilities like fire and water spouting, telekinesis, spiritual links, and so on. Strategic talents, on the other hand, affected groups. A player with a shooting talent could command ranged units, giving them longer range and faster shooting speed. A player with spearman talent could boost the damage output of their spearmen, and also had a higher probability of recruiting this type of unit when using a random remnant soul. This was a type of compatibility, born to be compatible with the spearman. Mu Yuan, this young man, was naturally compatible with skeleton soldiers. He commanded with great calm and good tactics, making him an invaluable talent. Even if the talent only enhanced ordinary 3-star skeletons, it was not bad at all. After all, the basic units still made up the majority of the army commanded by a great lord. Moreover, this young man was incredibly lucky. Otherwise, even with his latent talent for skeleton soldiers, it would have been impossible to train them to be this deft in just a few days. This clearly indicated the unlocking of wisdom. Examiner Zhang looked at Bone 4, who had just scored a double kill. Your skeleton soldier is very good. It's worth nurturing. I suggest you give it a name to distinguish it from the others. This will help the unit grow in wisdom. One day, it may even awaken a true sense of self, which would be an immense stroke of luck. Mu Yuan could only promise to give it a name when he got home. He couldn't really tell them that the skeleton already had a name, Bone 4. It meant it was the 4th skeleton soldier, with 3 older brothers. This morning, the 3rd brother, Bone 3, had just evolved to the skeleton warrior level. Since this was the examination venue, and he had received praise from Examiner Zhang, he was sure to get extra benefits. Mu Yuan then led his group of battered skeletons away from the hall through a side passage. Well, he definitely couldn't move all these crippled skeletons by himself. The mark of the chosen couldn't include them all either, so the sentries summoned by the on-site staff had to carry one each into the treatment room. Undead, head to room number 8. Undead energy is harmful to the human body. The player can wait outside. The person here, who was reading a newspaper, looked up and directed him through his glasses. Mu Yuan thanked him and watched as the alloy doors slowly closed, much like family members waiting outside when a patient was having a CT scan. In just a few seconds, the door, designed to shield against undead energy radiation, slowly opened again. From it emerged one after another fully recovered skeleton soldiers, their armor and swords shining as if they were brand new. Mu Yuan. He felt like he had missed out on an opportunity to score free equipment. Considering that it had been difficult for Bone 4 and the others to come out, Mu Yuan felt it would be a waste not to make use of this opportunity. So, surrounded by a group of skeletons, he headed to the training area next door. He wanted to practice manual control. In case of an emergency in reality, he wouldn't be caught off guard. He felt there was still a lot of room for improvement in his performance. After all, it had been his first time, and he had been a bit nervous. Players Association, main lobby. The newcomers, watching everything unfold, were gathered around the big screen with their enthusiasm still strong. Although they could only see the examinee numbers, the numbers of the seed players, the whales, and 2 or 3 ordinary new players, were no secret thanks to some gossiping players who shared information tirelessly. Master Tan, who's currently at the top of the rankings, is truly deserving. He's the heir of Baizhang property, after all. He's so powerful because he's rich. I'm really envious. Even our elite player Oh Huang from our ordinary player group can't compete with him. I heard Oh Huang has several skeleton soldiers and has developed very quickly. But in the end, an elite player is no match for a whale. Forget about competing with Master Tan. Oh Huang has dropped to the 4th place. Indeed, Master Tan is impressive, particularly his ability to throw money around. Though he's not a second-generation player, his family is undoubtedly wealthier than many veteran players. Master Tan isn't going to monopolize the leaderboard indefinitely, is he? All the second-generation players can't surpass him? You second-generation players need to step up? The crowd mused, counting the rookie bosses who had not yet been assessed. Number 66, 77, 96, 101. As for number 54, apart from Mai Hua and White Fox, no one cared about such a random number. People were only concerned about whether the rookie bosses could reach the top of the leaderboard. They just wanted to enjoy the spectacle and witness a bloody struggle. There it is, the new leaderboard champion has arrived. Let's see. Wait, who is number 54? The hall fell silent for a moment. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, surprised, shocked, and bewildered. Only in a certain corner, old brother Mai Hua and Miss White Fox exchanged glances, simultaneously letting out a scream of disbelief. Holy shit! Mu Yuan had no idea that he, just an ordinary new player, had summoned some ordinary skeleton soldiers and was unexpectedly awarded a high score by the very talent-loving head examiner. Seeing this, the other examiners also gave high scores one after another. After all, this was a newcomer who had received genius support. His future was promising. Even if his current strength was not as strong as the top whales, it was reasonable for him, a commoner, to score higher. It was all within the allowed rules. Mu Yuan. I don't want it, though. But since he had it, he had to accept it. In the future, if he wanted to compete for a variety of resources, he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile, would he? Sigh, he was just too outstanding. Mu Yuan originally planned to complete the assessment, have lunch outside and then leave, but forgot that the resource distribution would only take place after the assessment was completely finished, and all the quota were finalized. Even though he had already secured his slot, he still had to wait. Mu Yuan had no choice but to seize the opportunity to sell off a few scattered remnant souls, and buy little skeleton and slime remnant souls from several stalls. No joke, due to the large number of players in the Players Association today, all kinds of remnant souls were plentiful. Mu Yuan left the territory matters entirely to Dead Bone, and wandered from booth to booth himself, choosing, haggling, and after a busy half-day, he finally completed his shopping task for the day. I really worked hard. But the gains were quite extraordinary. I bought a total of 10 little skeleton remnant souls, 10 slime remnant souls, and 1 falcon's residual soul. And coming up is today's highlight, the excellent newcomers support package from Zon Country's authority. By evening, the assessment was over. Under the guidance of the staff, the 16 excellent newcomers, who had won the newcomer support packages, went to the designated location to collect their resources. Miu Yuan looked around, and sure enough, most of them were the seed newcomers introduced by old brother Mai Hua. Among the rest of the strangers, he surprisingly discovered a familiar figure. Liver Emperor, did you pass as well? I was lucky and just made the cut, thanks to the half day I spent grinding earlier. Same here. After Liver Emperor passed the assessment, he continued grinding obliviously, but he had vaguely heard the rumors about candidate number 54. Wait, his lackluster pupils gradually focused on Miu Yuan. He slowly typed a question mark. You call this luck? Compared to me, who just barely passed, you're leagues ahead. I must have not grinded enough, I need to work harder. Soon, the 16 outstanding newcomers followed staff members to the award ceremony. There were not many spectators here, but the place was grandly and solemnly set up. Miu Yuan understood this well. If Zon Country was going to provide such strong support to newcomers and award them, the ceremony had to be formal. This was reasonable. He didn't feel restless at all. But some of the rich second generations felt the ceremony was too small with too few spectators, unaccustomed to not being praised. With the beginning of the award ceremony, some newcomers reluctantly put away their phones and turned their attention to the stands. Next, please welcome the Vice President of our Baizhang Association to deliver a brief speech. A burly figure strode forward, and the imposing gaze swept over the entire venue. Miu Yuan's eyes widened. Wasn't this the burly man who had acted as his examiner before? He was actually the Vice President of the Baizhang Association. Zhang Cheng. This was a real player big shot. Well, Miu Yuan didn't actually know him, but to serve as the Vice President in such a critical department as the Baizhang Association, this man had to be one of the top figures in Baizhang, right? Vice President Zhang didn't use a microphone, he simply cleared his throat lightly, and his voice spread like a wave across the entire venue. Miu Yuan felt a burst of vigor. The Liver Emperor, next to him, who seemed to be on the brink of death, suddenly brightened like a spirited youth. But of course, this was real. The Vice President had used a kind of supportive aura ability. With one light cough he had swept away the fatigue of the body and mind of the players. Zhang Cheng paused before he spoke. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the exam. Once you pass the trial, you can become true lords. However, being a lord is just the beginning. As a lord, you can have power, enjoy life, but it also means that you will face more dangers, take up more responsibilities. Speaking of this now may be a bit early for you, you will understand in time, and don't forget, your identity as a citizen of Zon Country. As long as you are lords of Zon Country will always be your backing. Zhang Cheng, as a big-shot player, was decisive and efficient, without the habit of speaking for 3 hours in just 3 sentences. Not to mention him and the Liver Emperor, even the rich second generations and the second-generation players were all obediently sitting down, listening to Vice President Yang's teachings, not showing a trace of arrogance. Second-generation player, their elder brothers and elders, in front of Vice President Zhang, were just nobodies. That's why they behaved very obediently, like kittens, hoping that if they could attract the attention of President Zhang, they could skyrocket to the top. Unfortunately, President Zhang didn't even pause his gaze on them, he just said a few words and then left in large strides. Of course, such a big figure, it wouldn't be easy to gain his favor. After Vice President Zhang left, the staff on the scene awarded the examination certificate to the players. This certificate was not just a formality but also a proof. Players can get a higher level of authority through the verification code on the certificate to obtain some higher level data related to the Lord. When handing over the certificate, the staff also warned them not to divulge the information. At the same time, the staff introduced some basic points on the spot, mainly for the clueless civilian players. The status of a Lord player is lofty, with great power, but building a territory is not easy. It's not something one person can do. After all, troops are only responsible for fighting, but there are many things that need to be handled in a territory. management, finance, logistics, production. When you start operating a territory, these problems will come one after another. If you don't prepare in advance, you will be in a hurry. Therefore, there are generally three types of lords: official lord, group lord, personal lord. An official lord, as the name suggests, is a lord who co-constructs the territory with official investment, similar to a state-owned enterprise. The safe cities where the rescue teams sent newcomer players previously were official lord cities. Although official lords have less power, they have the advantage of being relaxed and safe. Firstly, the defense of official lords' cities is stronger, and there is no need to worry about monster-tide attacks. Secondly, the officials will set up important facilities such as player associations and resource transfer stations in the city. In other words, the official city is almost the center of the surrounding area, which makes it easier to prosper. As lords, you can also become stronger as your territory improves. This is the advantage of being an official lord. A group lord is a lord supported and invested in by large nobles and financial tycoons. Sometimes ordinary players and the second-generation players lack the resources to build a territory. They will accept investment from large groups, similar to stakeholding in an enterprise. But these groups are not all philanthropists. Some reputable groups only take investment income and do not interfere with the internal affairs of the player's territory. However, some groups not only interfere, but even try every means to control naive civilian lords. Historically, such events have occurred. If you want to accept investment from a group, you must be discerning and inquire about the group's reputation. A personal lord, of course, does not accept external investment and maintains complete autonomy. It seems to be the freest, but also the hardest. Such lords are rare, either very weak or very strong. At this point, the staff continued, of course, be it group lords or individual lords, or various major guilds and organizations, they are all part of our Zon country, an inseparable part of our Zon country's eternal world, the Tai Zon Alliance. As such, Zon country has launched the Tai Zon Covenant platform. Individual lords and group lords can accept tasks issued by the officials, earning contribution points to exchange for various rare resources that are difficult to purchase in the outside world. This was equivalent to ruling in partnership with Zon country. As individuals, they have autonomy over their territories, but they also need to keep pace with the overarching strategy of the Tai Zon Alliance. The alliance does not require lords to cooperate unconditionally, but they can't be disregarded at critical times either. In this world, there is no such thing as absolute freedom. Moreover, new territories are located in the periphery of the Tai Zon Alliance. Many times, when they are under attack by monsters, the lords look forward to the official reinforcements. So for the officials, lord players are actually more reliable than ranger players. The lords' territories and foundations are all on the side of Tai Zon. This is also one of the reasons why the officials are willing to spend a lot of resources to cultivate new territories. It is said that the Tai Zon Covenant also provides support programs for outstanding individual lords. As long as their performance is remarkable, they can receive various resource rewards. Sometimes, the novice lords need to compete with young lords from foreign countries and fight for benefits for the Tai Zon Alliance. Seemingly, this involves the distribution of some important resource territories. This is voluntary, but if a new lord can win resources for Zon country, they would receive generous rewards. Plenty of rewards are given. In general, individual lords have to fight more. Without fighting, what will he use to support such a big territory? Most newcomers want to take the path of individual lords, but they find this path is full of thorns and eventually have no choice but to succumb to reality. If you really want to take the path of an individual lord, you can't miss those precious opportunities. Being cautious is naturally not wrong, but when it's time to fight, you must make a decisive move. The above were the words said by Vice President Zhang when Mu Yuan went to collect additional newcomer benefits after the ceremony ended. In the vice president's office, Zhang Cheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the players leaving in succession. "I hope this time, more successful new lords can emerge," he murmured. The orange-red twilight fell on him, illuminating his clearly defined muscles which looked as solid as granite. His pupils were bright, as if he were a fire deity bathed in flame. He thought of the young man in the examination room who, despite having established a huge advantage, still used sneaky tactics to defeat two big goblins. Very steady. He lacks the rashness, arrogance, and conceit of some young geniuses. Zhang Cheng always teaches the younger generation of players to be cautious, for a single wrong step could result in a catastrophic loss, if not death. This is also why he valued this young man, and not just because of his strength. Only by managing cautiously and steadily can you have the last laugh in the crisis-ridden eternal world. However, Zhang Cheng always felt that this young man was too steady. Having 10 skeleton soldiers for a newbie player of civilian origin is already excellent. But he intuitively felt that this was still not all the youngster had to offer. This isn't about having a few more skeleton soldiers. During the test, it is normal to keep some troops for home defense. Zhang Cheng just felt that youngster Mu had kept not only troops but also a trump card. Could it be that this kid has already recruited rare rank troops? Is this possible? Thinking of Mu Yuan's performance, Zhang Cheng faintly felt it really might be possible. He shook his head and chuckled. Whether it's true or not, the competition for novice lords is still too far off for him. Let's see how far he can go first. Maybe he can get onto the trial list and achieve a good ranking as a commoner. Zhang Cheng was looking forward to it. Compared with the rich second-generation and second-generation players, he was more eager to see ordinary commoners stand out. Not only because he himself was once a commoner, but more importantly, youngster Mu is from a common family and is an orphan. All he has achieved today is purely from his own efforts. Only such people can really go far. Only they have a slim chance of reaching the extreme peak. Mr. Mu, all the supplies from the welfare package are in here. You can cross-check with the list on your own. There is one more thing to note. The association advises new players to send these supplies into the eternal world as soon as possible. Don't keep them on you. Even if you want to trade with other players, try to do it within the association to avoid unexpected situations. Mu Yuan got their point instantly. One should never show off their wealth. Even if some old players have no ulterior motives, seeing a pile of treasure flaunting in front of them, and the owner being a newbie, they might get some ideas. Besides, there surely are blacklisted players who have already aimed at this opportunity and are ready to act. Well, what he didn't know was that there indeed were, and they had already been caught. The association happily took the chance to improve their performance. The staff member gave a few reminders and left the room. They left him some private space to slowly check the supplies. Mu Yuan looked at the palm-sized storage bag in front of him. It seemed to be a spatial equipment. Even if the storage capacity wasn't large, the association was quite generous for providing it. Of course, the big lord players probably have a complete production line that can continuously manufacture these standard storage packages. Mu Yuan opened the bag and took out the items one by one. Suddenly, beams of white light bloomed before his eyes, symbolizing the light of the miracle treasures. He had already read the inventory list, but when he saw the real items one by one in front of him, he couldn't help but get excited. This really is a big show. No wonder many whales and second-generation players also want to compete, because these are also valuable to them. The supplies can be divided into 4 types: soul sand, remnant souls, diagrams, and items. Among them, soul sand. It wasn't a pile of shiny sand-like objects, but 3 beautiful gems, the size of goose eggs, shining brightly under the light. Soul crystals, also known as soul crystal coins. Soul sand has a gathering effect. When a large amount of soul sand accumulates, these sands slowly fuse together until they form a complete crystal coin. 1 soul crystal coin is equivalent to 1,000 grams of soul sand. 3 of them amount to a whopping 3,000 grams. He's rich now. But among these supplies, soul crystals are just a common item. Remnant souls are 10 2-star guards and 10 2-star archers. Guards are the main defensive troop type, equipped with relatively large shields. Archers, of course, are a very precious ranged troop type in the early stages. Even if they are both 2-star, archers are much stronger than their goblin spearman neighbors. After thinking about it, Mu Yuan decided not to sell these 20 remnant souls in exchange for little skeletons and slime. Exchanging remnant souls is time-consuming and laborious. Most importantly, both guards and archers are very practical. Especially archers, they can supplement the current shortage of long-range firepower in his territory. He had thought about buying some before, but he had limited soul sand, so buying them was difficult. Archers are rare commodities. Now that I have these 10 guards and 10 archers, my territory should have more human touch, right? Of course, it would be more difficult to care for. Human troops demand much more than skeletons or slime. Mu Yuan felt that he needed to adapt first. Otherwise, how could he cater to and manage the even more troublesome civilians of the eternal world in the future? Up next, the most precious miracle blueprints. There are as many as 10. Where did the association get so many miracle blueprints? Can miracle blueprints also be mass-produced? It's truly powerful. Watchtower, common, ×4, description. Can accommodate up to 2 ranged units and increase their range by 10%, but the total increase should not exceed 100 meters. Arrow tower, common, ×2 inches, description. Defensive buildings, they operate independently without stationed troops and possess respectable single-target destructive power. Residential house, ordinary, x3, description. Living facility, provides basic living conditions, can accommodate up to 8 units but can hold more in a squeeze. Warehouse, ordinary, description. Living facility, basic conditions for storing materials. 2 kinds of defensive buildings, 2 types of living buildings. Defensive buildings provide huge advantages in city defense, especially for beginners who are currently weak. Defensive constructions like arrow towers become more effective. Arrow towers naturally are a higher level compared to watchtowers. If I build 2 arrow towers, I won't really fear that wandering ogre. If it dares to come, with the arrow towers and my skeletons, I might be able to take it down. Of course, if he could build a mage tower, he might be able to blow up the ogre with ease. Although residential houses and warehouses might seem insignificant, they actually serve important functions. Especially for Mu Yuan. Whales buy a large number of remnant souls of troop type, some of which can construct buildings, unlike him. In his territory, there are either skeletons or slimes, and at most a couple of birds. It lacks any trace of human livelihood. Right now, the small wooden house that Dead Bone managed to build is still a bit drafty. But you can't blame Dead Bone. After all, it's only a skeleton. It can easily rest by lying on the ground or even burying itself in the soil. A house? Isn't a grave mound enough? Once these houses are built, Mu Yuan's own game character can finally live in a house without any leaks from wind or rain. Thinking about it, it feels a little poignant. He doesn't have to worry about where to accommodate troops such as guards and archers, which could affect their status. Similarly, with a warehouse, he can store food and no longer worry about it. The aid materials provided by Zon Country are all urgently needed by the newbies. The last items are rather ordinary, a few magic scrolls and some recovery potions. The potions work on 2-star archers but not on skeleton soldiers. The magic scrolls, however, do not have any powerful spells inscribed. Because even if those scrolls were given to players, players would not be able to send them to the eternal world. In addition to these routine supplies, Mu Yuan also received an additional support reward. The extra reward is not fixed items, but 3,000 contribution points credited to his account. He can use these points to exchange for the goods he needs on the Tai Zon Covenant platform. Mu Yuan is not sure about the amount of 3,000 points, but it must be a lot. And the goods that could be exchanged on the Tai Zon platform are all high quality, including miracle blueprints and so on. The officials have given a lot, beyond my imagination. However, it also highlights the difficulty of the Lord trial. Even if the trial is passed, there will occasionally be monster waves in the eternal world, and the real world may not always be peaceful. Peace, it's just that someone else is blocking the waves. As lords, they will have to face these crises sooner or later. If such a date truly comes, he will step up. Cough, cough, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just a green hand now. The priority is to prepare for the Lord trial. This is a rare opportunity to gain abundant rewards. Once the supplies are sent to the eternal world, I can go home and start the major construction. Ding! The supplies have been sent. The energy consumed in this transportation is 836 grams soul sand and has been deducted. Mu Yuan. Backquote 0 feet. That night, Mu Yuan, with dead bone and bone 2, enclosed within his mark, amulet around his neck, and the god monster crystal lamp in his arms, cautiously took the long way home. He didn't encounter any ambushes. Mu Yuan was relieved but, for some reason, felt a faint sense of regret. Delusion. He loved peace above all else. Upon returning home, Mu Yuan immediately turned on his computer. The materials that had been sent to his territory not long ago had already been moved by Dead Bone to a worn-out hut used as a warehouse, to avoid being exposed to the wind and the rain outside. Dead Bone not only had a few skeleton soldiers guarding the hut, but he himself was also personally supervising, not letting even a fly sneak in, especially keeping an eye on a certain greedy slime. Gurgle, gurgle, its vast body inflated, its big eyes turned into filled down pointing triangle hash, but seeing that Dead Bone was unmoved, it had to bounce away to find food on its own. Mu Yuan arrived at the warehouse and first took out all the remnant souls while looking around. Indeed, it's too shabby. Skeletons, after all, have no skills. No matter how much mending is done, there are still holes and gaps everywhere. Luckily, from today onwards, we also have a proper warehouse. Mu Yuan went to the Lord's altar outside with these remnant souls, and first enlisted the little skeletons, slimes, and the falcon one by one. Ding! Reminder. You have consumed 10 one-star remnant souls and 50 grams soul sand, and have recruited the troop type, little skeleton, times 10. Reminder. You have recruited the troop type, slime, times 10. Reminder. You have recruited the troop type, falcon, times 1. Raggedly dressed, staggering little skeletons, one after another, emerged from the light of recruitment. As soon as they stabilized, they were pushed down under the altar by the slimes popping up from behind. The newborn falcon, surrounded by a group of slimes, let out suffocated chirps. Mu Yuan. Continuing the tradition of teaching the new recruits, he assigned skeleton to skeleton, slime to slime, battle falcon to falcon, properly arranging these troops. With these additions, my territory now has 45 characters in the skeleton series. Among these, 1 skeleton general, 2 skeleton warriors and 18 skeleton soldiers. 15 in the slime series, among these, 5 big slimes. 2 battle falcons and 1 falcon. With 15 slimes, the daily production of Evo power is already 6 units. Tomorrow, we can try to promote Duo Lai, making it worthy of its title as the transportation team leader. As for the skeleton series, the skeleton soldiers are currently the core force, useful in patrols, defenses, and explorations. Even if we don't promote them all, we will round it up to 30. It is also worthwhile to evolve a few more skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors, who can fight and operate remotely, may not be outstanding among the rare 1-stars, but they are squarely capable. A rare 1-star is already the top combat force of excellent recruits at this stage. Whales are proud to recruit them. As for evolving Dead Bone, the next phase of Dead Bone's evolution requires 125 units of Evo power, which cannot be gathered in a short time. Forcing it would only slow things down. The current task of Dead Bone is to practice and level up. High ranks also require enough ability to bring out these potentials. Mu Yuan roughly settled the plan, then looked at the remaining 20 remnant souls on the side. Sentry, Archer. The quantity of them inevitably cannot be compared with the little skeletons and the slimes, and they are weaker in producing Evo power. But they can still become the core force of the future territory. It's time to welcome new soldiers. My turn, recruit. Ding. Reminder. You have consumed 10 2-star remnant souls and 100 grams soul sand, and have recruited the troop type, Sentry, times 10. Reminder. You have consumed the same as above, and have recruited the troop type, Archer, times 10. The laws of heaven and earth dropped and molded one remnant soul after another. It was like ancient warriors who fell on battlefields, returning with their indomitable will, gripping their weapons anew, stepping onto the battlefield, and fighting for the world again. The first ones to walk off the altar were the sentries, one after another. They had rather robust bodies, with one hand holding a shield as tall as half a person and the other hand holding a long spear. They were also wearing a full set of blue-gray armor. However, perhaps because they were two-star troops, the armor looked pretty ordinary. Many of the joints had gaps, and the helmet seemed a bit thin, but this gear was more than luxurious. Thinking about the little skeletons in ragged clothes, only armed with a rusty cleaver, and the slime and falcon without any equipment, Mu Yuan thinks that the troops of the human race are indeed extravagant. This gear is probably superior to that of the skeleton soldier. Next stepping down were the archers, one after another. Compared to the sentries, the archers' equipment configuration was somewhat lower, only wearing simple leather armor, outlining either sturdy or full-bodied figures. They held longbows, with quivers full of feather arrows on their backs. 20 soldiers lined up in rows for inspection. Just like little skeletons and skeleton soldiers, the freshly recruited types of soldiers lacked any sense of intelligence. Their gazes were full of dullness, not even possessing a clear stupidity. But compared to skeleton soldiers and slime, these soldiers of the human race also had their differences. They exhibited individual variations. Perhaps skulls and slime had variations too, but Mu Yuan, who was face-blind, could not tell. However, he could see differences in the faces of these sentries that were not covered by their helmets, and there were even slight differences in their height and physique. The archers had even larger personal differences, because, looking at a few of them, with shoulder-length short hair and noticeably contoured figures, Mu Yuan fell into contemplation. Female archers? There were indeed many female types of troops, for instance, nuns, priestesses, female musketeers, witch priestesses, where soldiers of the elf series were mostly female, but it seems it wasn't stated that the regular troops do not have females. Maybe there are females among the skeletons and slime, and I just can't tell. Mu Yuan looked at those little skeletons who were not wearing any armor. He stared for more than 10 seconds and couldn't identify anything. He shifted his gaze back to the archers instead. Don't get it wrong, he was merely curious. Therefore, he grouped male and female archers separately and performed comparative tests. He found differences. Male archers had relatively greater strength and farther range. However, female archers had a slightly higher accuracy in shooting. The gap was quite small. After all, they were the same type of soldiers. Now, I have a total of 83 types of soldiers, and if I train them all at full strength, it would consume 800 to 900 soul sand per day, which is a bit too much. Besides, my evolution points are limited. I have to prioritize the nurturing of a few outstanding individuals. As for the other, regular output of evolution points, basic. So how can I select the excellent individuals to invest resources in for training? Mu Yuan entered the Tai Zan forum, entered the verification code, and began to search for information. Very quickly, he found the information he needed. The basic qualities of the same type of soldier are negligibly different. It is pointless to agonize over whether a type of soldier is slightly stronger or weaker at level 1. We select excellent soldiers with one consideration in mind, their growth potential. How can one select soldiers with high growth potential? First, consider their intelligence level. Those who have gained intelligence are definitely worth cultivating intensively. Of course, this is a moot point. Soldiers with intelligence are rare. For newbies, it can't be insisted upon. You may not get one even after hundreds of draws. So, are there individual differences between ordinary, dull soldiers? The answer is definitely yes. There are many methods of judgment and selection. Most of them are not applicable to newbies. I will introduce a method here that everyone can use. It's simple and fast. Leveling up. Bring out 10, 20, 100 soldiers of the same rank. Give them soul sand to start practicing simultaneously. Then, the one that breaks through to level 2 the fastest, is the individual with the most excellent aptitude. And this excellent aptitude isn't just reflected in the faster leveling. And don't worry about wasting resources with this selection method. There's no waste, as troops level up quickly in the beginning stages with little consumption of soul sand. Even the lowest level soldiers gaining a few levels would not be at a loss. Even the weak little skeleton, after reaching level 4, still has decent combat power. This method turned out to be quite simple. Give the archer and sentry who leveled up first the power of evolution. He murmured. Sentry series evolution points. 0.13 feet. Archer series evolution points. 0.13 feet. The watchmen and archers are both 2-star troops. Mu Yuan has not yet evolved this star level of troops. Upon trying, he received the following feedback. 5 units are required. The same as the evolution needs of skeleton soldiers and big slimes. This suggests that the troops may be promoted to a rare 1-star level after evolution. Mu Yuan was not too surprised. Because the advanced forms of watchmen and archers are the rare 1-star troops that are highly favored by many lords. They are extremely practical troops. He just doesn't know what abilities the troops developed from his own hands can possess. He'll see when the time comes. Tomorrow. I can assemble the needed evolution points before I go to bed. I'll know after giving it a try. With my current output of evolution points, I can evolve several rare troops a day. Soon, we will come to the age of booming rare level troops. A grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, feeling joyful. Those whales and the second-generation players are not weak now. They have the chance to claim the Remnant Soul recruitment point or get the rare Remnant Soul from weak rare monsters by chance. But how could that compare to the joy of lying down while his combat power shoots up? No, he's not just lying there. He has to move his fingers to give the power of evolution to his troops. It's hard work. Indeed, his current achievements are all thanks to his hard work. Evolving troops is for tomorrow. No matter how eager and impatient Mu Yuan is, he can't alter the evolution points to 999+, he must wait patiently. He has more important tasks at hand. Construction. 10 miracle blueprints enveloped in a slight white glow, and one is emitting a faint green glow, which floated in front of him. Mu Yuan gently touched one of the blueprints. Prompt. Do you want to use the Arrow Tower blueprint from your miracles? Prompt. The Chosen One does not yet possess the full authority of a lord. He cannot construct a miracle building remotely. The construction speed is slower, and the building cannot be repaired if it is damaged. Prompt. Do you want to use the blueprint? New players are only quasi-lords after all. But as long as he can construct the miracle building, these defects are minor problems. Like the ranger players, even if they have the miracle blueprints, they cannot use them. They don't have any territory of their own. And Mu Yuan's territory. Is this not so vast land right in front of his eyes? This area is rather empty, and it is difficult to find a particularly suitable location for the construction of an arrow tower, but because the territory is small, no matter where the arrow tower is placed, the surrounding areas are still within its reach. I'll just put it here. With the arrow tower blueprint in hand, Mu Yuan went to a slightly elevated location where he could build it. Click and build. Just like a real-time strategy game, a shadowy outline of an arrow tower was immediately projected onto the ground. Prompt. An arrow tower, common, is under construction. Please invest the materials in time. Arrow tower. Required materials. Wood 0.100, stone 0.100, soul sand 0.500 of a gram. Well, these construction materials also need manual delivery. That's the training period for a lord. Fortunately, these materials are not hard to find. You can cut the trees in the forest for wood or have the dead bones smash a large stone into fragments and have the skeleton soldiers collect them back. This is the power of miracle buildings, as long as the materials barely match, completely ignoring the scientific method. What matters are the rules of the eternal world. Materials plus blueprints equals buildings, that's the rule of miracle buildings. The soul sand has been thrown in, and Dead Bone has previously collected a lot of wood and stone. Since Duo Lai arrived on the territory, the amount of scrap piled up within the territory has visibly multiplied. Gurgle, 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 don't be impatient, your treasure hasn't disappeared. It just replaced by a different form to continue to keep you company. Look, this tall tower in front of you, isn't it twinkling? The light and shadows of the arrow tower under construction were shifting, slowly transitioning from virtual to real from bottom to top, filling up bit by bit. Duo Lai, with its big eyes wide open, stared at the spinning light and shadows of the arrow tower in front of it. It used its limited brain capacity and realized, it seemed to be right. It gurgled and hopped away again. Arrow tower. 1.2% construction completed, continuous construction in process. Mu Yuan ordered Dead Bone to oversee the skeletons as well as Duo Lai, the leader of the transport team, to collect various types of wood and stones outside the territory. Meanwhile, he started placing buildings like the watchtower, warehouse, and residential houses, one by one. These buildings required only materials like wood, stone, and soul sand. Even if a constructed residential house includes many items inside, it doesn't matter. The miracle blueprints would take care of the remaining materials. Out of all these buildings, the arrow tower is the most expensive to construct, but it's not that expensive. Well, it is because of the benefits subsidy I got from the association just now. But the Mage Tower I'm going to build next, Mage Tower, rare. Description. Defensive building, no troops needed to be stationed, capable of autonomously attacking enemies, can launch spells that automatically track enemies. At the same time, the Mage Tower also carries basic research functions and can produce a few items. The latter function requires talents and techniques to stay into use. Material requirements. Wood 0.500s, stone 0.500s, iron 0.200s, soul crystals 0.5ths, black ironstone 0.100s, elemental sphere 0/1. Mu Yuan. You are 1 billion points more expensive to build. He tried putting in his previous broken tower debris. It did indeed fill up a little gap, but only a little. Apart from the basic materials like wood, I now lack 4.5 soul crystal coins, 60 units of black ironstone and the most expensive elemental sphere. Mu Yuan had never heard of materials like black ironstone and elemental spheres, but that didn't matter. His privileges on the Tai-Zan forum had been upgraded, allowing him to look up a lot of slightly higher level materials. The search result showed that black iron is a common grade item, often used as a building material or equipment material, usually produced in outdoor ore veins. The elemental sphere is a rare level material that can also be used as jewelry to increase the power of techniques. This treasure can be obtained by capturing strong monster camps, purifying the roots of corruption, killing powerful monsters, exploring treasure lands rich in elements, and other means. However, only with a chance. If Mu Yuan relied solely on killing monsters and exploring, it's very likely that this precious Mage Tower blueprint would have to sit in the warehouse collecting dust for a while. Fortunately, he had a huge trading platform behind him. Can't buy the rare soul sand? Just exchange it straight away with contribution points. He still had a total of 3,000 contribution points. Lord Shepherd isn't short of money and could buy these materials in a matter of minutes. Mu Yuan went onto the Taishuan Covenant platform and made a brief check. Indeed, 3,000 contribution points were quite valuable. For instance, 100 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 soul crystal coin. Even a relatively common white-grade miracle blueprint was worth only about 200 to 300 points. Some cheap rare rank remnant souls could be purchased for less than 200 contribution points. Of course, even if these new players could buy rare items, they couldn't transport them to their own territories, unless they were rare items taken from their own territories, which could be sent back. It was because of these restrictions that ordinary players had a slim chance to compete with the second-generation whales. Here, we must give a thumbs up to the rules of the Eternal World. Well, wait a moment. Just as Mu Yuan opened the Elemental Sphere product page, his expression froze. If he remembered correctly, this elemental sphere seemed, probably was, a rare level item. He could afford to buy it, but he couldn't send it to the Eternal World. Was he the whale himself? It seems. To get the elemental sphere I'll have to go and fight and search for it myself. With that in mind, Mu Yuan spread out the sketch of a map he had drawn himself, pondering over where the sphere might be. The following day, Mu Yuan logged directly into the Tai-Zan Covenant platform, browsing various exchange items while pondering how to use his 3,000 contribution points. 60 units of black ironstone are worth 3 soul crystal coins. The platform prices it at 300 points too, Not expensive, but no discount either, Mu Yuan considered. His elemental sphere was still not settled, so there was no need to buy this batch of black ironstone prematurely. However, he had to set aside these 300 contribution points. The rest went towards the construction of various ordinary level miracle buildings, which had already consumed all the subsidized soul crystals. He also contributed several hundred on his own. His soul sand was already running low, and the Mage Tower's high crystal consumption was still unaccounted for. He had to exchange for some soul crystal coins. After some thought, he began searching for remnant souls, sorting them by rank from low to high. Gargoyle Soul Remnant, Rare 1 star, 300 contribution points. Imperial Guard Soul Remnant, Rare 1 star, 250 contribution points. Griffin Soul Remnant, Rare 1 star, 350 contribution points. Mu Yuan paused for a while before changing the filter to show prices from low to high. The first to appear was the Goblin Warrior's Soul Remnant, priced at 199 contribution points. Mu Yuan. Then what? Anything lower? Why aren't there any lower grade remnant souls available? Originally, he intended to exchange for some Falcon's residual souls and, depending on the situation, exchange for remnant souls of little skeletons and slimes. However, not to mention the little skeleton remnant soul, there were no skeleton soldier soul remnants either. This isn't right. The Tai-Zon Covenant platform claims that all rarities could be exchanged here, yet he couldn't find any. Perhaps the creator of this platform hadn't anticipated that a lord would use precious contribution points to exchange for 1-star remnant souls. Most lords would only reluctantly use their precious contribution points to exchange for items they couldn't purchase on the market. Yet, what could Mu Yuan do? Was he supposed to keep his 3,000 contribution points for an occasion? Of course, he could directly exchange his points for soul crystal coins and then use soul sand to slowly purchase various remnant souls. Indeed, that was his plan. So he might as well exchange for some more soul crystal coins. But, using all 3,000 contribution points to exchange for soul crystals is quite wasteful. Boss Zhang had emphasized that contribution points are hard-earned and new lords don't have many opportunities to earn them. But at this stage, he couldn't bring rare-level treasures into the eternal world, so what should he exchange for? Mu Yuan pondered, patiently searching the platform. His eyes lit up soon enough. That's right, I almost forgot about breakthrough material. Gathering these according to one's capability isn't easy, and the market has been experiencing continuous demand. It couldn't be more appropriate to exchange contribution points for it. Upon checking, the prices of breakthrough material ranged from 200 to 350 contribution points according to type. This includes one primary material and several auxiliary materials. Presumably because undead materials are rare, a set of breakthrough material costs 300 contribution points. Wales must have prepared well in advance. If he forgot about this, and became stuck at his level later, it would be quite awkward. Mu Yuan considered whether he should prepare around 3 to 4 sets. After all, when the Lord's trial arrives, would it be safe if his home didn't have 3 to 4 professional level combat powers? He found it too few, but he couldn't exchange for many. What he was grateful for was that, given the rankings of Dead Bone, Bone 2, and others, advancing to the professional level wouldn't be a challenge. It was not like the older players' 3-star soldiers, where advancing to a professional level came with a chance of failure. A few old players hadn't been able to make it into the professional level for some time, which was due to this. Spending contribution points to exchange for breakthrough materials is actually a minor loss, since you can buy the stuff with soul sand anyway, as long as you're ready to queue up for a bit. But many old players can afford to buy breakthrough materials, but they can't buy any rare level remnant souls. These are the treasures that are worth spending contribution points on. However, rare level remnant souls are of no use to me, and as for other rare level items. Wait a minute, I think I can exchange something. Items of value that don't need to be sent to the eternal world, ones that can be used in reality. For instance, the most precious ones in cultivation sequence treasures, that could directly enhance a player's power. Red blood fruit is among the most common ones. He needs something more precious, more remarkable to throw off the disgrace of being called weak. This way, He would feel more secure in reality and wouldn't lag behind when exploring the outside of the eternal world. High-level resources like these are almost impossible to come across. Soul sand is hard to buy. It's where spending those contribution points becomes worthwhile. These are indeed the treasures worth exchanging for. Mu Yuan went on to search and finally focused on Juxuan cultivation liquid, a cultivation liquid prepared with various rare-level medicinal materials. This way, what I'm planning to exchange includes a lot of soul crystal coins, cultivation liquid, and several kinds of breakthrough materials. Wait a moment, seems like 3,000 contribution points won't be enough. Preserving some contribution points for future necessities, Mu Yuan directly exchanged 6 soul crystal coins and cultivation liquid worth 1,000 contribution points. Now he'll just wait for the delivery. While waiting, Mu Yuan switched back to the game, ready for the daily grind. He had his 3 battle falcons take turns flying towards the north, east, and west. The main area for exploration was the north. According to the information he had received, their location as New Lords was in the northeastern part of the Taizan Alliance. Naturally, the further north they went, the wilder the region they were exploring, which meant richer resources. However, the further they ventured, the more likely they'd encounter powerful monsters. They remained cautious at all times, scouting the situation carefully. Mu Yuan made notes in his journal. Based on Battle Falcon Scout, today we expanded our map range by about 3 or 4 kilometers and discovered some new types of monsters. Ghouls, jackal men, and harpies. These harpies are enormous. I mean seriously ferocious. They're a 3-star monster, capable of flying and have long-ranged attack capabilities. One of the battle falcons almost got taken out. We must not approach that area. Today's investigation of the goblin camp in the north turned out fruitless. There are too many goblin spearmen and they are too alert. Again, Battle Falcon nearly got his feathers plucked. I'll keep this in mind for Jun. Falcon 3 ventured deeper into the poisonous spider forest and discovered a large number of massive venom spiders, roughly the size of a car. These venom spiders are 3-star monsters, but their size suggests their level isn't low. They're probably level 9 Great Perfection spiders. They're guarded by smaller venom spiders, and Falcon 3 almost got caught in their webs. Battle falcons teeter on the brink of death every day. That's why they're known as the luxuries of the game. Mu Yuan sketched on the draft map, marking important locations. He formulated his plan for the next few days. There's some bad news from today's scouting. He lost track of that wandering ogre. A wandering rare monster in the vicinity is always disconcerting, fortunately. Notice. Arrow tower construction is complete. Please check, my lord. Finally, after half a day, the 2 arrow towers were built. These defensive buildings, standing over 10 meters high with a gray base and a brown top, finally appeared in his territory, giving him a sense of security. After all, it turns out the arrows fired from these towers are even more potent than the ones launched by Bone 2 and Bone 3. And they can be fired continually. But, arrows are not free of charge. Mu Yuan tried and found that the cost was about 100 arrows per soul crystal coin. A bit pricey. He couldn't afford to use them every day. Even though my territory seems safer and my soul crystal balance has just increased, why? Why am I feeling things are getting more expensive? As Mu Yuan began implementing large-scale construction and development with a significant amount of supplies he received, other rookie lords in waiting were doing the same. They didn't have the additional 3,000 contribution points that Mu Yuan had, but some rookies received not only equivalent but even more supplies than him. Young man, choosing to cooperate with us, White Shark Group, will be the smartest choice you ever make. Our White Shark Group not only has a remarkable influence in the domestic market but even more so in the eternal world. We have a cross-regional large-scale chamber of commerce under our name, own multiple medicinal herb planting zones and have trade dealings with numerous lords. In short, by choosing our White Shark Group, we can provide you with a free villa and a batch of currently indispensable supplies. Not only will you be able to sail smoothly through the Lord's trial, but even competing on the natural gift list isn't impossible. A common player, looking at the expensive items and luxuriously decorated villa listed in the contract, didn't hesitate to sign his name eagerly. Our Red Lotus Group operates in various fields like medicinal herb planting, potion refining, equipment manufacturing, and many more. In Eternal World, we even own 12 territories and partner with 128 territories. Those of you invited by us naturally stand out amongst the rookie lords. For this, our Red Lotus Group has introduced contracts A and B. You can browse through and choose the most suitable method of collaboration. With the support of our Red Lotus Group, your territory will certainly develop rapidly and achieve high rankings in the trials. On the day the resource assessment ended, all the outstanding rookies started receiving invitations from the big groups. After all, unlike the rookies with uncertain futures, these rookies who had already been acknowledged by the officials stood a high chance of passing the Lord's trial, representing promising potential. The chances of making a loss by investing in these rookies were quite small. If the number of investments was large enough to spread the risks, there wouldn't be any losses at all. Naturally, different groups could offer varying amounts of supplies to the rookies and had different demands. Some groups' investments were just to earn soul sand returns, but most groups aimed to tie the lords into collaborations, making them prioritize providing certain raw materials to them in the future or allotting a piece of land in their territory for the group to set up their planting zones. Mu Yuan didn't know much about the specifics because he directly rejected the representative of XX Group who called up with the sequence. Not interested, no need, goodbye. Investment? HMPH. A real man should rely on his own strength. However, not only these group lords, who had accepted investments, were intensely focusing on their development, but official lords were also doing the same. Baijiang City, Vice President's Office. Among the players who chose to take the official lord route in the 4 Baijiang cities, 4 have already reported. The person in charge reported. Zhang Cheng glanced over it a few times and slightly nodded, not saying much. To the side, a tall and slim old man with a goatee took a look and exclaimed, "That young man called Mu Yuan isn't on the list. You didn't extend an invitation to him?" These outstanding rookie commoners usually received the highest scramble from all forces. "I asked him personally. That kid wants to take the individual lord route," Zhang Cheng said. "The individual route?" The goatee old man's eyes widened. "This is too overconfident." Many rookies tried to take the individual route and failed, ending up compelled to accept the group's investments. But by then, they would have already lost the most precious initial development period, and the contract conditions would be even more stringent, causing many excellent rookies to falter and even perish in the eternal world. "I actually agree." Zhang Cheng's response made the goatee old man speechless. His eyes widened in surprise. While the individual lord's path is indeed fraught with difficulties, a real man should forge ahead and not surrender early. Moreover, Mu Yuan, this young man, had talent, ambition and the luck of opportune timing. Despite possessing these strengths, there's no guarantee of him going far in this road, but Zhang Cheng felt that it was worth a try. Just endure the initial hardship, and he could go further in the future. Most importantly, this kid was extremely determined to take the individual lord route. The strong are always firm and independent, he admired this. Given so, Zhang Cheng also gave him a push and blocked off many invitations from the big groups for Mu Yuan. If not, their invitations wouldn't just stop at harassing calls but would involve trying all means to visit him personally. As others sped into a rapid development phase, Mu Yuan couldn't relax either. "I heard that the Liver Emperor guy got an investment from a big group with a great reputation. He's currently having the time of his life. I heard some lord and top prodigies didn't participate in the resource assessment since they weren't keen on the batch of supplies and couldn't bring themselves to compete for it. However, these prodigies are the genuine strong rookies and powerful competitors for the trial list. I heard the 8 southern provinces of Zan country jointly operate in the Twilight Plains area. So the Lord's trial takes place simultaneously for all. We are all competitors. I heard." Mu Yuan reviewed the trial data details and combined it with some news he heard from old brother Mai Hua, suddenly feeling a surge of pressure. He couldn't waste time on his mobile phone or forum anymore. As the treasures he had exchanged hadn't arrived yet and time couldn't be wasted, Mu Yuan teamed up with his forces and headed out of his territory. He had to hunt, he had to work hard to make milk powder money. To increase efficiency, Mu Yuan had split his forces into two teams. One was led by Dead Bone, and he personally led the other. This was only possible because his territory was gradually becoming more powerful, allowing him to split troops. In his team were the three generals, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4, who had just evolved into skeleton warriors, along with Duo Lai and other big slimes, 3 watchmen, 3 archers, 8 skeleton soldiers, and a battle falcon. His team was very luxurious indeed. They swept away all obstacles on their route. This was an advantage that Lord players had. When they set out, they had an escort at the front and back, strong and secure. Unlike Ranger players who could only command a few kinds of troops and might suffer a big loss if they weren't careful. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sharp noise shattered the serenity, accompanied by the rustling of distant jungle. A thick wooden spear pierced through the air, narrowly missing a few skeleton soldiers and sentinels, and headed straight towards Mu Yuan. The attack was too sudden, after all. Mu Yuan was just an ordinary person. His mental reflexes weren't quick enough, and even though he managed to react, his in-game character could only lean to one side as per his instinct. But he was still too slow. Who could blame him for merely possessing the strength of one skeleton? Fortunately, 3 sentinels, guarding him closely, shielded him. Even though they were taken by surprise, their large shields were still intact and deviated just slightly enough to block the path of the incoming spear. Boom! In Mu Yuan's suddenly contracted pupils, the wooden spear pierced right through the shield, its rapid impact force causing the sentinels to stumble backwards. The debris from the shattered spear and the broken shield scattered like knife blades, cutting the parts of the sentinels' bodies not protected by armor and drawing fresh blood. Some of the fragments hurtled towards Mu Yuan. He had a specially made light player armor on him that blocked them, but a shard was about to scar his handsome chiseled face. He was about to be disfigured. Clank! An ellipsoidal pale white light appeared suddenly, blocking the flying debris. Mu Yuan was still positioned as if ready to fall. His heart started to beat faster, but his brain was exceptionally calm at this moment. He quickly directed the 3 sentinels to closely align their shields, leaving no gaps between them, and had Duo Lai along with some other big slimes guard the outer areas, forming a shielded wall. Only at that moment did he get the chance to think over other matters. Was the white light just now the amulet? Sure enough. The amulet he was wearing around his neck had a faint line of crack. It had borne the impact of the hit that could have disfigured him. But the question remained, who was laying in ambush for him? A green hand who had been in the game for just 7 or 8 days, who was it? There was rustling in the distant bushes, and one after another, green-skinned goblins with faces full of fangs jumped out. A majority of them were ordinary goblins, but they were much taller and burlier than the usual wild goblins. They wore leather armor, carried long spears, and looked dangerously armed. Among them was an extremely burly big goblin, clad in a thick heavy armor, bearing green skin and fangs. Yet, all this while, they had been lying low in the distant bushes without making any sound, enough so that the battle falcon flying in the sky did not notice anything unusual. They had come prepared. Was the danger facing him, a newbie lord, seriously exceeding the limits? Bone 2, the vanguard general, rushed forward, picked up a broken thick trunk, which started emanating black rays. It swung hard, hitting forcefully. Boom! The earth trembled, and even though the ordinary goblins wore leather armor, they were turned into splatters by Bone 2's hit. Mu Yuan had no time to marvel at Bone 2's outbreak. He had to direct the plan immediately. The archers started shooting, and the skeleton soldiers intercepted the enemy. However, the guards and archers were only of level 2 and weren't of much use. The enemy goblins outnumbered them, possibly around 20 to 30 elites. The big goblin wearing plate armor was not to be underestimated either. It punched a skeleton soldier, flinging it several meters away. Mu Yuan identified it as level 7 or 8. These goblins are moving in an orderly manner, their formation needs to be broken first. Big slimes, use your mountain toppling skill. 2 giant blobs of jelly, number 2 and 3, immediately used their leap skill, bounding into the air. The next moment, a huge shadow cast over the goblins. Boom! The big slime sat down with a thud. Smoke and dust filled the air, with ferns and greenery flying around. This attack did not cause much harm, but the momentum was undoubtedly impressive. Duo Lai widened its eyes and, mimicking other companions, elongated its body like a spring, and then sprung up high. It jumped 1.5 meters high, and then fell down with a thud. Duo Lai. Mu Yuan. He thought Duo Lai would have a sudden realization like Dead Bone. Apparently he was just indulging in wishful thinking. Hold on, he had just received a shipment of slimes yesterday, and he had accumulated some more previously. It was time to calculate their progress. He mumbled under his breath. Slime evolution point, 5.11. Outside, the clang of metal resounded, spears tore through the sky, stone and wood chips flew around, and deafening roars exploded in succession. Mu Yuan looked at Duo Lai standing beside him. It's time for you to awaken your power, Duo Lai. Glug? It did not understand, but the next second, it was engulfed by a dazzling white light that drove away the mist. The previous chapter about the attack part has been modified. The students who read it before 6 p.m. yesterday can refresh it. Duo Lai's level is the same as Dead Bones, level 6 of the Zero Order, and it's not far from the level 7, late stage of Apprentice. It is far superior to the others which are only at levels 3 or 4, like the Big Slime. Moreover, it has swallowed some cultivation sequence treasures, making its foundations far exceed those of its companions. With the idea of gaining more power, Mu Yuan gave Duo Lai the Evo power. The evolution process was brief. A sudden burst of white light stunned the goblins for a moment. After the moment, the new Duo Lai stood before Mu Yuan. Its appearance was still that of a jelly, only a bit larger. The hue of its body has become somewhat darker, and the surface was adorned with faint purple specks, like grains of stardust. Ding! Prompt. Your trooper, large slime Duo Lai, is bathing in the power of miracles, begins to transform, and has evolved into. Prompt. Large slime Duo Lai has recessive talent. Changes have occurred during the evolution and it has evolved into a special mutation form, Devouring Slime, rare 1 star. Prompt. Your unit, Duo Lai, completes during the process of evolution, learns the skill, Leap, and gains a new skill, Condensing Liquid Shaping. Prompt. Your unit Duo Lai awakens talent, Devouring, primary level. Devouring, primary level. It can improve its own absorption efficiency of soul sand, medicinal materials, treasures, etc. And it can improve a particular characteristic by devouring all kinds of items. When the devouring amount reaches a certain extent, it may acquire additional abilities. 2 skills and 1 talent. Just 1 evolution, and Duo Lai has made an epic level upgrade. Not only that, Mu Yuan had previously fed Duo Lai a few filling fruits. Duo Lai, possessing the recessive devouring talent, absorbed them rapidly and learned a little bit of energy utilization. Mu Yuan was not worried that the newly evolved Duo Lai could not use the skills effectively, it was just not as proficient. Compared with the 1-level skeleton soldier Dead Bone initially, how many times better was Duo Lai's primary? It was born in a good era. Mu Yuan gathered his scattered thoughts, had not the time to think too much, and continued to command Bone 2 and Bone 3 to attack the enemy line, to find the old silver coin goblin. At this time, Duo Lai, who was still stunned, saw 3 goblins rush up, yelling and stabbing their sharp spears fiercely into its body. Gee! The jelly-like body sank inwards. The spear looked as if it had stabbed into a viscous liquid, and was quickly blocked. In pain, Duo Lai let out a fierce roar. Its condensed body on both sides slowly bulged outwards. During the process, their shape kept changing, forming a pair of giant arms more than 2 meters long with a dark blue color. Duo Lai picked up the 2 goblins on both sides like chicks, brought them together, and clapped them hard into the goblin in the middle, turning them into a goblin sandwich. At this moment, Bone 2 and Bone 3 exploded once again. Bone 2 swung its sword, as per usual, trading injury for injury with the big goblin across. Bang! Its armor sank in, cracks spread, and several ribs were broken inside, however. The large two-handed sword with faint black radiance slashed diagonally, cutting open the plate armor on the big goblin's body and cutting its robust body almost in half. Bone 2 was pushed back by the dying big goblin, but it stood up while the opponent fell down. Almost at the same time, Bone 3 also held a bone spear in hand. It didn't throw it, but instead stabbed it hard into a big goblin's back, charging with a deadly blow. The advantage began to tilt towards Mu Yuan's side. Swoosh! Another thick wooden spear tore through the air and flew over. The angle was extremely tricky, and the timing was when Bone 4 and Duo Lai were held back. This goblin doesn't have any martial morality. He always aimed for his vital weakness, which didn't seem fair at all. However, since the attack just now, he had been hiding in the protection circle of the 3 guards, and even ordered the guards to slowly retreat with him to a huge rock, relying on the 3 overlapping shields in front of the rock for defense. A long wooden spear was still embedded in the outermost shield. Not only that, Mu Yuan, hidden behind the guards, had already squatted halfway down. The command needed to observe the battlefield was also done using the Battle Falcon's vision. He hadn't shown his head the whole time. He still had 2 uses left of his amulet. If things really don't work out, he would take out the god monster crystal lamp he held in his arms. But it's not that bad yet. Boom! The power of this wooden spear was even greater, breaking most of the outer shield and causing the guard's body to involuntarily fall backwards. However, the other 2 shields were overlapping, and the 3 guards worked together to resist this burst of impact. The young man did well. Mu Yuan quickly commanded the Battle Falcon, continuously scanning the area from which the wooden spear had come. He finally spotted a green figure, almost one with the tree leaves, half crouched on a branch of a large tree. The old silver coin is here, Duo Lai, leave it to me. Under the nurturing of Dead Bone, Duo Lai has deeply understood the principle of attacking the back row in a team fight. She couldn't find the back row's position before, but now that she has a hint, her body starts to stretch upward and compress down like a spring. Just like before, but this time Duo Lai is like a rocket shooting into the sky, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, boom, a heavyweight crushed the branches and toppled the tree, but at the last moment, this old silver coin spearman managed to dodge. Broken branches and falling leaves fluttered around the chaotic bushes, while this spearman fiercely stared at Duo Lai's figure. It threw wooden spears one after another at a blistering speed. One by one, they were stuck in Duo Lai's body, causing her to constantly shake and reel. Hurt. It's too painful. Duo Lai finally understands why Brother Dead Bone always said that goblins know how to die. She totally agrees. Goblin Spearman, 2 stars, level 9 of 0 order. It had dark green skin and a small form but doesn't appear hunchbacked. Its arm muscles seemed extremely explosive, and the sharp tooth necklace hanging on its neck seemed to accentuate its remarkable identity. The wooden spears on its back were thicker and more sophisticated than the commonly thrown ones. It seemed to be the leader of these goblins, almost an elite mini-boss. However, this goblin spearman was also a bit baffled. The spears it kept throwing at Duo Lai didn't seem to be very effective. It seemed to understand something and pulled out a wrinkled, light red scroll from its body. It tore it open with all its might, aimed at Duo Lai. Rustle! A burst of fire erupted violently and rolled towards Duo Lai. Duo Lai, who was inexperienced in battle, was stunned. She instinctively opened her mouth wide and gulped down this burst of fire. Burp! She burped, exhaling a faint smell of gunpowder smoke. The goblin chief. Mu Yuan. Duo Lai. The taste is not bad. The goblins left unhappily. After their small leader was killed, the other goblins finally returned to their cowardly nature and started to scatter and run. Of course, Mu Yuan didn't let any of them go. He let Bone 2, Duo Lai and other soldiers chase a few hundred meters, smashing each goblin who knew how to die. Only at this moment, Mu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and had time to review everything that happened. There's no doubt that he was ambushed. Those goblins were deliberately lurking here to launch a sneak attack on him. Even the recon of the Battle Falcon didn't notice anything wrong earlier. Of course, he was also somewhat careless because it was very close to his territory here and there were few monsters. If he had sent out the skeleton soldiers, investigating every 200 meters like sweeping a carpet, he naturally would have found the goblins in the grass. It's not uncommon for monsters to attack players' territories, but it's a bit too much for well-equipped goblins to ambush me, a newbie lord. Mu Yuan suspected that he was also discovered by the other party while investigating the goblin camp to the north. However, could a camp-level group of goblins be so elite? He wasn't sure, but either way, he would remember this grudge against them first. Outside of the territory, a faint white mist shrouded the forest, making the sunlight scattering through the treetops and falling on the ground particularly dim. In front, shrubs were uprooted whole, sturdy trees tumbled over, and fresh blood flowed. The scene was a complete mess. Mu Yuan quickly switched his viewpoint back to the territory, and, while sending out Battle Falcon to notify Dead Bone, he also directed some guards from the territory to rush over. Without someone like Dead Bone, who had already awakened his self-awareness, to lead, ordinary skeletons would easily get lost when leaving the territory. However, this place was not far from the territory, so it wasn't difficult for the guards to get here. At this point, Duo Lai, Bone 2, Bone 3 and other skeletons had already begun to drag the bodies of the goblins together, preparing for the burning purification ceremony. Of course, before purification, the equipment on these goblins had to be stripped off. Weapons and equipment were innocent. Duo Lai knew the way to save innocent equipment well. Mu Yuan, on the other hand, commanded Bone 4 and the rest of his forces to rescue the wounded. Although no skeletons died in this battle, almost all of them were injured. Bone 2 had a few broken ribs. Duo Lai still had spear after spear embedded in him, making him look like a porcupine. Several archers and skeleton soldiers were gravely wounded. The severity of the combat was no less than his first life battle where he commanded Little Skeleton to fight the Grey Wolf. The most seriously injured were the archers. They were fragile to begin with and had been pierced in the abdomen by wooden spears. Their flowing fresh blood was an alarming sight. If these archers were actual human beings, they likely would have fainted in shock even if they hadn't died from blood loss. But fortunately, they were not, they were combat units. Even when seriously injured, they still retained some combat power, appearing as if they could still struggle to fight another battle. Even so, Mu Yuan dared not take it lightly. This is a remnant soul archer that's worth 400 to 500 grams of soul sand. He quickly took out the elixir from the previous aid package from the guild and started to treat the severely injured units. For the unfortunate skeleton soldiers who couldn't use healing potions, they could only stabilize their condition by consuming soul sand slowly. Although the battle was fierce, the gains were not insignificant. Not considering the second-hand equipment stripped off from the goblins, they also dropped a lot of soul sand and several remnant souls. Gobble gobble. Duo Lai looked at the soul sand, greedily salivating to the point that tears flowed from its eyes, but it still reluctantly pushed the pile of soul sand toward Mu Yuan. It shed tears of reluctance. 135.7 grams of soul sand. More than the total loot from the previous goblin camp. Yet this batch of goblins was fewer in number, which was evidence enough to prove that they were all elites. Mu Yuan fed Duo Lai 20 grams of soul sand. Its LED screen-like eyes instantly changed from carrot to omega. Its expression changed in a second. Merely over 100 grams of soul sand was no longer attractive to Mu Yuan, but the 8 unidentified remnant souls and 2 2-star remnant souls did manage to comfort his wounded spirit slightly. On balance, the loot from this battle is worth about 1,000 grams of soul sand, but, factoring in equipment and recovery item loss, the net profit is around 600 to 700 grams, he estimated. Considering this, it was, after all, a significant victory for him. No wonder some veterans lost everything in just one loss. Lord-level players have a territory as a safety net, but sometimes the damages from battles are heart-wrenching. Indeed, Eternal World is still too dangerous, we mustn't let down our guard at any time. In the real world, inside an old house, Mu Yuan was tapping rapidly on his keyboard, searching the forums for related information. About the abnormal goblins, however, the information was sparse. Occasionally, there were indeed players who encountered exceptionally elite goblins that understood ambushes and correct formations, but they were barely described. Moreover, those who had these experiences were all veterans. He, a pitiful greenhand, was actually targeted by the goblins. This had to be the world's fault, of course. It could also be that similar experiences happened to fresh lords, but if they were beaten completely upon first contact, naturally, no information would be leaked. In any case, one must be more careful when exploring in the future. The goblin camp also needs to be wiped out as soon as possible. The name of the goblin has filled an entire page in the Death Wish Book of Dead Bone. However, there's another important matter at hand. Today's encounter has made Mu Yuan understand how fragile the human body is. Indeed, he was just a bit away from a disfigurement and his amulet still had 2 charges of protection, but what if Old Silvercoin was a rare level monster? What if there were professional level monsters sneaking and ambushing him? What if a huge fireball suddenly fell from the sky? In short, the eternal world is too dangerous, and the human body is too weak. Even though he had eaten a lot of red blood fruits and could almost run a kilometer in 3 minutes, he was still weak in front of all kinds of extraordinary monsters. No matter how he tried to protect his troops, he could not change the fact that he himself was the fatal weakness. Protection has its limit, so he needed to become stronger. Ding! The product you exchanged for is to be delivered, please sign for it. Mu Yuan went downstairs to receive the package, returned to his bedroom, input the password, and opened the box. Suddenly, 6 shiny soul crystal coins and a cultivation liquid filled with milky white liquid appeared before him. Mu Yuan picked up the cultivation liquid. The Jushuen cultivation liquid. It was said that this product comes from the territory of a top-level boss. It is the best treasure for newcomers to improve themselves and lay a solid foundation, second to none. Unlike the Dragon Blood Fruit and King Kong Fruit, which bring great improvements to players while also changing the player's physical characteristics, narrowing the player's future path and suitable treasures. It could even turn a player into something other than human. If one uses a heritage stone to solidify their profession, it would limit their potential. A lord with even a bit of ambition wouldn't do that. Mu Yuan took the Jushuen cultivation liquid, looked at the instruction manual, and found that advanced treasures seem to only require a plain usage method. In that case, he unscrewed the cap and chugged it down in one go. Gurgle gurgle, the cultivation liquid began to take effect, but it didn't seem to bring the pain that the red blood fruit did. He only felt warmth throughout his body, as if he was soaking in a life spring, and both his body and soul were sublimated. Ah, what a refreshing and comfortable feeling. He felt as if he was floating in the air, like falling into the clouds. When the effect of the medicine gradually faded and he started to come back to reality, he checked the time and found that more than 4 hours had passed. Have I become stronger? Mu Yuan looked down at himself. His muscles hadn't changed, but the dust in the bedroom, the tiny cracks on the walls, the mosquitoes buzzing around in the distance, everything was crystal clear in his sight. Even areas his eyes couldn't reach behind him, he could faintly sense. He stretched out his hand, pinched the buzzing mosquito between 2 fingers as breeze and clouds. He looked down at himself, faintly sensing the flow of energy inside him. He stood up, he spun, he leapt and moved. Mu Yuan placed both hands on his waist, charging his energy. A faint white light even emerged from his palms. He had indeed become stronger, much stronger. If I used to have the combat power equivalent to a level 2 little skeleton, now. He thought he could take on a level 7 skeleton soldier, fight against 10 little skeletons. But this is just secondary. The Jushuen cultivation liquid greatly improved his spiritual power. Mu Yuan could detect the existence of troops like Dead Bone even without incorporating them into his imprint. If he continues to improve, maybe without the aid of a computer or other medium, he can directly oversee his territory. If Old Silvercoin dare to ambush him again, Mu Yuan will show him what cruelty is. Is this what it feels like to become stronger? It's pretty nice. That night, Mu Yuan was full of energy even after doing a few different broadcasts of calisthenics. He sat in front of the computer, handled the mouse carefully, and played around with the keyboard, careful not to break them accidentally. Maybe it's because of the high-quality Jushuen cultivation liquid that he used. The process of enhancing was gentle and detailed. His mental strength has improved a lot, and he hadn't accidentally broken anything like tables or chopsticks yet. If he used some other, more cost-effective, treasures, he might have wrecked the house by now. It's worth mentioning that after a substantial increase in mental strength, Mu Yuan doesn't need a keyboard and mouse that much while playing games. With a flick of his mind, the game character moves accordingly. If he speaks, the game character will follow. It was a fast and convenient process. Of course, he still needs the computer as a medium for now. However, he still needs to use a mouse and keyboard to log on to the Taizan forum, so he needs to exercise caution. The goblin camp must be eradicated sooner rather than later, but it shouldn't interfere with my development, he said. There were two main goals for his exploration. First, to crush significant enemies like the goblin camp so that they won't mess with him during the Lord trial. Second, to find and acquire rare treasures to enhance his strength. The second goal was indeed much more important than the first. As long as his personal strength was strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about how strong the mobs were. When the time comes, he will wipe them out. Many paid posts on the forum mention how to find these rare treasures. When he passed the resource check, he received a senior strategy guide from the association, which listed possible treasure spots and opportunities around his territory. Let's skip the usual stuff like the monster gathering grounds and projection point of the remnant soul. Let's discuss some rare and high-valued treasure spots, like ancient architectural sites and temples. Indeed, the Eternal World once had ancient civilizations, not just one, but many. Some were remarkably dazzling civilizations where even a tiny remnant could hold immense value. Regarding temples, according to legend, they have residual power from fallen ancient gods. If a lord locates such a spot, there's a great chance of gaining blessing boosts or miracle blueprints. However, there are many uncertainties as well. There may be nothing in the ancient architectural sites, and the temples may have lost their past glory. But there's one type of treasure spot where you always get something if you go in, and that's the Secret Realm of Challenge. The Secret Realm of Challenges is unfamiliar territory for most veteran players. It's a special type of secret realm shaped by the rules of the Eternal World and designated as a rewarding secret realm for high-potential players. It's like a reward from heaven and earth. There are two types, the fixed secret realm and the random, timed secret realm. The Zon country's authority seems to control some fixed secret realm entrances. Of course, these are currently too far-fetched for rookies like him. Most of the veteran players do not even have the qualifications to challenge the secret realm. The random, timed secret realm of challenges, as the name suggests, could appear anywhere in the world and disappears after a while. Among the secret realms of challenges, there's a small category explicitly for new lords, known as the Newcomer's Secret Realm of Challenge. This is a classic low-risk, high-reward, absolutely safe secret realm. The entrance may randomly appear near a strong newcomer's territory and only appears during the period before the trial. Capable newcomers should give it a try. Don't miss this opportunity to get a reward. However, it's crucial to add that although there are no dangers within the newcomer's secret realm of challenge, the entrance to the secret realm is usually surrounded by many monsters. You can only enter the secret realm if you eliminate these monsters. Therefore, even if you find the entrance to the secret realm, newcomers should evaluate their abilities. If this results in a substantial loss of your troops, it may not be worth it. So typically, only a small group of top newcomers can enter this secret realm of challenge. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. His territory should be considered as a powerful newcomer's territory, right? There's also an add-on to this data with a design diagram of the entrance to the secret realm of challenge. An ancient door to time and space stands on the ground, in which a time-space vortex rotates. The design is pretty apparent, however, he has to be careful in case the entrance hides somewhere in a depression. He has to pay close attention to this going forward. In the Eternal World, Mu Yuan was removing the iron pieces and wooden spikes embedded in his lightweight player's armor one by one. He glanced around. The equipment of the other types of soldiers was also seriously worn. The worst was that scout whose shield was shattered to less than half. However, it didn't matter. The evolution points would come to the rescue. The scout with the most damaged equipment and the archer with the most severe injuries were coincidentally the ones he had previously tested as individuals with slightly superior potential. It could be that, as the saying goes, heaven's burdens are heavy and those who are to bear them must first endure broken equipment and painful bodies. Given that injuries could be repaired during evolution, Mu Yuan only gave the archer basic bandages and treatment, just enough to stabilize his condition. Since funds were tight during the initial construction of his territory, the archer would understand. Let's begin. In front of the Lord's altar, various types of soldiers including Bone 2, Bone 3, Duo Lai, and other enlightened ones gathered to watch. However, the dead Bone did not come as he was busy managing affairs of the territory. Mu Yuan walked up to the worn-out scout, extended his finger, and lightly touched him in the air. The miracle light fell, the scout soaked in the white radiance, and began his promotion. Ding! Tip. Your soldier type, scout, common, bathed in the miracle light has transformed and has been promoted to Imperial Guard, rare. Tip. Your soldier type Imperial Guard has acquired the skills, Shield Strike, and Guard. The white light of evolution quickly retreated. The figure standing before Mu Yuan was a rare Imperial Guard, fully dressed in deep blue armor, his face securely shielded by a mask. He still held a long spear and a large shield, a massive shield that was over 1 to 2 meters tall. Carved on it was a blue eagle spreading its wings to fly. This shield gave Mu Yuan a great sense of security. As did the Imperial Guard's abilities. We can disregard the Shield Strike ability, it was just a common offensive skill. It wasn't weak, but Mu Yuan designated the Imperial Guard as a protector. Even though he, Lord Shepherd, could PKA level 7 skeleton soldier, once he went out, he still needed a few burly men to guard him. For safety, the guard was a rare protective skill. His Imperial Guard was still a level 2 greenhand, so he wasn't likely to use the skill until tomorrow at the earliest. So, Mu Yuan switched to the forum for more information. When the guard skill is activated, it not only significantly increases the user's defense, resistance, and resilience in a short amount of time, but it also spreads the light of protection to safeguard key targets. This Imperial Guard indeed possessed this skill. Of course, those Imperial Guards that have the guard skill considerably surpassed the Shield Strike Imperial Guards in tactical value. However, Mu's Imperial Guard had both. He found a video of an Imperial Guard performing this skill. In the video, an Imperial Guard in deep blue armor slightly tilted his large shield and inserted it into the ground. The next moment, the blue eagle on the shield seemed to come alive, unfolding energy wings several meters long. The energy wings wrapped tightly around the target under his wings' protection. This skill was both cool and practical. Its protective power indeed surpassed that of skeleton warriors. What if I have 10 Imperial Guards protecting me? How would an assassin respond? Mu Yuan was very satisfied. At this time, with his extending finger pointing, the archer next to them also completed his evolution. Prompt. Your troop type, Archer, Normal, has undergone a metamorphosis in the light of the miracle, and has been promoted to Strong Shooter, Rare. Prompt. Your unit Strong Shooter has learned the skills, Charging Arrow, Triple Shot. Similar to the evolution of the guards, the promoted Strong Shooter also possesses 2 skills. This seems to be the standard for the rare troops in his territory. However, the 2 skills of the Strong Shooter are quite common. On the forum, the standard skills of the Strong Shooter are usually either one of the 2. The upgraded Strong Shooter wears boots, tightly wrapped in lightweight armor with no gaps. You can hardly tell if it's a man or a woman. He wears a gray cap, holds a battle bow about a meter long, and has a short knife on his waist. Although her equipment is not as luxurious as the Imperial Guards, it still looks costly. If ordered from other lords, such equipment would cost an unknown amount of soul sand. Not bad, really not bad. Mu Yuan is quite satisfied, and he believes that General Dead Bone is also very satisfied. General Dead Bone always prefers old silver coin professions that can attack from a distance. However, the level of the Strong Shooter is still low. If you want to make a big difference, you need to increase the level. Let them cultivate slowly. According to the custom of his territory, Mu Yuan prepares to give the first Imperial Guard and the first strong shooter a code to improve their recognition. He started to burn his brain cells. Suddenly, this Imperial Guard spoke. His voice was very low as if he was mumbling. Lu. What did you say? Code. Lu. Mu Yuan thought the Imperial Guard would have the posture of an emperor after evolution and awakening self-consciousness, but it didn't. The Imperial Guard was just repeating and murmuring the same words. Next to him, the newly evolved strong shooter was also doing the same, as she was saying to herself, 17. They might have some slight wisdom, but they are still far from truly awakening self-consciousness. The few words they can say are all they have, and the rest are ambiguous. But what does Lu and 17 mean? Is it some sort of code? Could it be that the types of troops have mysteries from their previous lives? Despite the confusion, Mu Yuan was not bothered. He is still a green hand who was new to the game for less than 8 days, and he doesn't have the ability or the desire to explore the mysteries of the world. When he gets stronger, all the mysteries will naturally be unveiled. However, since they keep mentioning these two numbers, then, the Imperial Guard is called Lu and the strong shooter is called 17. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Jun, Lu, 17. His team is getting bigger and bigger. That night, Mu Yuan stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, but still felt full of energy the next day, as if he could keep going all night for several days. This is the charm of Juxuan cultivation liquid. Mu Yuan even wanted to continue exchanging for it. The effect of this cultivation liquid would start to diminish only after it had been used consecutively 3 times. Real top-tier rich second generations, I'm afraid they have already gulped down several bottles. Unfortunately, he cannot afford it anymore, as the remaining contribution points are needed everywhere. The next day, Mu Yuan starts to buy remnant souls on the forum with the soul crystal coins in his hand, mainly falcon, little skeleton, slime remnant souls. As for the remnant souls of the guards and archers, the price was too high to be on his purchase list for now. His purchasing speed was not fast, and he also sold some remnant souls and materials from time to time. He also sold the heritage stone of the shaman for a price of 1.8 soul crystals, which is much lower than the remnant souls of the same rank units. Who makes the shaman look a trillion points worse. Even with income, Mu Yuan couldn't buy too many remnant souls. He still had to use his soul crystal coins to order standard equipment. He found a reputable transcendent group to place an order to customize skeleton soldier armor, throwing bone spears, as well as combat bows, shields, etc. He was picky while ordering. The equipment added up to only about 10 or 20 sets. Only the consumables like bone spears and feather arrows had a slightly larger purchase volume. And this alone cost him over 2 soul crystal coins, not even including the trans-dimensional fee for sending it to the eternal world. It's a real money sink. No wonder they say the path of an individual lord is difficult to follow. Sure, managing a territory does make money, but individual lords often crumble under various expenses before they even reach the stage where they can make a lot of money. Mu Yuan had no choice but to exchange some contribution points for more soul crystal coins because he had more expenses coming up. He had some plans. For these plans, he needed to move to a new place. He didn't dare to summon Deadbone in his current old house because he didn't have enough space. All day long, Mu Yuan left the management, exploration, and combat duties of his gaming territory to Deadbone. He was busy moving and buying supplies. He sold some soul sand in exchange for Zon country coins, then rented a detached villa from the association designed specifically for players. It came with facilities like an underground training field and was very private. Soon, Mu Yuan quickly moved in, having hastily packed his computer, phone, clothes, and other things within a day. Renting is fine, but there's no need to buy. After all, once Lord players reach a certain stage, they can physically enter the eternal world, which is beneficial for their subsequent self-improvement. He has heard that the true high-level players spend most of the year in the eternal world. Having a house there is far more important than having one in reality. The house prices in some large cities have reportedly skyrocketed. After moving, Mu Yuan ordered a batch of supplies, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and sat down in front of his computer. At this time in the Eternal World, Deadbone was leading an exploration team, trying to earn a living. Duo Lai, on the other hand, was training hard in the skill, condensing liquid shaping, he awakened the day before as instructed by him. Duo Lai has two skills, among which, Leap, is rather simple. Even if it becomes proficient, it just means faster bouncing and more accurate landing. Condensing liquid shaping is different. It has multiple uses like the neighboring skill, Undead Resurrection, and holds enormous potential for exploitation and development. Yesterday, Duo Lai learned to shape arms using condensing liquid shaping to fight enemies. However, Mu Yuan believed the real reason Duo Lai learned to shape arms in a second was that it needed a pair of hands to pick things up. Condensing liquid shaping can shape arms and armor, and it can also make Duo Lai expand or shrink, freely changing its form. It's like a piece of clay, which can be kneaded and changed at will. Maybe one day, it will be able to shape into Duo Lai's battle armor he can wear or turn into liquid wings. However, Duo Lai can't do these detailed operations yet. But in the training process, Mu Yuan also discovered some drawbacks of condensing liquid shaping. Indeed, it can be kneaded into any shape, but due to the limitations of Duo Lai's own body, no matter how it's shaped, it's always soft. Even if it shapes to look like rock armor, it can't change its core. Most of the time, Duo Lai's damage comes from the impact force of its huge body. Hitting ordinary goblins and goblin spearmen, who are fragile, is not a problem. A single slap can kill them like flies. But if it's up against a rugged big goblin, Duo Lai's attack would hardly be effective. Of course, the punch of a big goblin hitting Duo Lai's body at most only makes ripples on it. If the two fight each other, they might not have a winner even after 300 rounds until the universe is extinguished. The drawback of Duo Lai is that it's too soft. But what if Duo Lai can be soft or hard? It can shape a hard armor for itself with a shaping skill, easily blocking sword attacks, and hardening its own palms when attacking to increase slap damage. Even, it can shape a spike-shaped liquid and harden the spike liquid at the moment of contact with the enemy, forming a real sharp weapon, and impale the target in one fell swoop. The idea is perfect. It just needs Duo Lai to harden. But how to harden? What if I let Duo Lai devour enough steel? Could it become as hard as steel while shaping? Mu Yuan thought that it might be worth a try.